Chapter 18 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brianna Simmons. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 18. Kari Woodengown. There was once upon a time a king who had become a widower. His queen had left one daughter behind her, and she was so wise and so pretty that it was impossible for anyone to be the wiser or prettier. For a long time the king went sorrowing for his wife, for he had loved her exceedingly. But at last he grew tired of living alone, and married a queen who was a widow. And she also had a daughter, who was just as ill-favoured and wicked as the other was good and beautiful. The stepmother and her daughter were so envious of the king's daughter because she was so pretty. But so long as the king was at home they dared do her no harm, because his love for her was so great. Then there came a time when he made war on another king and went away to fight. And then the new queen thought that she could do what she liked. So she both hungered and beat the king's daughter and chased her about into every corner. At last she thought that everything was too good for her, and set her to work to look after the cattle. So she went about with the cattle, and herded them into the woods and in the fields. Of food she got little or none, and grew pale and thin, and was nearly always weeping and sad. Among the herd there was a great blue bull, which always kept itself very smart and sleek, and often came to the king's daughter and let her stroke him. So one day when she was again sitting crying and sorrowing, the bull came up to her and asked why she was always so full of care. She made no answer, but continued to weep. "Well," said the bull, "I know what it is, though you will not tell me. You are weeping because the queen is unkind to you, and because she wants to starve you to death. But you need be under no concern about food, for in my left ear there lies a cloth, and if you will but take it and spread it out, you can have as many dishes as you like." She did this, and took the cloth and spread it out upon the grass, and then it was covered with the daintiest dishes that anyone could desire, and there was wine and mead and cake. And now she became brisk and well again, and grew so rosy and plump and fair that the queen and her scraggy daughter turned blue and white with vexation at it. The queen could not imagine how her stepdaughter could look so well on such bad food. So she ordered one of her handmaidens to follow her into the wood and watch her, and see how it was, for she thought that some of the servants must be giving her food. So the maid followed her into the wood and watched, and saw how the stepdaughter took the cloth out of the blue bull's ear and spread it out, and how the cloth was then covered with the most delicate dishes, which the stepdaughter ate and regaled herself with. So the waiting maid went home and told the queen. And now the king came home, and he had conquered the other king with whom he had been at war. So there was great gladness in the palace, but no one was more glad than the king's daughter. The queen, however, pretended to be ill, and gave the doctor much money to say that she would never be well again unless she had some of the flesh of the blue bull to eat. Both the king's daughter and the people in the palace asked the doctor if there was no other means of saving her, and begged for the bull's life, for they were all fond of him, and they all declared that there was no such bull in the whole country. But it was all in vain. He was to be killed and should be killed, and nothing else would serve. When the king's daughter heard it she was full of sorrow, and went down to the byre to the bull. He too was standing there hanging his head and looking so downcast that she fell a-weeping over him. "What are you weeping for?" said the bull. So she told him that the king had come home again, and that the queen had pretended to be ill, and that she had made the doctor say that she could never be well again unless some of the flesh of the blue bull was given to her to eat, and that now he was to be killed. "When once they have taken my life, "They will soon kill you also," said the Bull. "If you are of the same mind with me, we will take our departure this very night." The King's daughter thought that it was bad to go and leave her father, but that it was worse still to be in the same house with the Queen, so she promised the Bull that she would come. At night, when all others had gone to bed, the King's daughter stole softly down to the byre to the Bull, and he took her on his back and got out of the courtyard as quickly as he could. So at cock crow next morning, when the people came to kill the Bull, he was gone, and when the King got up and asked for his daughter, she was gone too. He sent forth messengers to all parts of the kingdom to search for them, and published his loss in all of the parish churches, but there was no one who had seen anything of them. In the meantime the Bull travelled through many lands with the King's daughter on his back, and one day they came to a great copper wood, where the trees and the branches and the leaves and the flowers and everything else was of copper. But before they entered the wood, the Bull said to the King's daughter, "When we enter into this wood, you must take the greatest care not to touch a leaf of it, or all will be over both with me and with you, for a Troll with 3 heads, who is the owner of the wood, lives here." So she said she would be on her guard and not touch anything, and she was very careful, and bent herself out of the way of the branches, and put them aside with her hands, but it was so thickly wooded that it was all but impossible to get forward, and do what she might, she somehow or other tore off a leaf which got into her hand. "Oh, oh, what have you done now?" said the Bull. "It will now cost us a battle for life or death, but do be careful to keep the leaf." Very soon afterwards they came to the end of the wood, and the Troll with 3 heads came rushing up to them. "Who is that who is touching my wood?" said the Troll. "This wood is just as much mine as yours," said the Bull. "We shall have a tussle for that," shrieked the Troll. "That may be," said the Bull. So they rushed on each other and fought, and as for the Bull, he butted and kicked with all the strength of his body, but the Troll fought quite well as he did, and the whole day went by before the Bull put an end to him. And then he himself was so full of wounds and so worn out that he was scarcely able to move. So they had to wait a day, and the Bull told the King's daughter to take the horn of ointment which hung at the Troll's belt, and rub him with it. Then he was himself again, and the next day they set off once more, and now they journeyed on for many, many days, and then after a long, long time they came to a silver wood. The trees and the boughs and the leaves and the flowers and everything else was of silver. Before the Bull went into the wood, he said to the King's daughter, "When we enter into this wood you must, for heaven's sake, be very careful not to touch anything at all, and not to pluck off even so much as 1 leaf, or else all will be over both with you and with me. A Troll with 6 heads lives here, who is the owner of the wood, and I do not think I should be able to overcome him." "Yes," said the King's daughter, "I will take good care not to touch what you do not wish me to touch." But when they got into the wood it was so crowded, and the trees so close together, that they could scarcely get forward. She was as careful as she could be, and bent aside to get out of the way of the branches, and thrust them away from before her with her hands. But every instant a branch struck against her eyes, and in spite of all her care she happened to pull off 1 leaf. "Oh, oh, what have you done now?" said the Bull. "It will now cost us a battle for life or death, for this Troll has 6 heads and is twice as strong as the other. But do be careful to keep the leaf." Just as he said this came the Troll. "Who is this who is touching my wood?" he said. "It is just as much mine as yours." "We shall have a tussle for that," screamed the Troll. "That may be," said the Bull, and rushed at the Troll and gored out his eyes, and drove his horns right through him, so that his entrails gushed out. But the Troll fought just as well as he did, and it was 3 whole days before the Bull got the life out of him. But the Bull was then so weak and worn out that it was only with the pain and effort that he could move, and so covered with wounds that the blood streamed from him. So he told the king's daughter to take the horn of ointment that was hanging at the Troll's belt, and anoint him with it. She did this, and then he came to himself again, but they had to stay there and rest for a week before the Bull was able to go any further. At last they set forth on their way again, but the Bull was still weak, and at first he could not go quickly. The king's daughter wished to spare him, and said that she was so young and light of foot that she would willingly walk, but he would not give her leave to do that, and she was forced to seat herself on his back again. So they travelled for a long time, and through many lands, and the king's daughter did not at all know where he was taking her, but after a long, long time they came to a gold wood. It was so golden that the gold dripped off it, and the trees and the branches and the flowers and the leaves were all of pure gold. Here all happened just as happened in the copper wood and silver wood. The Bull told the king's daughter that on no account was she to touch it, for there was a Troll with 9 heads, who was the owner, and that he was much larger and stronger than both the others put together, and that he did not believe that he could overcome him. So she said that she would take great care not to touch anything, and he should see that she did. But when they got into the wood, it was still thicker than the silver wood, and the farther they got into it, the worse it grew. The wood became thicker and thicker, and closer, and at last she thought there was no way whatsoever by which they could get forward. She was so terrified lest she should break anything off, that she sat and twisted and turned herself on this side and on that, to get out of the way of the branches, and push them away from her with her hands. But every moment they struck against her eyes, so that she could not see what she was clutching at, and before she knew what she was doing she had a golden apple in her hands. She was now in such terror that she began to cry, and wanted to throw it away, but the Bull said that she was to keep it, and take the greatest care of it, and comforted her as well as he could, but he believed that it would be a hard struggle, and he doubted whether it would go well with him. Just then the Troll with 9 heads came, and he was so frightful that the king's daughter scarcely dared look at him. "Who is this who is breaking into my wood?" he screamed. "It is just as much mine as yours," said the Bull. "We shall have a tussle for that," screamed the Troll. "That may be," said the Bull. So they rushed at each other and fought, and it was such a dreadful sight that the king's daughter was very nearly swooned. The Bull gored the Troll's eyes out, and ran his horns right through him, but the Troll fought as well as he did, and when the Bull had gored one head to death, the other heads breathed life into it again, so it was a whole week before the Bull was able to kill him. But then he himself was so worn out and weak that he could not move at all. His body was all one wound, and he could not even so much as tell the king's daughter to take the horn of ointment out of the Troll's belt and rub him with it. She did this without being told, so he came to himself again, but he had to lie there for 3 weeks and rest before he was in a state to move. Then they journeyed onwards by degrees, for the Bull said that they had still a little further to go, and in this way they crossed many high hills and thick woods. This lasted for a while, and then they came upon the fells. "Do you see anything?" asked the Bull. "No, I see nothing but the sky above and the wild fell side," said the king's daughter. Then they climbed up higher, and the fell grew more level, so that they could see further around them. "Do you see anything now?" said the Bull. "Yes, I see a small castle far, far away," said the Princess. "It is not so very little after all," said the Bull. After a long, long time they came to a high hill where there was a precipitous wall of rock. "Do you see nothing now?" said the Bull. "Yes, now I see the castle quite near, and now it is much, much larger," said the king's daughter. "Thither shall you go," said the Bull. Immediately below the castle there is a pigsty where you shall dwell. When you get there you will find a wooden gown which you are to put on, and then go to the castle and say that you are called Kari Woodengown, and that you are seeking a place. But now you must take out your little knife and cut off my head with it, and then you must flay me and roll up my hide and put it there under the rock beneath the hide, and you must lay the copper leaf and the silver leaf and the golden apple. Close beside the rock a stick is standing, and when you want me for anything you have only to knock at the wall of the rock with that." At first she would not do it, but when the Bull said that this was the only reward that he would have for what he had done for her, she could do no otherwise, so though she thought it very cruel, she slaved on and cut at the great animal with the knife till she had cut off his head and hide. Then she folded up the hide and laid it beneath the mountain wall, and put the copper leaf and the silver leaf and the golden apple inside it. When she had done that she went away to the pigsty, but all the way as she went she wept, and she was very sorrowful. Then she put on the wooden gown and walked to the king's palace. When she got there she went into the kitchen and begged for a place, saying that her name was Kari Woodengown. The cook told her that she might have a place, and leave to stay there at once and wash up, for the girl who had done that before had just gone away. "And as soon as you get tired of being here you will take yourself off too," said he. "No," said she, "that I certainly shall not." And then she washed up and did it very tidily. On Sunday some strangers were coming to the king's palace, so Kari begged to have leave to carry up the water for the Prince's bath, but the others laughed at her and said, "What do you want there? Do you think the Prince will ever look at such a fright as you?" She would not give it up, however, but went on begging until at last she got leave. When she was going upstairs her wooden gown made such a clatter that the Prince came out and said, "What sort of creature may you be?" "I was to take this water to you," said Kari. "Do you suppose that I will have any water that you bring?" said the Prince, and emptied it over her. She had to bear that, but then she asked permission to go to church. She got that, for the church was very near, but first she went to the rock and knocked at it with the stick which was standing there, as the Bull had told her to do. Instantly a man came forth and asked what she wanted. The king's daughter said that she had got leave to go to church and listen to the priest, but that she had no clothes to go in, so he brought her a gown that was as bright as the copper wood, and she got a horse and a saddle too from him. When she reached the church she was so pretty and so splendidly dressed that everyone wondered who she could be, and hardly anyone listened to what the priest was saying, for they were all looking far too much at her, and the Prince himself liked her so well that he could not take his eyes off her for an instant. As she was walking out of the church the Prince followed her, and shut the church door after her, and thus he kept one of her gloves in his hand. Then she went away, mounted her horse again. The Prince again followed her and asked her whence she came. "Oh, I am from Bathland," said Kari, and when the Prince took out the glove and wanted to give it back to her, she said, "Darkness behind me, but light on my way, that the Prince may not see where I am going today." The Prince had never seen the equal of that glove, and he went far and wide asking after the country which the proud lady who rode away without her glove had said that she came from, but there was no one who could tell him where it lay. Next Sunday someone had to take up a towel to the Prince. "Ah, may I have leave to go up with that?" said Kari. "What would be the use of that?" said the others who were in the kitchen. "You saw what happened last time." Kari would not give in, but went on begging for leave till she got it, and then she ran up the stairs so that her wooden gown clattered again. Out came the Prince, and when he saw that it was Kari he snatched the towel from her and flung it right in her eyes. "Be off at once, you ugly Troll," said he. "Do you think that I will have a towel that has been touched by your dirty fingers?" After that the Prince went to church, and Kari also asked leave to go. They all asked how she could want to go to church when she had nothing to wear but that wooden gown, which was so black and hideous. But Kari said she thought the priest was such a good man at preaching that she had got so much benefit from what he said, and at last she got leave. When she went to the rock and knocked, whereupon out came the man, and gave her a gown which was much more magnificent than the first. It was embroidered with silver all over it, and it shone like the silver wood, and he gave her also a most beautiful horse with housings embroidered in silver, and a bridle of silver too. When the king's daughter got to the church, all the people were standing outside upon the hillside, and all of them wondered who on earth she could be. And the prince was on the alert in a moment, and came and wanted to hold her horse while she alighted. But she jumped off and said that there was no need for that, for the horse was so well broken in that it stood still when she bade it, and came when she called it. So they all went into the church together, but there was scarcely anyone who listened to what the priest was saying, for they were all looking far too much at her, and the prince fell much more deeply in love with her than he had been before. When the sermon was over and she went out of the church, and was just going to mount her horse, the prince again came and asked her where she came from. "I am from Towelland," said the king's daughter, and as she spoke she dropped her riding whip, and while the prince was stooping to pick it up she said, "Darkness behind me, but light on my way, that the prince may not see where I am going today." And she was gone again. Neither could the prince see what had become of her. He went far and wide to inquire for that country from which she had said she came, but there was no one who could tell him where it lay, so he was forced to have patience once more. Next Sunday someone had to go to the prince with a comb. Kari begged leave to go with it, but the others reminded her of what had happened last time, and scolded her for wanting to let the prince see her when she was so black and so ugly in her wooden gown. But she would not give up, asking until they gave her leave to go up to the prince with the comb. When she went clattering up the stairs again, out came the prince, and took the comb and flung it at her, and ordered her to be off as fast as she could. After that the prince went to church, and Kari also begged leave to go. Again they all asked what she would do there, she who was so black and ugly, and had no clothes that she could be seen in by other people. The prince or someone else might very easily catch sight of her, they said, and then both she and they would suffer for it. But Kari said that they had something else to do than to look at her, and she never ceased begging until she got leave to go. And now all happened just as it had happened twice already. She went away to the rock and knocked at it with the stick, and then the man came out and gave her a gown which was very much more magnificent than either of the others. It was almost entirely made of pure gold and diamonds, and she also got a noble horse with housings embroidered with gold and a golden bridle. When the king's daughter came to the church, then the priest and the people were all standing on the hillside waiting for her, and the prince ran up and wanted to hold the horse, but she jumped off, saying, "No, thank you, there is no need, my horse is so well broken in that it will stand still when I bid it." So they all hastened into the church together, and the priest got into the pulpit, but no one listened to what he said, for they were looking far too much at her and wondering whence she came, and the prince was far more in love than he had been on either of the former occasions, and he was mindful of nothing but of looking at her. When the sermon was over and the king's daughter was about to leave the church, the prince had caused a firkin of tar to be emptied out in the porch in order that he might go to help her over it. She, however, did not trouble herself in the least about the tar, but set her foot down in the middle of it, and jumped over it, and thus one of her gold shoes was left sticking in it. When she had seated herself on the horse, the prince came running out of the church and asked her whence she came. "From Combland," said Kari. But when the prince wanted to reach her gold shoe, she said, "Darkness behind me, but light on my way, that the prince may not see where I am going today." The prince did not know what had become of her, so he travelled for a long and wearisome time all over the world, asking where Combland was, but when no one could tell him where that country was, he caused it to be made known everywhere that he would marry any woman who could put on the gold shoe. So fair maidens and ugly maidens came thither from all regions, but there was none who had a foot so small that she could put on the gold shoe. After a long, long while came Kari Woodengown's wicked stepmother with her daughter too, and the shoe fitted her, but she was so ugly and looked so loathsome that the Prince was very unwilling to do what he had promised. Nevertheless all was got ready for the wedding, and she was decked out as a bride. But as they were riding to church a little bird sat up upon a tree and sang: "A slice off her heel and a slice off her toes, Kari Woodengown's shoe fills with blood as she goes." And when they looked to it the bird had spoken the truth, for blood was trickling out of the shoe. So all the waiting maids and all womenkind in the castle had to come and try on the shoe, but there was not one whom it would fit. "But where is this Kari Woodengown then?" asked the Prince, when all the others had tried on the shoe, for he understood the song of the birds, and it came to his mind what the bird had said. "Oh, that creature," said the others. "It's not the least use for her to come here, for she has feet like a horse." "That may be," said the Prince, "but as all the others have tried it, Kari may try it too." "Kari!" he called out through the door, and Kari came upstairs, and her wooden gown clattered as if a whole regiment of dragoons was coming up. "Now you are to try on the gold shoe and be a princess," said the other servants, and they laughed at her and mocked her. Kari took up the shoe, put her foot into it as easily as possible, and then threw off her wooden gown, and there she stood in the golden gown which flashed like rays of sunshine, and on her other foot she had the fellow to the gold shoe. The Prince knew her in a moment, and was so glad that he ran and took her into his arms and kissed her, and when he heard that she was a king's daughter he was gladder still, and then they had the wedding. End of chapter 18. Recording by Brianna Simmons. Carson City, Nevada. www.simispot.blogspot.com. Chapter 19 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brianna Simmons. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 19. Drakestail. Drakestail was very little, that is why he was called Drakestail. But tiny as he was he had brains, and he knew what he was about, for having begun with nothing he ended by amassing 100 crowns. Now the king of the country, who was very extravagant and never kept any money, having heard that Drakestail had some, went one day in his own person to borrow his hoard, and my word, in those days Drakestail was not a little proud of having lent money to the king. But after the first and second year, seeing that they never even dreamed of paying the interest, he became uneasy, so much so that at last he resolved to go see his Majesty himself and get repaid. So one fine morning Drakestail, very spruce and fresh, takes the road singing quack, 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 when shall I get my money back? He had not gone far when he met Friend Fox on his rounds that way. "Good morning, neighbour," says the friend. "Where are you off to so early?" "I am going to the King for what he owes me." "Oh, take me with thee." Drakestail said to himself, "One can't have too many friends." "I will," says he, "but I am going on all fours. You will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small, get into my throat, go into my gizzard, and I will carry you." "Happy thought," says Friend Fox. He takes bag and baggage, and presto! is gone like a letter into the post. And Drakestail is off again, all spruce and fresh, still singing quack, 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 when shall I have my money back? He had not gone far when he met his lady friend Ladder, leaning on her wall. "Good morning, my duckling," says the lady friend. "Whither away so bold?" "I am going to the King for what he owes me." "Oh, take me with thee." Drakestail said to himself, "One can't have too many friends." "I will," says he, "but with your wooden legs you will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small and get into my throat, and go into my gizzard, and I will carry you." "Happy thought," says my friend Ladder, and nimble bag and baggage goes to keep company with friend Fox. And quack, 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 Drakestail is off again, singing and spruce as before. A little farther he meets his sweetheart, my friend River, wandering quietly in the sunshine. "Thou, my cherub," says she, "whither so lonesome with arching tail on this muddy road?" "I am going to the King, you know, for what he owes me." "Oh, take me with thee." Drakestail said to himself, "We can't be too many friends." "I will," says he, "but you who sleep while you walk will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small, get into my throat, go into my gizzard, and I will carry you." "Oh, happy thought," says my friend River. She takes bag and baggage, and glue, 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 she takes her place between friend Fox and my friend Ladder. And quack, 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 Drakestail is off again singing. A little farther he meets Comrade Wasp's nest, manoeuvring his wasps. "Well, good morning, friend Drakestail," said the Comrade Wasp's nest. "Where are we bound for so spruce and fresh?" "I am going to the King for what he owes me." "Oh, take me with thee." Drakestail said to himself, "One can't have too many friends." "I will," says he, "but with your battalion to drag along you will soon be tired. Make yourself quite small, go into my throat, get into my gizzard, and I will carry you." "By Jove, I think that's a good idea," says Comrade Wasp's nest. And left file he takes the same road to join the others with all his party. There was not much more room, but by closing up a bit they managed, and Drakestail is off again singing. He arrived thus at the capital, and threaded his way straight up the High Street, still running and singing quack, 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 when shall I get my money back, to the great astonishment of the good folks, till he came to the King's palace. He strikes with the knocker, tock, tock. "Who is there?" asks the porter, putting his head out of the wicket. "'Tis I, Drakestail. I wish to speak to the King." "Speak to the King? That's not easily said. The King is dining, and will not be disturbed." "Tell him that it is I, and I have come he will know why." The porter shuts his wicket and goes to say it to the King, who was just sitting down to dinner with a napkin round his neck and all his ministers.
"Good, good," says the King, laughing. "I know what it is. Make him come in, and put him with the turkeys and chickens."
The porter descends.
"Have the goodness to enter."
"Good," says Drakestail to himself. "I shall now see how they eat at court."
This way, says the porter. "One step further. There you are."
"What? In the poultry yard?" Fancy how vexed Drakestail was.
"Ah, so that's it,"
says he. "Wait, I will compel you to receive me. Quack, 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 when shall I have my money back?" But turkeys and chickens are creatures who don't like people that are not as themselves. When they saw the newcomer and how he was made, and when they heard him crying too, they began to look black at him. "What is it? What does he want?" Finally they all rushed at him together to overwhelm him with pecks. "I am lost," said Drakestail to himself, when by good luck he remembers his comrade friend Fox, and he cries, "Reynard, Reynard, come out of your earth, or Drakestail's life is of little worth." Then friend Fox, who was only waiting for these words, hastens out, throws himself on the wicked fowls, and quick, quack, he tears them to pieces, so much so that at the end of 5 minutes there was not one left alive, and Drakestail, quite content, began to sing again, quack, 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 when shall I get my money back? When the King, who was still at the table, heard this refrain, and the poultry woman came to tell him what had been going on in the yard, he was terribly annoyed.
He ordered them to throw his tail of a drake into the well to make an end of him. And it was done as he commanded. Drakestail was in despair of getting himself out of such a deep hole, when he remembered his lady friend the Ladder. "Ladder, Ladder, come out of thy hold, or Drakestail's days will soon be told." My friend Ladder, who was only waiting for these words, hastens out, leans her 2 arms on the edge of the well, then Drakestail climbs nimbly on her back, and hop, he is in the yard, where he begins to sing louder than ever. When the King, who was still at table and laughing at the good trick he had played on his creditor, heard him again reclaiming his money, he became livid with rage. He commanded that the furnace should be heated, and this tail of a drake thrown into it, because he must be a sorcerer. The furnace was soon hot, but this time Drakestail was not so afraid. He counted on his sweetheart, my friend River. "River, River, outward flow, or to death Drakestail must go." My friend River hastens out, and roof! throws herself into the furnace, which she floods with all the people who had lighted it, after which she flowed growling into the hall of the palace to the height of more than 4 feet. And Drakestail, quite content, begins to swim, singing deafeningly, "Quack, quack, quack, when shall I get my money back?" The King was still at the table and thought himself quite sure of his game, but when he heard Drakestail singing again, and when they told him all that had passed, he became furious and got up from his table, brandishing his fists. "Bring him here and I'll cut his throat! Bring him here, quick!" cried he, and quickly 2 footmen ran to fetch Drakestail. "At last," said the poor chap, going up the great stairs, "they have decided to receive me." Imagine his terror when on entering he sees the King as red as a turkey cock, and all his ministers attending him, standing sword in hand. He thought this time it was all up with him. Happily he remembered that there was still one remaining friend, and he cried with dying accents, "Wasp's nest, make a sally, or Drakestail never more may rally." Hereupon the scene changes. "Bzz, bzz, bayonet them!" the brave wasp's nest rushes out, with all his wasps. They threw themselves on the infuriated King and his ministers, and stung them so fiercely in the face that they lost their heads, and not knowing where to hide themselves, they all jumped pell-mell from the window, and broke their necks on the pavement. Behold Drakestail, much astonished, all alone in the big saloon, and master of the field. He could not get over it. Nevertheless, he remembered shortly what he had come for to the palace, and improving the occasion, he set to work to hunt for his dear money. But in vain he rummaged in all the drawers, he found nothing, all had been spent. And ferreting thus from room to room, he came at last to one with the throne on it, and feeling fatigued he sat himself down on it to think over his adventure. In the meanwhile the people had found their King and his ministers with their feet in the air on the pavement, and they had gone into the palace to know how it had occurred. And entering the throne room, when the crowd saw that there was already someone on the royal seat, they broke out in cries of surprise and joy. "The King is dead! Long live the King! Heaven has sent us down this thing!" Drakestail, who was no longer surprised at anything, received the acclamations of the people as if he had never done anything else all his life. A few of them certainly murmured that a Drakestail would make a fine king. Those who knew him replied that knowing Drakestail was a more worthy king than a spendthrift like him who was lying in the pavement. In short, they ran and took the crown off the head of the deceased and placed it on that of Drakestail, whom it fitted like wax. Thus he became king. "And now," said he after the ceremony, "ladies and gentlemen, let's go to supper. I am so hungry." End of chapter 19. Recording by Brianna Simmons. Carson City, Nevada. www.simispot.blogspot.com. Chapter 20 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brianna Simmons. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 20. The Ratcatcher. A very long time ago, in the town of Hamel, Germany, was invaded by bands of rats, the like of which had never been seen before, nor will ever be again. They were great black creatures that ran boldly in broad daylight through the streets, and swarmed so all over the house that people at last could not put their hand or foot down anywhere without touching one. When dressing in the morning they found them in their breeches and petticoats, in their pockets and in their boots, and when they wanted a morsel to eat, the voracious hordes had swept away everything from cellar to garret. The night was even worse. As soon as the lights were out, these untiring nibblers set to work, and everywhere, in the ceilings, in the floors, in the cupboards, at the doors, there was a chase and a rummage, and so furious a noise of gimlets, pincers, and saws that a deaf man could not have rested for 1 hour together. Neither cats nor dogs, nor poison nor traps, nor prayers nor candles burnt to all the saints, nothing would do anything. The more they killed the more came, and the inhabitants of Hamel began to go to the dogs, not that they were of much use. When one Friday there arrived in town a man with a queer face, who played the bagpipes and sang this refrain: Qui vivra verra le voya le preneur des rats. He was a great gawky fellow, dry and bronzed, with a crooked nose and a long rat-tail moustache, 2 great yellow piercings, and mocking eyes under a large felt hat set off by a scarlet cock's feather. He was dressed in a green jacket with a leather belt and red breeches, and on his feet were sandals fastened by thongs passed round his legs in the gipsy fashion. That is how he may be seen to this day, painted in a window of the Cathedral of Hamel. He stopped on the great market-place before the town hall, turned his back on the church, and went on with his music, singing: Who lives shall see, this is he, the Ratcatcher. The town council had just assembled to consider once more this plague of Egypt, from which no one could save the town. The stranger sent word to the councillors that, if they would make it worth his while, he would rid them of all their rats before night, down to the very last. "Then he is a sorcerer!" cried the citizens with one voice. "We must beware of him." The town councillor, who was considered clever, reassured them. He said, sorcerer or no, if this bagpiper speaks the truth, it was he who sent us this horrible vermin, and he wants to rid us to-day for money. Well, we must learn to catch the devil in his own snares. You leave it to me. "Leave it to the town councillor," said the citizens one to another, and the stranger was brought before them. "Before night," said he, "I shall have dispatched all the rats in Hamel, if you will but pay me a gros a head." "A gros a head!" cried the citizens, "but that will come to millions of florins." The town councillor simply shrugged his shoulders and said to the stranger, "A bargain. To work. The rats will be paid 1 gros a head, as you ask." The bagpiper announced that he would operate that very evening, when the moon rose. He added that the inhabitants should look at that hour, leave the streets free, and content themselves with looking out of their windows at what was passing, and that it would be a pleasant spectacle. When the people of Hamel heard of the bargain, they too exclaimed, "A gros a head, but this will cost us a deal of money." "Leave it to the town councillor," said the town council with a malicious air, and the good people of Hamel repeated with their councillors, "Leave it to the town councillor." Towards 9 at night the bagpiper reappeared in the market. He turned, as at first, his back to the church, and the moment the moon rose on the horizon, tra tra, tra tra, the bagpipes resounded. It was first a slow caressing sound, then more and more lively and urgent, and so sonorous and piercing that it penetrated as far as the farthest alleys and retreats of the town. Soon from the bottom of the cellars, the top of the garrets, from under all the furniture, from all the nooks and corners of the houses, out came the rats, search for the door, fling themselves into the street, and trip, 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 began to run in file towards the front of the town hall, so squeezed together that they covered the pavement like the waves of flooded torrent. When the square was quite full the bagpiper faced about, and still playing briskly turned towards the river that runs at the foot of the walls of Hammel. Arrived there he turned round. The rats were following. "Hop, hop!" he cried, pointing with his finger to the middle of the stream, where the water whirled and was drawn down as if through a funnel. And hop, hop, without hesitating, the rats took the leap, swam straight to the funnel, plunged in head foremost, and disappeared. The plunging continued thus without ceasing till midnight. At last, dragging himself with difficulty, came a big rat, white with age, and stopped at the bank. It was the king of the band. "Are they all there, friend Blanchet?" asked the bagpiper. "They are all there," replied the friend Blanchet. "And how many were they?" 990,999. "Well reckoned, well reckoned. Then go and join them, old sire. Au revoir." Then the old white rat sprang in his turn into the river, swam to the whirlpool, and disappeared. When the bagpiper had thus concluded his business, he went to bed at his inn, and for the first time during 3 months the people of Hammel slept quietly throughout the night. The next morning at 9 o'clock the bagpiper repaired to the town hall where the town council awaited him. "All your rats took a jump into the river yesterday," said he to the councillors, "and I guarantee that not one of them comes back. They were 990,999 at 1 gras a head. Reckon." "Let us reckon the heads first. 1 gras a head is 1 head the gras. Where are the heads?" The Ratcatcher did not expect this treacherous stroke. He paled with anger and his eyes flashed with fire. "The heads!" cried he. "If you care about them, go and find them in the river." "So," replied the town councillor, "you refuse to hold to the terms of your agreement? We ourselves could refuse you all payment, but you have been of use to us, and we will not let you go without a recompense." He offered him 50 crowns. "Keep your recompense for yourself," replied the Ratcatcher proudly. "If you do not pay me, I will be paid by your heirs." Thereupon he pulled his hat down over his eyes, went hastily out of the hall, and left the town without speaking to a soul. When the Hammel people heard how the affair had ended, they rubbed their hands, and with no more scruple than their town councillor, they laughed over the Ratcatcher, who, they said, was caught in his own trap. But what made them laugh above all was his threat of getting himself paid by their heirs. Ha! They wished they only had such creditors for the rest of their lives. Next day, which was a Sunday, they all went gaily to the church, thinking that after Mass they would at last be able to eat some good thing that the rats had not tasted before them. They never suspected the terrible surprise that awaited them on their return home. No children anywhere, they had all disappeared. "Our children! Where are our poor children?" was the cry that was soon heard in all the streets. Then through the east door of the town came 3 little boys, who cried and wept, and this is what they told. While the parents were at church, a wonderful music had resounded. Soon all the little boys and all the little girls that had been left at home had gone out, attracted by the magic sounds, and had rushed to the great market-place. There they found the Ratcatcher playing his bagpipes at the same spot as the evening before. Then the stranger had begun to walk quickly, and they had followed, running, singing, and dancing to the sound of the music as far as the foot of the mountain which one sees on entering Hammel. At their approach the mountain had opened a little, and the bagpiper had gone in with them, after which it had closed again. Only the 3 little ones who told the adventures had remained outside, as if by a miracle. One was bandy-legged and could not run fast enough. The other, who had left the house in haste, 1 foot shod, the other bare, had hurt himself against a big stone, and could not walk without difficulty. The third had arrived in time, but in hurrying to go in with the others had struck so violently against the wall of the mountain that he fell backwards at the moment it closed upon his comrades. At this story the parents redoubled their lamentations. They ran with pikes and mattocks to the mountain, and searched till evening to find the opening by which their children had disappeared, without being able to find it. At last, the night falling, they returned to desolate Hammel. But the most unhappy of all was the town councillors, for he had lost 3 little boys and 2 pretty little girls, and, to crown all, the people of Hamel overwhelmed him with reproaches, forgetting that the evening before they had all agreed with him. What had become of all these unfortunate children? The parents always hoped they were not dead, and that the Ratcatcher, who certainly must have come out of the mountain, would have to take them with him to his country. That is why for several years they sent in search of them to different countries, but no one ever came on the trace of the poor little ones. It was not till much later that anything was to be heard of them. About 150 years after the event, when there was no longer one left of the fathers, mothers, brothers, or sisters of that day, there arrived one evening in Hamel some merchants of Bremen, returning from the East, who asked to speak with the citizens. They told that they, in crossing Hungary, had sojourned into a mountainous country called Transylvania, where the inhabitants only spoke German, while all around them nothing was spoken but a Hungarian. These people also declared that they came from Germany, but they did not know how they chanced to be in this strange country. Now, said the merchants of Bremen, these Germans cannot be other than the descendants of the lost children of Hamel. The people of Hamel did not doubt it, and since that day they regard it as certain that the Transylvanians of Hungary are their country folk, whose ancestors as children were brought there by the Ratcatcher. There are more difficult things to believe than that. End of chapter 20. Read by Brianna Simmons. Carson City, Nevada. www.simispot.blogspot.com.
Chapter 21 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 21. The True History of Little Goldenhood. You know the tale of poor little Red Riding Hood, that the wolf deceived and devoured with her cake, her little butter can, and her grandmother? Well, the true story happened quite differently, as we know now. And first of all, the little girl was called, and is still called, Little Goldenhood. Secondly, it was not she, nor the good grandame, but the wicked wolf who was, in the end, caught and devoured. Only listen. The story begins something like the tale. There was once a little peasant girl, pretty and nice as a star in its season. Her real name was Blanchette, but she was more often called Little Goldenhood, on account of a wonderful little cloak with a hood, gold and fire-coloured, which she always had on. This little hood was given her by her grandmother, who was so old that she did not know her age. It ought to bring her good luck, for it was made of a ray of sunshine, she said. And as the good old woman was considered something of a witch, everyone thought the little hood rather bewitched too. And so it was, as you will see. One day the mother said to the child, "Let us see, my little Goldenhood, if you know now how to find your way by yourself. You shall take this good piece of cake to your grandmother for a Sunday treat tomorrow. You will ask her how she is, and come back at once, without stopping to chatter on the way with people you don't know. Do you quite understand?" "I quite understand," replied Blanchette gaily. And off she went with the cake, quite proud of her errand. But the grandmother lived in another village, and there was a big wood to cross before getting there. At a turn of the road, under the trees, suddenly, "Who goes there?" "Friend Wolf." He had seen the child start alone, and the villain was waiting to devour her, when at the same moment he perceived some woodcutters who might observe him, and he changed his mind. Instead of falling upon Blanchette, he came frisking up to her like a good dog.
"'Tis you, my nice little Goldenhood,"
said he. So the little girl stops to talk with the wolf, who, for all that, she did not know in the least. "You know me, then," said she. "What is your name?"
"My name is Friend Wolf. And where are you going thus, my pretty one, with your little basket on your arm?"
"I'm going to my grandmother to take her a good piece of cake for her Sunday treat tomorrow."
"And where does she live, your grandmother?"
"She lives at the other side of the wood, in the first house in the village, near the windmill, you know."
"Ah, yes, I know now," said the wolf. "Well, that's just where I'm going. I shall get there before you, no doubt, with your little bits of legs, and I'll tell her you're coming to see her. Then she'll wait for you."
Thereupon the wolf cuts across the wood, and in 5 minutes arrives at the grandmother's house. He knocks at the door. No answer. He knocks louder. Nobody. Then he stands up on end, puts his 2 forepaws on the latch, and the door opens. Not a soul in the house. The old woman had risen early to sell herbs in the town, and she had gone off in such haste that she had left her bed unmade, with her great nightcap on the pillow.
"Good," said the wolf to himself. "I know what I'll do." He shuts the door, pulls on the grandmother's nightcap down to his eyes, then he lies down all his length in the bed and draws the curtains. In the meantime the good Blanchette went quietly on her way, as little girls do, amusing herself here and there by picking Easter daisies, watching the little birds making their nests, and running after the butterflies which fluttered in the sunshine. At last she arrives at the door. "Knock, knock." "Who is there?"
says the wolf, softening his rough voice as best he can. "It's me, Granny, your little Goldenhood. I'm bringing you a big piece of cake for your Sunday treat tomorrow."
"Press your finger on the latch, then push and the door opens."
"Why, you've got a cold, Granny," said she, coming in.
"A little, a little,"
replies the wolf, pretending to cough.
"Shut the door well, my little lamb. Put your basket on the table, and then take off your frock and come and lie down by me. You shall rest a little."
The good child undresses, but observe this, she kept her little hood upon her head. When she saw what a figure her granny cut in bed, the poor little thing was much surprised. "Oh," cries she, "how like you are to Friend Wolf, grandmother!"
"That's on account of my nightcap, child," replies the wolf.
"Oh, what hairy arms you've got, grandmother!"
"All the better to hug you, my child."
"Oh, what a big tongue you've got, grandmother!"
"All the better for answering, child."
"Oh, what a mouthful of great white teeth you have, grandmother!"
"That's for crunching little children with."
And the wolf opened his jaws wide to swallow Blanchette. But she put down her head, crying, "Mamma, mamma!" And the wolf only caught her little hood. Thereupon, oh dear, he draws back, crying and shaking his jaw as if he had swallowed red-hot coals. It was the little fire-colored hood that had burnt his tongue right down his throat. The little hood, you see, was one of those magic caps that they used to have in former times, in the stories, for making oneself invisible or invulnerable. So there was the wolf with his throat burnt, jumping off the bed and trying to find the door, howling and howling as if all the dogs in the country were at his heels. Just at this moment
the grandmother arrives, returning from the town with her long sack empty on her shoulder.
"Ah, brigand!"
she cries.
"Wait a bit!"
Quickly she opens her sack wide across the door, and the maddened wolf springs in head downwards. It is he now that is caught, swallowed like a letter in the post. For the brave old dame shuts her sack so, and she runs and empties it in the well, where the vagabond, still howling, tumbles in and is drowned.
"Ah, scoundrel! You thought you would crunch my little grandchild? Well, tomorrow we will make her a muff of your skin, and you yourself shall be crunched, for we will give your carcass to the dogs."
Thereupon the grandmother hastened to dress poor Blanchette, who was still trembling with fear in the bed.
"Well,"
she said to her,
"without my little hood, where would you be now, darling?"
And to restore heart and legs to the child, she made her eat a good piece of her cake, and drink a good draught of wine, after which she took her by the hand, and led her back to the house. And then, who was it who scolded her when she knew all that had happened? It was the mother. But Blanchette promised over and over again that she would never more stop to listen to a wolf, so that at last the mother forgave her. And Blanchette, the little Goldenhood, kept her word, and in fine weather she may still be seen in the fields with her pretty little hood, the color of the sun. But to see her you must rise early. Note: C.H. Marel. End of chapter 21. The True History of Little Goldenhood. Recording by Iswa in Belgium in January 2009.
Chapter 22 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Christ. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 22. The Golden Branch. Once upon a time there was a king who was so morose and disagreeable that he was feared by all his subjects, and with good reason, as for the most trifling offences he would have their heads cut off. This King Grumpy, as he was called, had one son, who was as different from his father as he could possibly be. No prince equalled him in cleverness and kindness of heart, but unfortunately he was most terribly ugly. He had crooked legs and squinting eyes, a large mouth all on one side, and a hunchback. Never was there a beautiful soul in such a frightful little body. But in spite of his appearance, everybody loved him. The Queen, his mother, called him Curlicue, because it was a name she rather liked, and it seemed to suit him. King Grumpy, who cared a great deal more for his own grandeur than for his son's happiness, wished to betroth the prince to the daughter of a neighbouring king, whose great estates joined his own, for he thought that this alliance would make him more powerful than ever, and, as for the princess, she would do very well for Prince Curlicue, for she was as ugly as himself. Indeed, though she was the most amiable creature in the world, there was no concealing the fact that she was frightful, and so lame that she always went about with a crutch, and people called her Princess Cabbage Stalk. The king, having asked for and received a portrait of this princess, had it placed in his great hall under a canopy, and sent for Prince Curlicue, to whom he said that as this was the portrait of his future bride, he hoped the prince found it charming. The prince, after one glance at it, turned away with a disdainful air, which greatly offended his father. "Am I to understand that you are not pleased?" he said very sharply. "No, sire," replied the prince. "How could I be pleased to marry an ugly, lame princess?" "Certainly it is becoming in you to object to that," said King Grumpy, "since you are ugly enough to frighten anyone yourself." "That is the very reason," said the prince, "that I wish to marry someone who is not ugly. I'm quite tired enough of seeing myself." "I tell you that you shall marry her!" cried King Grumpy angrily. And the prince, seeing that it was of no use to remonstrate, bowed and retired. As King Grumpy was not used to being contradicted in anything, he was very much displeased with his son, and ordered that he should be imprisoned in the tower that was kept on purpose for rebellious princes, but had not been used for about 200 years, because there hadn't been any. The Prince thought all the rooms looked strangely old-fashioned, with their antique furniture, but as there was a good library he was pleased, for he was very fond of reading, and he soon got permission to have as many books as he liked. But when he looked at them, he found that they were written in a forgotten language, and he could not understand a single word, though he amused himself with trying. King Grumpy was so convinced that Prince Curlicue would soon get tired of being in prison, and so consent to marry the Princess Cabbage-Stalk, that he sent ambassadors to her father, proposing that she should come and be married to his son, who would make her perfectly happy. The king was delighted to receive so good an offer for his unlucky daughter, though, to tell the truth, he found it impossible to admire the prince's portrait, which had been sent to him. However, he had it placed in as favourable a light as possible, and sent for the princess, but the moment she caught sight of it, she looked the other way, and began to cry. The king, who was very much annoyed to see how greatly she disliked it, took a mirror, and, holding it up before the unhappy princess, said, "I see you do not think the prince handsome, but look at yourself, and see if you have any right to complain about that." "Sire," she answered, "I do not wish to complain, only I beg of you, do not make me marry at all. I had rather be the unhappy Princess Cabbage-Stalk all my life than inflict the sight of my ugliness on anyone else." But the king would not listen to her, and sent her away with the ambassadors. In the meantime, the prince was kept safely locked up in his tower, and, that he might be as dull as possible, King Grumpy ordered that no one should speak to him, and that they should give him next to nothing to eat. But all the prince's guards were so fond of him that they did everything they dared, in spite of the king, to make the time pass pleasantly. One day, as the prince was walking up and down the great gallery, thinking how miserable it was to be so ugly, and to be forced to marry an equally frightful princess, he looked up suddenly, and noticed that the painted windows were particularly bright and beautiful, and, for the sake of doing something that would change his sad thoughts, he began to examine them attentively. He found that the pictures seemed to be scenes from the life of a man who appeared in every window, and the prince, fancying that he saw in this man some resemblance to himself, began to be deeply interested. In the first window there was a picture of him in one of the turrets of the tower. Farther on he was seeking something in a chink in the wall. In the next picture he was opening an old cabinet with a golden key, and so it went on through numbers of scenes, and presently the prince noticed that another figure occupied the most important place in each scene, and this time it was a tall, handsome young man. Poor Prince Curlicue found it a pleasure to look at him. He was so straight and strong. By this time it had grown dark, and the prince had to go back to his own room, and to amuse himself he took up a quaint old book and began to look at the pictures. But his surprise was great to find that they represented the same scenes as the windows of the gallery, and what was more, that they seemed to be alive. In looking at pictures of musicians, he saw their hands move and heard sweet sounds. There was a picture of a ball, and the prince could watch the little dancing people come and go. He turned a page, and there was an excellent smell of a savoury dinner, and one of the figures who sat at the feast looked at him and said, "We drink your health, Curlicue. Try to give us our queen again, for if you do, you will be rewarded. If not, it will be the worse for you." At these words the prince, who had been growing more and more astonished, was fairly terrified, and dropping the book with a crash, he sank back insensible. The noise he made brought his guards to his aid, and as soon as he revived, they asked him what was the matter. He answered that he was so faint and giddy with hunger that he had imagined he saw and heard all sorts of strange things. Thereupon, in spite of the king's orders, the guards gave him an excellent supper, and when he had eaten it, he again opened his book, but could see none of the wonderful pictures, which convinced him that he must have been dreaming before. However, when he went into the gallery the next day, and looked at the painted windows again, he found that they moved, and the figures came and went as if they had been alive. And after watching the one who was like himself find the key in the crack of the turret wall and open the old cabinet, he determined to go and examine the place himself, and try to find out what the mystery was. So he went up into the turret and began to search about and tap upon the wall, and all at once he came upon a place that sounded hollow. Taking a hammer, he broke away a bit of the stone, and found behind it a little golden key. The next thing to do was to find the cabinet, and the prince soon came to it, hidden away in a dark corner, though indeed it was so old and battered looking that he would never have noticed it of his own accord. At first he could not see any keyhole, but after a careful search he found one hidden in the carving, and the golden key just fitted it, so the prince gave it a vigorous turn, and the doors flew open. Ugly and old as the cabinet was outside, nothing could have been more rich and beautiful than what met the prince's astonished eyes. Every drawer was made of crystal, of amber, or of some precious stone, and was quite full of every kind of treasure. Prince Curlicue was delighted, He opened one after another, until at last he came to one tiny drawer which contained only an emerald key. "I believe that this must open that little golden door in the middle," said the Prince to himself, and he fitted in the little key and turned it. The tiny door swung back, and a soft crimson light gleamed over the whole cabinet. The Prince found that it proceeded from an immense glowing carbuncle, made into a box which lay before him. He lost no time in opening it, but what was his horror when he found that it contained a man's hand, which was holding a portrait. His first thought was to put back the terrible box and fly from the turret, but a voice in his ear said, "This hand belonged to one whom you can help and restore. Look at this beautiful portrait, the original of which was the cause of all my misfortunes, and if you wish to help me, go without a moment's delay to the great gallery. Notice where the sun's rays fall most brightly, and if you seek there, you will find my treasure." The voice ceased, and though the Prince, in his bewilderment, asked various questions, he received no answer. So he put back the box and locked the cabinet up again, and, having replaced the key in the crack in the wall, hastened down to the gallery. When he entered it, all the windows shook and clattered in the strangest way, but the Prince did not heed them. He was looking so carefully for the place where the sun shone most brightly, and it seemed to him that it was upon the portrait of a most splendidly handsome young man. He went up and examined it, and found that it rested against the ebony and gold panelling, just like any of the other pictures in the gallery. He was puzzled, not knowing what to do next, until it occurred to him to see if the windows would help him, and, looking at the nearest, he saw a picture of himself lifting the picture from the wall. The Prince took the hint, and lifting aside the picture without difficulty, found himself in a marble hall adorned with statues. From this he passed on through numbers of splendid rooms, until at last he reached one all hung with blue gauze. The walls were of turquoises, and upon a low couch lay a lovely lady, who seemed to be asleep. Her hair, black as ebony, was spread across the pillows, making her face look ivory white, and the Prince noticed that she was unquiet, and when he softly advanced, fearing to wake her, he could hear her sigh and murmur to herself, "Ah, how dared you think to win my love by separating me from my beloved Florimond, and in my presence cutting off that dear hand that even you should have feared and honoured?" Then the tears rolled slowly down the lovely lady's cheeks, and Prince Curlicue began to comprehend that she was under an enchantment, and that it was the hand of her lover that he had found. At this moment a huge eagle flew into the room, holding in its talons a golden branch, upon which were growing what looked like clusters of cherries, only every cherry was a single glowing ruby. This he presented to the Prince, who guessed by this time that he was in some way to break the enchantment that surrounded the sleeping lady. Taking the branch, he touched her lightly with it, saying, "Fair one, I know not by what enchantment thou art bound, but in the name of thy beloved Florimond I conjure thee to come back to the life which thou hast lost, but not forgotten." Instantly the lady opened her lustrous eyes, and saw the eagle hovering near. "Ah, stay, dear love, stay!" she cried, but the eagle, uttering a dolorous cry, fluttered his broad wings and disappeared. Then the lady turned to Prince Curlicue and said, "I know that it is to you I owe my deliverance from an enchantment which has held me for 200 years. If there is anything that I can do for you in return, you have only to tell me, and all my fairy powers shall be used to make you happy." "Madam," said Prince Curlicue, "I wish to be allowed to restore your beloved Florimond to his natural form, since I cannot forget the tears you shed for him." "That is very amiable of you, dear Prince," said the fairy, "but it is reserved for another person to do that. I cannot explain more at present, but is there nothing you wish for yourself?" "Madam," cried the Prince, flinging himself down at her feet, "only look at my ugliness. I am called Curlicue, and am an object of derision. I entreat you to make me less ridiculous." "Rise, Prince," said the fairy, touching him with the golden branch. "Be as accomplished as you are handsome, and take the name of Prince Peerless, since that is the only title which will suit you now." Silent from joy, the Prince kissed her hand to express his thanks, and when he rose, and saw his new reflection in the mirrors which surrounded him, he understood that Curlicue was indeed gone for ever. "How I wish," said the fairy, "that I dared to tell you what is in store for you, and warn you of the traps which lie in your path. But I must not. Fly from the tower, Prince, and remember that the fairy Douceline will be your friend always." When she had finished speaking, the Prince, to his great astonishment, found himself no longer in the tower, but set down in the thick forest, at least 100 leagues away from it. And there we must leave him for the present, and see what was happening elsewhere. When the guards found that the Prince did not ask for his supper as usual, they went into his room, and, not finding him there, were very much alarmed, and searched the tower from turret to dungeon, but without success. Knowing that the King would certainly have their heads cut off for allowing the Prince to escape, they then agreed to say that he was ill, and after making the smallest among them look as much like Prince Curlicue as possible, they put him into his bed and sent to inform the King. King Grumpy was quite delighted to hear that his son was ill, for he thought that he would all the sooner be brought to do as he wished and marry the Princess. So he sent back to the guards to say that the Prince was to be treated as severely as before, which was just what they had hoped he would say. In the meantime, the Princess Cabbage Stalk had reached the palace, travelling in a litter. King Grumpy went out to meet her, but when he saw her, with a skin like a tortoise's, her thick eyebrows meeting above her large nose, and her mouth from ear to ear, he could not help crying out, "Well, I must say Curlicue is ugly enough, but I don't think you need have thought twice before consenting to marry him." "Sire," she replied, "I know too well what I am like to be hurt by what you say, but I assure you that I have no wish to marry your son. I had rather be called Princess Cabbage Stalk than Queen Curlicue." This made King Grumpy very angry. "Your father has sent you here to marry my son," he said, "and you may be sure that I am not going to offend him by altering his arrangements." So the poor Princess was sent away in disgrace to her own apartments, and the ladies who attended upon her were charged to bring her to a better mind. At this juncture the guards, who were in great fear that they would be found out, sent to tell the King that his son was dead, which annoyed him very much. He had once made up his mind that it was entirely the Princess's fault, and gave orders that she should be imprisoned in the tower in Prince Curlicue's place. The Princess Cabbage Stalk was immensely astonished at this unjust proceeding, and sent many messages of remonstrance to King Grumpy, and he was in such a temper that no one dared to deliver them, or to send the letters which the Princess wrote to her father. However, as she did not know this, she lived in hope of soon going back to her own country, and tried to amuse herself as well as she could until the time should come. Every day she walked up and down the long gallery, until she too was attracted and fascinated by the ever-changing pictures in the windows, and recognized herself in one of the figures. "They seem to have taken a great delight in painting me since I came to this country," she said to herself. "One would think that I and my crutch were put in on purpose to make that slim, charming young shepherdess in the next picture look prettier by contrast. Ah, how nice it would be to be as pretty as that!" And then she looked at herself in a mirror, and turned away quickly, with tears in her eyes from the doleful sight. All at once she became aware that she was not alone, for behind her stood a tiny old woman in a cap, who was as ugly again as herself, and quite as lame. "Princess," she said, "your regrets are so piteous that I have come to offer you the choice of goodness or beauty. If you wish to be pretty, you shall have your way, but you will also be vain, capricious, and frivolous. If you remain as you are now, you shall be wise and amiable and modest." "Alas, madam," cried the Princess, "is it impossible to be at once wise and beautiful?" "No, child," answered the old woman, "only to you it is decreed that you must choose between the two. See, I have brought with me my white and yellow muff. Breathe upon the yellow side, and you will become like the pretty shepherdess you so much admire, and you will have won the love of the handsome shepherd whose picture I have already seen you studying with interest. Breathe upon the white side, and your looks will not alter, but you will grow better and happier day by day. Now you may choose." "Ah, well," said the Princess, "I suppose one can't have everything, and it's certainly better to be good than pretty." So she breathed upon the white side of the muff and thanked the old fairy, who immediately disappeared. The Princess Cabbage Stalk felt very forlorn when she was gone, and began to think that it was quite time her father sent an army to rescue her. "If I could but get up into the turret," she thought, "to see if anyone is coming!" But to climb up there seemed impossible. Nevertheless, she presently hit upon a plan. The great clock was in the turret, as she knew, though the weights hung down into the gallery. Taking one of them off the rope, she tied herself on in its place, and when the clock was wound, up she went triumphantly into the turret. She looked out over the country the first thing, but seeing nothing, she sat down to rest a little, and accidentally leant back against the wall which Curlicue, or rather Prince Peerless, had so hastily mended. Out fell the broken stone, and with it the golden key. The clatter it made upon the floor attracted the Princess Cabbage Stalk's attention. She picked it up, and after a moment's consideration decided that it must belong to the curious old cabinet in the corner, which had no visible keyhole. And then it was not long before she had it open, and was admiring the treasures it contained as much as Prince Peerless had done before her, and at last she came to the carbuncle box. No sooner had she opened it than with a shudder of horror she tried to throw it down, but found that some mysterious power compelled her to hold it against her will. And at this moment a voice in her ear said softly, "Take courage, Princess. Upon this adventure your future happiness depends." "What am I to do?" said the Princess, trembling. "Take the box," replied the voice, "and hide it under your pillow, and when you see an eagle, give it to him without losing a moment." Terrified as the Princess was, she did not hesitate to obey, and hastened to put back all the other precious things precisely as she had found them. By this time her guards were seeking her everywhere, and they were amazed to find her up in the turret, for they said she could only have got there by magic. For 3 days nothing happened, but at last in the night the Princess heard something flutter against her window, and drawing back her curtains, she saw in the moonlight that it was an eagle. Limping across at her utmost speed, she threw the window open, and the great eagle sailed in beating with his wings for joy. The Princess lost no time in offering it the carbuncle box, which it grasped in its talons, and instantly disappeared, leaving in its place the most beautiful prince she had ever seen, who was splendidly dressed, and wore a diamond crown. "Princess," said he, "for 200 years has a wicked enchanter kept me here. We both loved the same fairy, but she preferred me. However, he was more powerful than I, and succeeded when for a moment I was off my guard, in changing me into an eagle, while my queen was left in an enchanted sleep. I knew that after 200 years a prince would recall her to the light of day, and a princess, in restoring to me the hand which my enemy had cut off, would give me back my natural form. The fairy who watches over your destiny told me this, and it was she who guided you to the cabinet in the turret, where she had placed my hand. It is she also who permits me to show my gratitude to you by granting whatever favor you may ask of me. Tell me, Princess, what is it that you wish for most? Shall I make you as beautiful as you deserve to be?" "Ah, if only you would!" cried the Princess, and at the same moment she heard a crick-cracking in all her bones. She grew tall and straight and pretty, with eyes like shining stars, and a skin as white as milk. "Oh, wonderful! Can this really be my poor little self?" she exclaimed, looking down in amazement at her tiny worn-out crutch as it lay upon the floor. "Indeed, Princess," replied Florimond, "it is yourself, but you must have a new name, since the old one does not suit you now. Be called Princess Sunbeam, for you are bright and charming enough to deserve the name." And so saying, he disappeared, and the Princess, without knowing how she got there, found herself walking under shady trees by a clear river. Of course the first thing she did was to look at her own reflection in the water, and she was extremely surprised to find that she was exactly like the shepherdess she had so much admired, and wore the same white dress and flowery wreath that she had seen in the painted windows. To complete the resemblance, a flock of sheep appeared, grazing around her, and she found a gay crook adorned with flowers upon the bank of the river. Quite tired out by so many new and wonderful experiences, the Princess sat down to rest at the foot of a tree, and there she fell fast asleep. Now it happened that it was in this very country that Prince Peerless had been set down, and while the Princess Sunbeam was still sleeping peacefully, he came strolling along in search of a shady pasture for his sheep. The moment he caught sight of the Princess he recognized her as the charming shepherdess whose picture he had seen so often in the tower, and as she was far prettier than he had remembered her, he was delighted that chance had led him that way. He was still watching her admiringly when the Princess opened her eyes, and as she also recognized him, they were soon great friends. The Princess asked Prince Peerless, as he knew the country better than she did, to tell her of some peasant who would give her a lodging, and he said he knew of an old woman whose cottage would be the very place for her, it was so nice and so pretty. So they went there together, and the Princess was charmed with the old woman and everything belonging to her. Supper was soon spread for her under a shady tree, and she invited the Prince to share the cream and brown bread which the old woman provided. This he was delighted to do, and having first fetched from his own garden all the strawberries, cherries, nuts, and flowers he could find, they sat down together, and were very merry. After this they met every day as they guarded their flocks, and were so happy that Prince Peerless begged the Princess to marry him, so that they might never be parted again. Now though the Princess Sunbeam appeared to be only a poor shepherdess, she never forgot that she was a real princess, and she was not at all sure that she ought to marry a humble shepherd, though she knew she would like to do so very much. So she resolved to consult an enchanter of whom she had heard a great deal since she had been a shepherdess, and without saying a word to anybody, she set out to find the castle in which he lived with his sister, who was a powerful fairy. The way was long, and lay through a thick wood, where the Princess heard strange voices calling to her from every side, but she was in such a hurry that she stopped for nothing, and at last she came to the courtyard of the enchanter's castle. The grass and briars were growing as high as if it were 100 years since anyone had set foot there, but the Princess got through at last, though she gave herself a good many scratches by the way. And then she went into a dark, gloomy hall, where there was but one tiny hole in the wall through which the daylight could enter. The hangings were all of bats' wings, and from the ceiling hung 12 cats, who filled the hall with their ear-piercing yells. Upon the long table 12 mice were fastened by the tail, and just in front of each one's nose, but quite beyond its reach, lay a tempting morsel of fat bacon. so the cats could always see the mice, but could not touch them, and the hungry mice were tormented by the sight and smell of the delicious morsels which they could never seize. The Princess was looking at the poor creatures in dismay, when the enchanter suddenly entered, wearing a long black robe, and with a crocodile upon his head. In his hand he carried a whip made of 20 long snakes, all alive and writhing, and the Princess was so terrified at the sight that she heartily wished she had never come. Without saying a word she ran to the door, but it was covered with a thick spider's web, and when she broke it she found another, and another, and another. In fact, there was no end to them. The Princess's arms ached with tearing them down, and yet she was no nearer to getting out, and the wicked enchanter behind her laughed maliciously. At last he said, "You might spend the rest of your life over that without doing any good, but as you are young and quite the prettiest creature I have seen for a long time, I will marry you if you like, and I will give you those cats and mice that you see there for your own. They are princes and princesses who have happened to offend me. They used to love one another as much as they now hate one another. Ah, it's a pretty little revenge to keep them like that." "Oh, if you would only change me into a mouse too!" cried the Princess. "Oh, so you won't marry me?" said he. "Little simpleton, you should have everything heart can desire." "No, indeed, nothing should make me marry you. In fact, I don't think I shall ever love anyone," cried the Princess. "In that case," said the enchanter, touching her, "you had better become a particular kind of creature that is neither fish nor fowl. You shall be light and airy, and as green as the grass you live in. Off with you, Madam Grasshopper." And the Princess, rejoicing to find herself free once more, skipped out into the garden, the prettiest little green grasshopper in the world. But as soon as she was safely out she began to be rather sorry for herself. "Ah, Florimond," she sighed, "is this the end of your gift? Certainly beauty is short-lived, and this funny little face and a green crape dress are a comical end to it. I had better have married my amiable shepherd. It must be for my pride that I am condemned to be grasshopper, and sing day and night in the grass by this brook, when I feel far more inclined to cry." In the meantime, Prince Peerless had discovered the Princess's absence, and was lamenting over it by the river's brim, when he suddenly became aware of the presence of a little old woman. She was quaintly dressed in a ruff and farthingale, and a velvet hood covered her snow-white hair. "You seem sorrowful, my son," she said. "What is the matter?" "Alas, mother," answered the Prince, "I have lost my sweet shepherdess, but I am determined to find her again, though I should have to traverse the whole world in search for her." "Go that way, my son," said the old woman, pointing towards the path that led to the castle. "I have an idea that you will soon overtake her." The Prince thanked her heartily and set out. As he met with no hindrance, he soon reached the enchanted wood which surrounded the castle, and there he thought he saw the Princess Sunbeam gliding before him among the trees. Prince Peerless hastened after her at the top of his speed, but could not get any nearer. Then he called to her, "Sunbeam, my darling, only wait for me a moment." But the phantom did but fly the faster, and the Prince spent the whole day in this vain pursuit. When night came he saw the castle before him all lighted up, and as he imagined that the Princess must be in it, he made haste to get there too. He entered without difficulty, and in the hall the terrible old fairy met him. She was so thin that the light shone through her, and her eyes glowed like lamps. Her skin was like a shark's, her arms were thin as laths, and her fingers like spindles. Nevertheless, she wore rouge and patches, a mantle of silver brocade, and a crown of diamonds, and her dress was covered with jewels and green and pink ribbons. "At last you have come to see me, Prince," said she. "Don't waste another thought upon that little shepherdess, who is unworthy of your notice. I am the Queen of the Comets, and can bring you to great honour if you will marry me." "Marry you, madam?" cried the Prince in horror. "No, I will never consent to that." Thereupon the fairy, in a rage, gave 2 strokes of her wand, and filled the gallery with horrible goblins, against whom the Prince had to fight for his life. Though he had only his dagger, he defended himself so well that he escaped without any harm, and presently the old fairy stopped the fray and asked the Prince if he was still of the same mind. When he answered firmly that he was, she called up the appearance of the Princess Sunbeam to the other end of the gallery, and said, "See your beloved there? Take care what you are about, for if you again refuse to marry me, she shall be torn in pieces by 2 tigers." The Prince was distracted, for he fancied he heard his dear shepherdess weeping and begging him to save her. In despair he cried, "Oh, Fairy Douceline, have you abandoned me after so many promises of friendship? Help, help us now!" Immediately a soft voice said in his ear, "Be firm, happen what may, and seek the golden branch." Thus encouraged, the Prince persevered in his refusal, and at length the old fairy in a fury cried, "Get out of my sight, obstinate Prince! Become a cricket!" And instantly the handsome Prince Peerless became a poor little black cricket, whose only idea would have been to find himself a cosy cranny behind some blazing hearth, if he had not luckily remembered the Fairy Douceline's injunction to seek the Golden Branch. So he hastened to depart from the fatal castle, and sought shelter in a hollow tree, where he found a forlorn-looking little grasshopper crouching in a corner, too miserable to sing. Without in the least expecting an answer, the Prince asked it, "And where may you be going, Gammer Grasshopper?" "Where are you going yourself, Gaffer Cricket?" replied the Grasshopper. "What, can you speak?" said he. "Why should I not speak as well as you? Isn't a grasshopper as good as a cricket?" said she. "I can talk because I was a prince," said the cricket. "And for that very same reason I ought to be able to talk more than you, for I was a princess," replied the grasshopper. "Then you have met with the same fate as I have," said he. "But where are you going now? Cannot we journey together?" "I seemed to hear a voice in the air which said, 'Be firm, happen what may, and seek the Golden Branch,'" answered the grasshopper, "and I thought the command must be for me, so I started at once, though I don't know the way." At this moment their conversation was interrupted by two mice, who, breathless from running, flung themselves headlong through the hole into the tree, nearly crushing the grasshopper and the cricket, though they got out of the way as fast as they could, and stood up in a dark corner. "Ah, madam," said the fatter of the two, "I have such a pain in my side from running so fast. How does your highness find yourself?" "I have pulled my tail off," replied the younger mouse, "but as I should still be on the sorcerer's table unless I had, I do not regret it. Are we pursued, think you? How lucky we were to escape!" "I only trust that we may escape cats and traps, and reach the Golden Branch soon," said the fat mouse. "You know the way, then?" said the other. "Oh dear, yes, as well as the way to my own house, madam. This Golden Branch is indeed a marvel. A single leaf from it makes one rich for ever. It breaks enchantments. It makes all who approach it young and beautiful. We must set out for it at the break of day." "May we have the honour of travelling with you, this respectable cricket and myself?" said the grasshopper, stepping forward. "We also are on a pilgrimage to the Golden Branch." The mice courteously assented, and after many polite speeches the whole party fell asleep. With the earliest dawn they were on their way, and though the mice were in constant fear of being overtaken or trapped, they reached the Golden Branch in safety. It grew in the midst of a wonderful garden, all the paths of which were strewn with pearls as big as peas. The roses were crimson diamonds with emerald leaves, the pomegranates were garnets, and the marigolds topazes, the daffodils yellow diamonds, the violets sapphires, the cornflowers turquoises, the tulips amethysts, opals and diamonds, so that the garden borders blazed like the sun. The Golden Branch itself had become as tall as a forest tree, and sparkled with ruby cherries to its topmost twig. No sooner had the grasshopper and the cricket touched it than they were restored to their natural forms, and their surprise and joy were great when they recognized each other. At this moment Florimond and the Fairy Douceline appeared in great splendour, and the Fairy, as she descended from her chariot, said with a smile, "So you two have found one another again, I see, but I have still a surprise left for you. Don't hesitate, Princess, to tell your devoted shepherd how dearly you love him, as he is the very prince your father sent you to marry. So come here, both of you, and let me crown you, and we will have the wedding at once." The Prince and Princess thanked her with all their hearts, and declared that to her they owed all their happiness, and then the two princesses, who had so lately been mice, came and begged that the Fairy would use her power to release their unhappy friends, who were still under the enchanter's spell. "Really," said the Fairy Douceline, "on this happy occasion I cannot find it in my heart to refuse you anything." And she gave 3 strokes of her wand upon the Golden Branch, and immediately all the prisoners in the enchanter's castle found themselves free, and came with all speed to the wonderful garden, where one touch of the Golden Branch restored each one to his natural form, and they greeted one another with many rejoicings. To complete her generous work, the Fairy presented them with the wonderful cabinet and all the treasures it contained, which were worth at least 10 kingdoms. But to Prince Peerless and the Princess Sunbeam she gave the palace and garden of the Golden Branch, where, immensely rich and greatly beloved by all their subjects, they lived happily ever after. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 23. The Three Dwarfs. There was once upon a time a man who lost his wife, and a woman who lost her husband, and the man had a daughter, and so had the woman. The 2 girls were great friends, and used often to play together. One day the woman turned to the man's daughter and said, "Go and tell your father that I will marry him, and then you shall wash in milk and drink wine, but my own daughter shall wash in water and drink it too." The girl went straight home and told her father what the woman had said. "What am I to do?" he answered. "Marriage is either a success or it is a failure." At last, being of an undecided character, and not being able to make up his mind, he took off his boot, and handing it to his daughter, said: "Take this boot, which has a hole in the sole, hang it up on a nail in the hayloft, and pour water into it. If it holds water, I will marry again, but if it doesn't, I won't." The girl did as she was bid, but the water drew the hole together, and the boot filled up to the very top. So she went and told her father the result. He got up and went to see for himself, and when he saw that it was true and no mistake, he accepted his fate, proposed to the widow, and they were married at once. On the morning after the wedding, when the two girls awoke, milk was standing for the man's daughter to wash in, and wine for her to drink, but for the woman's daughter only water to wash in and only water to drink. On the second morning, water to wash in and water to drink was standing for the man's daughter as well. And on the third morning, water to wash in and water to drink was standing for the man's daughter, and milk to wash in and wine to drink for the woman's daughter, and so it continued ever after. The woman hated her stepdaughter from the bottom of her heart, and did all she could to make her life miserable. She was as jealous as she could possibly be, because the girl was so beautiful and charming, while her own daughter was both ugly and repulsive. One winter's day, when there was a hard frost, and mountain and valley were covered with snow, the woman made a dress of paper, and calling the girl to her, said: "There, put on this dress and go out into the wood and fetch me a basket of strawberries." "Now heaven help us," replied her stepdaughter, "strawberries don't grow in winter. The earth is all frozen and the snow has covered up everything. And why send me in a paper dress? It is so cold outside that one's very breath freezes. The wind will whistle through my dress, and the brambles tear it from my body." "How dare you contradict me?" said her stepmother. "Be off with you at once, and don't show your face again till you have filled the basket with strawberries." Then she gave her a hard crust of bread, saying: "That will be enough for you to-day," and she thought to herself: "The girl will certainly perish of hunger and cold outside, and I shan't be bothered with her any more." The girl was so obedient that she put on the paper dress and set out with her little basket. There was nothing but snow far and near, and not a green blade of grass to be seen anywhere. When she came to the wood, she saw a little house, and out of it peeped 3 little dwarfs. She wished them good day, and knocked modestly at the door. They called out to her to enter, so she stepped in and sat down on a seat by the fire, wishing to warm herself and eat her breakfast. The dwarfs said at once: "Give us some of your food." "Gladly," she said, and breaking her crust in two, she gave them the half. Then they asked her what she was doing in the depths of winter in her thin dress. "Oh," she answered, "I have been sent to get a basket full of strawberries, and I daren't show my face again at home till I bring them with me." When she had finished her bread, they gave her a broom and told her to sweep away the snow from the back door. As soon as she left the room to do so, the three little men consulted what they should give her as a reward for being so sweet and good, and for sharing her last crust with them. The first said, "Every day she shall grow prettier." The second, "Every time she opens her mouth a piece of gold shall fall out." And the third, "A king shall come and marry her." The girl in the meantime was doing as the Dwarfs had bidden her, and was sweeping the snow away from the back door. And what do you think she found there? Heaps of fine ripe strawberries that showed out dark red against the white snow. She joyfully picked enough to fill her basket, thanked the little men for their kindness, shook hands with them, and ran home to bring her stepmother what she had asked for. When she walked in and said, "Good evening," a piece of gold fell out of her mouth. Then she told what had happened to her in the wood, and at every word pieces of gold dropped from her mouth, so that the room was soon covered with them. "She's surely more money than wit to throw gold about like that," said her stepsister, but in her secret heart she was very jealous, and determined that she too would go to the wood and look for strawberries. But her mother refused to let her go, saying, "My dear child, it is far too cold, you might freeze to death." The girl, however, left her no peace, so she was forced at last to give in, but she insisted on her putting on a beautiful fur cloak, and she gave her bread and butter and cakes to eat on the way. The girl went straight to the little house in the wood, and as before the three little men were looking out of the window. She took no notice of them, and without as much as "by your leave" or "with your leave," she flounced into the room, sat herself down at the fire, and began to eat her bread and butter and cakes. "Give us some," cried the Dwarfs. But she answered, "No, I won't, it's hardly enough for myself, so catch me giving you any." When she had finished eating, they said, "There's a broom for you, go and clear up our back door." "I'll see myself further," she answered rudely. "Do it yourselves, I'm not your servant." When she saw that they did not mean to give her anything, she left the house in no amiable frame of mind. Then the three little men consulted what they should do to her, because she was so bad and had such an evil, covetous heart, that she grudged everybody their good fortune. The first said, "She shall grow uglier every day." The second, "Every time she speaks, a toad shall jump out of her mouth." And the third, "She shall die a most miserable death." The girl searched for strawberries, but she found none, and returned home in a very bad temper. When she opened her mouth to tell her mother what had befallen her in the wood, a toad jumped out, so that everyone was quite disgusted with her. Then the stepmother was more furious than ever, and did nothing but plot mischief against the man's daughter, who was daily growing more and more beautiful. At last, one day the wicked woman took a large pot, put it on the fire, and boiled some yarn in it. When it was well scalded, she hung it round the poor girl's shoulder, and giving her an axe, she bade her break a hole in the frozen river, and rinse the yarn in it. Her stepdaughter obeyed as usual, and went and broke a hole in the ice. When she was in the act of wringing out the yarn, a magnificent carriage passed, and the King sat inside. The carriage stood still, and the King asked her, "My child, who are you, and what in the wide world are you doing here?" "I am only a poor girl," she answered, "and am rinsing out my yarn in the river." Then the King was sorry for her, and when he saw how beautiful she was, he said, "Will you come away with me?" "Most gladly," she replied, for she knew how willingly she would leave her stepmother and sister, and how glad they would be to be rid of her. So she stepped into the carriage and drove away with the King, and when they reached his palace the wedding was celebrated with much splendour. So all turned out just as the three dwarfs had said. After a year the Queen gave birth to a little son. When her stepmother heard of her good fortune, she came to the palace with her daughter by way of paying a call, and took up her abode there. Now one day, when the King was out and nobody else near, the bad woman took the Queen by her head, and the daughter took her by her heels, and they dragged her from her bed, and flung her out of the window into the stream which flowed beneath it. Then the stepmother laid her ugly daughter in the Queen's place, and covered her up with the clothes, so that nothing of her was seen. When the King came home and wished to speak to his wife, the woman called out, "Quietly, quietly! This will never do. Your wife is very ill. You must let her rest all day." The King suspected no evil, and didn't come again till next morning. When he spoke to his wife, and she answered him, instead of the usual piece of gold, a toad jumped out of her mouth. Then he asked what it meant, and the old woman told him it was nothing but weakness, and that she should soon be all right again. But that same evening the scullion noticed a duck swimming up the gutter, saying as it passed, "What does the King, I pray you tell? Is he awake, or sleeps he well?" And receiving no reply, it continued, "And all my guests, are they asleep?" And the scullion answered, "Yes, one and all they slumber deep." Then the duck went on, "And what about my baby dear?" And he answered, "Oh, it sleeps soundly, never fear." Then the duck assumed the Queen's shape, went up to the child's room, tucked him up comfortably in his cradle, then swam back down the gutter again in the likeness of a duck. This was repeated for 2 nights, and on the third the duck said to the scullion, "Go and tell the King to swing his sword 3 times over me on the threshold." The scullion did as the creature bade him, and the King came with his sword and swung it 3 times over the bird, and lo and behold, his wife stood before him once more, alive and as blooming as ever. The King rejoiced greatly, but he kept the Queen in hiding till the Sunday on which the child was to be christened. After the christening he said, "What punishment does that person deserve who drags another out of bed, and throws him or her, as the case may be, into the water?" Then the wicked old stepmother answered, "No better fate than to be put into a barrel lined with sharp nails, and to be rolled in it down the hill into the water." "You have pronounced your own doom," said the King, and he ordered a barrel to be made, lined with sharp nails, and in it he put the bad old woman and her daughter. Then it was fastened down securely, and the barrel was rolled down the hill till it fell into the river. Grimm. End of chapter 23 of the Red Fairy Book.
Chapter 24 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 24 Dapplegrim. There was once upon a time a couple of rich folks who had 12 sons, and when the youngest was grown up he would not stay at home any longer, but would go out into the world and seek his fortune. His father and mother said that they thought he was very well off at home, and that he was welcome to stay with them, but he could not rest, and said that he must and would go, and so at last they had to give him leave. When he had walked a long way he came to the king's palace. There he asked for a place and got it. Now the daughter of the king of that country had been carried off into the mountains by a Troll, and the king had no other children, and for this cause both he and all his people were full of sorrow and affliction, and the king had promised the princess and half his kingdom to any one who could set her free, but there was no one who could do it, though a great number had tried. So when the youth had been there for the space of a year or so, he wanted to go home again and pay his parents a visit. But when he got there his father and mother were dead, and his brothers had divided everything that their parents possessed between themselves, so that there was nothing left at all for him. "Shall I then receive nothing at all of my inheritance?" asked the youth. "Who could know that you were still alive, you who had been a wanderer so long?" answered the brothers. "However, there are 12 mares upon the hills, which we have not yet divided among us, and if you would like to have them for your share, you may take them." So the youth, well pleased with this, thanked them, and at once set off to the hill where the 12 mares were at pasture. When he got up there and found them, each mare had her foal, and by the side of one of them was a big dapple gray foal as well, which was so sleek that it shone again. "Well, my little foal, you are a fine fellow," said the youth. "Yes, but if you will kill all the other little foals, so that I can suck all the mares for years, you shall see how big and handsome I shall be then," said the foal. So the youth did this. He killed all the 12 foals and then went back again. Next year, when he came back home again to look after his mares and the foal, it was as fat as it could be, and its coat shone with brightness, and it was so big that the lad had the greatest difficulty in getting on its back, and each of the mares had another foal. "Well, it's very evident that I have lost nothing by letting you suck all my mares," said the lad to the yearling. "But now you are quite big enough, and must come away with me." "No," said the colt, "I must stay here another year. Kill the 12 little foals, and then I can suck all the mares this year also, and you shall see how big and handsome I shall be by summer." So the youth did it again, and when he went up the hill next year to look after his colt and the mares, each of the mares had her foal again, but the dappled colt was so big that when the lad wanted to feel its neck and see how fat it was, he could not reach up to it. It was so high, and it was so bright that the light glanced off its coat. "Big and handsome you were last year, my colt, but this year you are ever so much handsomer," said the youth. "In all the king's court no such horse is to be found, and now you shall come away with me." "No," said the dappled colt once more. "Here I must stay for another year. Just kill the 12 little foals again, so that I can suck the mares this year also, and then come and look at me in the summer." So the youth did it. He killed all the little foals and then went home again. But next year when he returned to look after the dappled colt and the mares he was quite appalled. He had never imagined that any horse could become so big and overgrown, for the dappled horse had to lie down on all fours before the youth could get on his back, and it was very hard to do that even when it was lying down, and it was so plump that its coat shone and glistened, just as if it had been a looking-glass. This time the dappled horse was not unwilling to go away with the youth. So he mounted it, and when he came riding home to his brothers, they all smote their hands together and crossed themselves, for never in their lives had they either seen or heard tell of such a horse as that. "If you will procure me the best shoes for my horse, and the most magnificent saddle and bridle that can be found," said the youth, "you may have all my 12 mares, just as they are standing out on the hill, and their 12 foals into the bargain, for this year also each mare had her foal." The brothers were quite willing to do this. So the lad got such shoes for his horse that the sticks and stones flew high into the air as he rode away over the hills, and such a good gold saddle and such a gold bridle that they could be seen glistening and glancing from afar. "And now we will go to the king's palace," said Dapplegrim. That was the horse's name. "But bear in mind that you must ask the king for a good stable and excellent fodder for me." So the lad promised not to forget to do that. He rode to the palace, and it will be easily understood that with such a horse as he had, he was not long on the way. When he arrived there, the King was standing out on the steps. And how did he stare at the man who came riding up! "Nay," said he, "never in my whole life have I seen such a man and such a horse." And when the youth inquired if he could have a place in the King's palace, the King was so delighted that he could have danced on the steps where he was standing. And there and then the lad was told that he should have a place. "Yes, but I must have a good stable and most excellent fodder for my horse," said he. So they told him that he should have sweet hay and oats, and as much of them as the dappled horse chose to have, and all the other riders had to take the horses out of the stable that Dapplegrim might stand alone and really have plenty of room. But this did not last long, for the other people in the King's court became envious of the lad, and there was no bad thing that they could not have done to him if they had but dared. At last they bethought themselves of telling the King that the youth had said that, if he chose, he was quite able to rescue the princess, who had been carried off into the mountain a long time ago by the Troll. The King immediately summoned the lad into his presence, and said that he had been informed that he had said that it was in his power to rescue the princess, so he was now to do it. If he succeeded in this, he no doubt knew that the King had promised his daughter and half the kingdom to any one who set her free, which promise should be faithfully and honorably kept. But if he failed, he should be put to death. The youth denied that he had said this, but all to no purpose, for the King was deaf to all his words, so there was nothing to be done but to say that he would make the attempt. He went down into the stable, and very sad and full of care he was. Then Dapplegrim inquired why he was so troubled, and the youth told him, and said that he did not know what to do, for as to setting the princess free, that was downright impossible. "Oh, but it might be done," said Dapplegrim. "I will help you, but you must first have me well shod. You must ask for 10 pounds of iron and 12 pounds of steel for the shoeing, and 1 smith to hammer and 1 to hold." So the youth did this, and no one said nay. He got both the iron and the steel and the smith, and thus was Dapplegrim shod strongly and well. And when the youth went out of the King's place, a cloud of dust rose behind him. But when he came to the mountain into which the princess had been carried, the difficulty was to ascend the precipitous wall of rock, by which he was to get on the top of the mountain beyond, for the rock stood right up on end, as steep as a house side and as smooth as a sheet of glass. The first time the youth rode at it, he got a little way up the precipice, but then both Dapplegrim's forelegs slipped, and down came the horse and rider with a sound like thunder among the mountains. The next time that he rode at it, he got a little farther up, but then one of Dapplegrim's forelegs slipped, and down they went with the sound of a landslip. But the third time Dapplegrim said, "Now we must show what we can do," and went at it once more till the stones sprang up sky high, and thus they got up. Then the lad rode into the mountain cleft at full gallop, and caught up the princess on his saddle bow, and then out again before the Troll had even time to stand up, and thus the princess was set free. When the youth returned to the palace, the King was both happy and delighted to get his daughter back again, as may easily be believed, but somehow or other the people about the court had so worked on him that he was angry with the lad too. "Thou shalt have my thanks for setting the princess free," he said, when the youth came into the palace with her, and was then about to go away. "She ought to be just as much my princess as she is yours now, for you are a man of your word," said the youth. "Yes, yes," said the King. "Have her thou shalt, as I have said it. But first all thou must make the sun shine into my palace here." For there was a large and high hill outside the windows, which overshadowed the palace so much that the sun could not shine in. "That was not part of our bargain," answered the youth. "But as nothing that I can say will move you, I suppose I shall have to try to do my best. For the princess I will have." So he went down to Dapplegrim again, and told him what the King desired, and Dapplegrim thought that it might easily be done. But first of all he must have new shoes, and 10 pounds of iron and 12 pounds of steel must go into the making of them, and 2 smiths were also necessary, 1 to hammer and 1 to hold, and then it would be very easy to make the sun shine into the King's palace. The lad asked for these things and obtained them instantly, for the King thought that the very shame he could not refuse to give them. And so Dapplegrim got new shoes, and they were good ones. The youth seated himself on him, and once more they went their way, and for each hop that Dapplegrim made, down went the hill 15 ells into the earth. And so they went on until there was no hill left for the King to see. When the youth came down again to the King's palace he asked the King if the Princess should not at last be his, for now no one could say that the sun was not shining into the palace. But the other people in the palace had again stirred up the King, and he answered that the youth should have her, and that he had never intended that he should not. But first of all he must get her quite as good a horse to ride to the wedding on as that which he had himself. The youth said that the King had never told him he was to do that, and it seemed to him that he had now really earned the Princess. But the King stuck to what he had said, and if the youth were unable to do it, he was to lose his life, the King said. The youth went down to the stable again, and very sad and sorrowful he was, as anyone may well imagine. Then he told Dapplegrim that the King had now required that he should get the Princess as good a bridal horse as that which the bridegroom had, or he should lose his life. But that will be no easy thing to do, said he, for your equal is not to be found in all the world. Oh yes, there is one to match me, said Dapplegrim, but it will not be easy to get him, for he is underground. However, we will try. Now you must go to the King and ask for new shoes for me, and for them we must again have 10 pounds of iron, 12 pounds of steel, and 2 smiths, one to hammer and one to hold. But be very particular to see that the hooks are very sharp. And you must also ask for 12 barrels of rye, and 12 slaughtered oxen we must have with us, and all the 12 oxen hides with 1200 spikes set in each of them. All these things we must have, likewise a barrel of tar with 12 tons of tar in it. The youth went to the King and asked for all the things that Dapplegrim had named, and once more, as the King thought that it would be disgraceful to refuse them to him, he obtained them all. So he mounted Dapplegrim and rode away from the court. And when he had ridden for a long, long time over hills and moors, Dapplegrim asked, "Do you hear anything?" "Yes, there is such a dreadful whistling up above in the air that I think I am growing alarmed," said the youth. "That is all the wild birds in the forest flying about. They are sent to stop us," said Dapplegrim. "But just cut a hole in the corn sacks, and then they will be so busy with the corn that they will forget us." The youth did it. He cut holes in the corn sacks, so that barley and rye ran out on every side, and all the wild birds that were in the forest came in such numbers that they darkened the sun. But when they caught sight of the corn, they could not refrain from it, but flew down and began to scratch and pick at the corn and rye. And at last they began to fight among themselves and forgot all about the youth and Dapplegrim and did them no harm. And now the youth rode onwards for a long, long time, over hill and dale, over rocky places and morasses, and then Dapplegrim began to listen again and asked the youth if he heard anything now. "Yes, now I hear such a dreadful crackling and crashing in the forest on every side that I think I shall be really afraid," said the youth. "That is all the wild beasts in the forest," said Dapplegrim. "They are sent to stop us. But just throw out the 12 carcasses of the oxen, and they will be so much occupied with them that they will quite forget us." So the youth threw out the carcasses of the oxen, and then all the wild beasts in the forest, both bears and wolves and lions and grim beasts of all kinds, came. But when they caught sight of the carcasses of the oxen, they began to fight for them till the blood flowed, and they entirely forgot Dapplegrim and the youth. So the youth rode onwards again, and many, many were the new scenes they saw, for travelling on Dapplegrim's back was not travelling slowly, as may be imagined. And then Dapplegrim neighed. "Do you hear anything?" he said. "Yes, I heard something like a foal neighing quite plainly, a long, long way off," answered the youth. "That's a full-grown colt," said Dapplegrim, "if you hear it so plainly when it is so far away from us." So they travelled onwards a long time, and saw one new scene after another once more. Then Dapplegrim neighed again. "Do you hear anything now?" he said. "Yes, now I heard it quite distinctly, and it neighed like a full-grown horse," answered the youth. "Yes, and you will hear it again very soon," said Dapplegrim, "and then you will hear what a voice it has." So they travelled on through many more different kinds of country, and then Dapplegrim neighed for a third time. But before he could ask the youth if he heard anything, there was such a neighing on the other side of the heath that the youth thought that the hills and rocks would be rent in pieces. "Now he is here," said Dapplegrim. "Be quick and fling over me the ox hides that have the spikes in them, and throw the 12 tons of tar over the field, and climb up into that great browse fir tree. When he comes, fire will spurt out of both his nostrils, and the tar will catch fire. Now mark what I said. If the flame ascends, I conquer, and if it stinks, I fail. But if you see that I am winning, fling the bridle, which you must take off me, over his head, and then he will become quite gentle. Just as the youth had flung all the hides with the spikes over Dapplegrim and the tar over the field, and had got safely up into the spruce fir, the horse came with flames spouting from his nostrils, and the tar caught fire in a moment, and Dapplegrim and the horse began to fight, until the stones leapt up to the sky. They bit and they fought with their forelegs and their hind legs, and sometimes the youth looked at them, and sometimes he looked at the tar. But at last the flames began to rise, for wheresoever the strange horse bit, or wheresoever he kicked, he hit upon the spikes in the hides, and at length he had to yield. When the youth saw that, he was not long in getting down from the tree and flinging the bridle over the horse's head, and then he became so tame that he might have been led by a thin string. This horse was dappled too, and so like Dapplegrim that no one could distinguish one from the other. The youth seated himself on the dappled horse, which he had captured, and rode home again to the king's palace, and Dapplegrim ran loose by his side. When he got there, the king was standing outside in the courtyard. "Can you tell me which is the horse I have caught, and which is the one I had before?" said the youth. "If you can't, I think your daughter is mine." And the king went and looked at both the dappled horses. He looked high and he looked low, and looked before and looked behind, but there was not a hair's difference between the two. "No," said the king, "that I cannot tell thee. As thou hast procured such a splendid bridal horse for my daughter, thou shalt have her. But first we must have one more trial, just to see if thou are fated to have her. She shall hide herself twice, and then thou shalt hide thyself twice. If thou canst find her each time that she hides herself, and if she cannot find thee in thy hiding places, then it is fated, and thou shalt have the princess." "That, too, was not in our bargain," said the youth, "but we will make this trial since it must be so." So the king's daughter was to hide herself first. Then she changed herself into a duck and lay swimming in a lake that was just outside the palace. But the youth went down into the stable and asked Dapplegrim what she had done with herself. "Oh, all that you have to do is to take your gun and go down to the water and aim at the duck which is swimming about there, and she shall soon discover herself," said Dapplegrim. The youth snatched up his gun and ran to the lake. "I will just have to shoot at that duck," said he, and began to aim at it. "Oh no, dear friend, don't shoot. It is I," said the princess. So he had found her once. The second time the princess changed herself into a loaf, and laid herself on the table among 4 other loaves, and she was so like the other loaves that no one could see any difference between them. But the youth again went down to the stable to Dapplegrim and told him that the princess had hidden herself again, and that he had not the least idea what had become of her. "Oh, just take a very large bread knife, sharpen it, and pretend that you are going to cut straight through the third of the 4 loaves which are lying on the kitchen table in the king's palace. Count them from the right to the left, and you will soon find her," said Dapplegrim. So the youth went up to the kitchen and began to sharpen the longest bread knife that he could find. Then he caught hold of the 3rd loaf on the left-hand side and put the knife to it as if he meant to cut it straight in two. "I will have a bit of this bread for myself," said he. "No, dear friend, don't cut. It is I," said the princess again. So he found her the second time. And now it was his turn to go and hide himself, but Dapplegrim had given him such good instructions that it was not easy to find him. First he turned himself into a horsefly and hid himself in Dapplegrim's left nostril. The princess went poking about and searching everywhere, high and low, and wanted to go into Dapplegrim's stall too. But he began to bite and kick about so that she was afraid to go there, and could not find the youth. "Well," said she, "as I am unable to find you, you must show yourself." Whereupon the youth immediately appeared standing there on the stable floor. Dapplegrim told him what he was to do the second time, and he turned himself into a lump of earth, and struck himself between the hoof and the shoe of Dapplegrim's left forefoot. Once more the king's daughter went and sought everywhere, inside and outside, until at last she came into the stable and wanted to go into the stall beside Dapplegrim. So this time he allowed her to go into it, and she peered about high and low, but she could not look under his hoofs, for he stood much too firmly on his legs for that, and she could not find the youth. "Well, you will just have to show where you are yourself, for I cannot find you," said the princess, and in an instant the youth was standing by her side on the floor of the stable. "Now you are mine," he said to the princess. "Now you can see that it is fated that she should be mine," he said to the king. "Yes, it is fated," said the king. "So what must be must." Then everything was made ready for the wedding with great splendor and promptitude, and the youth rode to church on Dapplegrim and the king's daughter on the other horse. so everyone must see that they could not be long on their way thither. From J. Moe. End of chapter 24. Recording by Ellie, August 2009.
Chapter 25 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Rusum. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 25, The Enchanted Canary. 1. Once upon a time, in the reign of King Cambrinus, there lived at Avesnes one of his lords, who was the finest man, by which I mean the fattest, in the whole country of Flanders. He ate 4 meals a day, slept 12 hours out of the 24, and the only thing he ever did was to shoot at small birds with his bow and arrow. Still, with all his practice, he shot very badly. He was so fat and heavy, and as he grew daily fatter, he was at last obliged to give up walking, and be dragged about in a wheelchair, and the people made fun of him and gave him the name of my Lord Tubby. Now the only trouble that Lord Tubby had was about his son, whom he loved very much, although they were not in the least alike, for the young prince was as thin as a cuckoo. And what vexed him more than all was that though the young ladies throughout all his lands did their best to make the prince fall in love with them, he would have nothing to say to any of them, and told his father he did not wish to marry. Instead of chatting with them in the dusk, he wandered about the woods, whispering to the moon. No wonder the young ladies thought him very odd, but they liked him all the better for that, and as he had received at the birth the name of Désiré, they all called him d'Amour Désiré. "What is the matter with you?" his father often said to him. "You have everything you can possibly wish for, a good bed, good food, and tons full of beer. The only thing you want, in order to become as fat as a pig, is a wife that can bring you broad, rich lands. So marry, and you will be perfectly happy." "I ask nothing better than to marry," replied Désiré, "but I have never seen a woman that pleases me. All the girls here are pink and white, and I am tired to death of their eternal lily and roses." "My faith!" cried Tubby. "Do you want to marry a negress, and give me grandchildren as ugly as monkeys and as stupid as owls?" "No, father, nothing of the sort. But there must be women somewhere in the world who are neither pink nor white, and I tell you once for all that I will never marry until I have found one exactly to my taste." 2. Some time afterwards, it happened that the prior of the Abbey of Saint-Amand sent to the Lord of Avesnes a basket of oranges, with a beautifully written letter saying that these golden fruit, then unknown in Flanders, came straight from a land where the sun always shone. That evening, Tubby and his son ate the golden apples at supper, and thought them delicious. Next morning, as the day dawned, Désiré went down to the stable and saddled his pretty white horse. Then he went, all dressed for a journey, to the bedside of Tubby, and found him smoking his first pipe. "Father," he said gravely, "I have come to bid you farewell. Last night I dreamed that I was walking in a wood, where the trees were covered with golden apples. I gathered one of them, and when I opened it, there came out a lovely princess with a golden skin. That is the wife I want, and I am going to look for her." The Lord of Avesnes was so much astonished that he let his pipe fall to the ground. Then he became so diverted at the notion of his son marrying a yellow woman, and a woman shut up inside an orange, that he burst into fits of laughter. Désiré waited to bid him good-bye until he was quiet again. But as his father went on laughing and showed no signs of stopping, the young man took his hand, kissed it tenderly, opened the door, and in the twinkling of an eye was at the bottom of the staircase. He jumped lightly on his horse, and was a mile from home before Tubby had ceased laughing. "A yellow wife! He must be mad! Fit for a strait waistcoat!" cried the good man when he was able to speak. "Here, quick! Bring him back to me." The servants mounted their horses and rode after the prince, but as they did not know which road he had taken, they went all ways except the right one, and instead of bringing him back, they returned themselves when it grew dark, with their horses worn out and covered with dust. When Désiré thought they could no longer catch him, he pulled his horse into a walk, like a prudent man who knows he has far to go. He travelled in this way for many weeks, passing by villages, towns, mountains, valleys, and plains, but always pushing south, where every day the sun seemed hotter and more brilliant. At last, one day at sunset, Désiré felt the sun so warm that he thought he must now be near the place of his dream. He was at that moment close to the corner of a wood where stood a little hut, before the door of which his horse stopped of his own accord. An old man with a white beard was sitting on the doorstep enjoying the fresh air. The prince got down from his horse and asked leave to rest. "Come in, my young friend," said the old man. "My house is not large, but it is big enough to hold a stranger." The traveller entered, and his host put before him a simple meal. When his hunger was satisfied, the old man said to him, "If I do not mistake, you come from far. May I ask where you are going?" "I will tell you," answered Désiré, "though most likely you will laugh at me. I dreamed that in the land of the sun there was a wood full of orange trees, and that in one of the oranges I should find a beautiful princess who is to be my wife. It is she I am seeking." "Why should I laugh?" asked the old man. "Madness in youth is true wisdom. Go, young man, follow your dream, and if you do not find the happiness that you seek, at any rate you will have had the happiness of seeking it." 4. The next day the prince arose early and took leave of his host. "The wood that you saw in your dream is not far from here," said the old man. "It is in the depth of the forest, and this road will lead you there. You will come to a vast park surrounded by high walls. In the middle of the park is a castle, where dwells a horrible witch who allows no living being to enter the doors. Behind the castle is the orange grove. Follow the wall till you come to a heavy iron gate. Don't try to press it open, but oil the hinges with this," and the old man gave him a small bottle. "The gate will open of itself," he continued, "and a huge dog which guards the castle will come to you with his mouth wide open. But just throw him this oatcake. Next, you will see a baking woman leaning over her heated oven. Give her this brush. Lastly, you will find a well on your left. Do not forget to take the cord of the bucket and spread it in the sun. When you have done this, do not enter the castle, but go round it and enter the orange grove. Then gather 3 oranges, and get back to the gate as fast as you can. Once out of the gate, leave the forest by the opposite side. Now, attend to this. Whatever happens, do not open your oranges till you reach the bank of a river or a fountain. Out of each orange will come a princess, and you can choose which you like for your wife. Your choice once made, be very careful never to leave your bride for an instant, and remember that the danger which is most to be feared is never the danger we are most afraid of." 5. Désiré thanked his host warmly, and took the road he pointed out. In less than an hour he arrived at the wall, which was very high indeed. He sprang to the ground, fastened his horse to a tree, and soon found the iron gate. Then he took out his bottle and oiled the hinges, when the gate opened of itself, and he saw an old castle standing inside. The prince entered boldly into the courtyard. Suddenly he heard fierce howls, and a dog as tall as a donkey, with eyes like billiard balls, came toward him, showing his teeth, which were like the prongs of a fork. Désiré flung him the oatcake, which the great dog instantly snapped up, and the young prince passed quietly on. A few yards further he saw a huge oven, with a wide, red-hot, gaping mouth. A woman as tall as a giant was leaning over the oven. Désiré gave her the brush, which she took in silence. Then he went on to the well, drew up the cord which was half rotten, and stretched it out in the sun. Lastly, he went round the castle and plunged into the orange grove. There he gathered the 3 most beautiful oranges he could find, and turned to go back to the gate. But just at this moment the sun was darkened. The earth trembled, and Désiré heard a voice crying, "Baker! Baker! Take him by his feet, and throw him into the oven." "No," replied the baker. "A long time has passed since I first began to scour this oven with my own flesh. You never cared to give me a brush, but he has given me one, and he shall go in peace." "Rope! Oh, rope!" cried the voice again. "Twine yourself round his neck and strangle him." "No," replied the rope. "You have left me for many years past to fall to pieces with the damp. He has stretched me out in the sun. Let him go in peace." "Dog, my good dog!" cried the voice, more and more angry. "Jump at his throat and eat him up." "No," replied the dog. "Though I have served you long, you never gave me any bread. He has given me as much as I want. Let him go in peace." "Iron gate! Iron gate!" cried the voice, growling like thunder. "Fall on him and grind him to powder." "No," replied the gate. "It is 100 years since you left me to rust, and he has oiled me. Let him go in peace." 6. Once outside, the young adventurer put his oranges into a bag that hung from his saddle, mounted his horse, and rode quickly out of the forest. Now, as he was longing to see the princesses, he was very anxious to come to a river or a fountain. But, though he rode for hours, a river or fountain was nowhere to be seen. Still, his heart was light, for he felt that he had got through the most difficult part of his task, and the rest was easy. About midday, he reached a sandy plain, scorching in the sun. Here he was seized with dreadful thirst. He took his gourd and raised it to his lips. But the gourd was empty. In the excitement of his joy, he had forgotten to fill it. He rode on, struggling with his sufferings, but at last he could bear it no longer. He let himself slide to the earth, and lay down beside his horse, his throat burning, his chest heaving, and his head going round. Already he felt that death was near him, when his eyes fell on the bag where the oranges peeped out. Poor Désirée, who had braved so many dangers to win the lady of his dreams, would have given at this moment all the princesses in the world, were they pink or golden, for a single drop of water. "Ah," he said to himself, "if only these oranges were real fruit, fruit as refreshing as what I ate in Flanders. And, after all, who knows?" This idea put some life into him. He had the strength to lift himself up, and put his hand into his bag. He drew out an orange, and opened it with his knife. Out of it flew the prettiest little female canary that ever was seen. "Give me something to drink. I am dying of thirst," said the golden bird. "Wait a minute," replied Désirée, so much astonished that he forgot his own sufferings. And to satisfy the bird, he took a second orange, and opened it without thinking what he was doing. Out of it flew another canary, and she too began to cry, "I am dying of thirst. Give me something to drink." Then Tubby's son saw his folly, and while the two canaries flew away, he sank on the ground, where, exhausted by his last effort, he lay unconscious. 7. When he came to himself, he had a pleasant feeling of freshness all about him. It was night, the sky was sparkling with stars, and the earth was covered with a heavy dew. The traveller, having recovered, mounted his horse, and at the first streak of dawn he saw a stream dancing in front of him, and stooped down and drank his fill. He hardly had courage to open his last orange. Then he remembered that the night before he had disobeyed the orders of the old man. Perhaps his terrible thirst was a trick of the cunning witch, and suppose, even though he opened the orange on the banks of the stream, that he did not find in it the princess that he sought. He took his knife and cut it open. Alas, out of it flew a little canary, just like the others, who cried, "I am thirsty. Give me something to drink." Great was the disappointment of Désirée. However, he was determined not to let this bird fly away. So he took up some water in the palm of his hand and held it to its beak. Scarcely had the canary drunk when she became a beautiful girl, tall and straight as a poplar tree, with black eyes and a golden skin. Désirée had never seen anyone half so lovely, and he stood gazing at her in delight. On her side, she seemed quite bewildered, but she looked about her with happy eyes, and was not at all afraid of her deliverer. He asked her name. She answered that she was called the Princess Zizi. She was about 16 years old, and for 10 years of that time the witch had kept her shut up in an orange, in the shape of a canary. "Well then, my charming Zizi," said the young prince, who was longing to marry her, "let us ride away quickly, so as to escape from the wicked witch." But Zizi wished to know where he meant to take her. "To my father's castle," he said. He mounted his horse, and took her in front of him, and holding her carefully in his arms, they began their journey. 8. Everything the princess saw was new to her, and in passing through mountains, valleys, and towns, she asked 1,000 questions. Desiree was charmed to answer them. It is so delightful to teach those one loves. Once she inquired what the girls in his country were like. "They are pink and white," he replied, "and their eyes are blue." "Do you like blue eyes?" said the princess. But Desiree thought it was a good opportunity to find out what was in her heart, so he did not answer. "And no doubt," went on the princess, "one of them is your intended bride?" Still he was silent, and Zizi drew herself up proudly. "No," he said at last, "none of the girls of my own country are beautiful in my eyes, and that is why I came to look for a wife in the land of the sun. Was I wrong, my lovely Zizi?" This time it was Zizi's turn to be silent. 9. Talking in this way, they drew near to the castle. When they were about 4 stone throws from the gates, they dismounted in the forest by the edge of a fountain. "My dear Zizi," said Tubby's son, "we cannot present ourselves before my father like 2 common people who have come back from a walk. We must enter the castle with more ceremony. Wait for me here, and in an hour I will return with carriages and horses fit for a princess." "Don't be long," replied Zizi, and she watched him go with wistful eyes. When she was left by herself, the poor girl began to feel afraid. She was alone for the first time in her life, and in the middle of a thick forest. Suddenly she heard a noise among the trees. Fearing lest it should be a wolf, she hid herself in the hollow trunk of a willow tree which hung over the fountain. It was big enough to hold her altogether, but she peeped out, and her pretty head was reflected in the clear water. Then there appeared, not a wolf, but a creature quite as wicked and quite as ugly. Let us see who this creature was. 10. Not far from the fountain there lived a family of bricklayers. Now, 15 years before this time, the father in walking through the forest found a little girl who had been deserted by the gypsies. He carried her home to his wife, and the good woman was sorry for her, and brought her up with her own sons. As she grew older, the little gypsy became much more remarkable for strength and cunning than for sense or beauty. She had a low forehead, a flat nose, thick lips, coarse hair, and a skin not golden like that of Zizi, but the color of clay. As she was always being teased about her complexion, she got as noisy and cross as a titmouse, so they used to call her Titty. Titty was often sent by the bricklayer to fetch water from the fountain, and, as she was very proud and lazy, the gypsy disliked this very much. It was she who had frightened Zizi by appearing with her pitcher on her shoulder. Just as she was stooping to fill it, she saw reflected in the water the lovely image of the princess. "What a pretty face!" she exclaimed. "Why, it must be mine! How in the world can they call me ugly? I am certainly much too pretty to be their water carrier." So saying, she broke her pitcher and went home. "Where is your pitcher?" asked the bricklayer. "Well, what do you expect? The pitcher may go many times to the well, but at last it is broken. Well, here is a bucket that will not break." The gypsy returned to the fountain, and addressing once more the image of Zizi, she said, "No, I don't mean to be a beast of burden any longer," and she flung the bucket so high in the air that it stuck in the branches of an oak. "I met a wolf," she told the bricklayer, "and I broke the bucket across his nose." The bricklayer asked her no more questions, but took down a broom and gave her such a beating that her pride was humbled a little. Then he handed her an old copper milk can and said, "If you don't bring it back full, your bones shall suffer for it." 11. Titty went off rubbing her sides, but this time she did not dare to disobey, and in a very bad temper stooped down over the well. It was not at all easy to fill the milk can, which was large and round. It would not go down into the well, and the gypsy had to try again and again. At last her arms grew so tired that when she did manage to get the can properly under the water, she had no strength to pull it up, and it rolled to the bottom. On seeing the can disappear, she made such a miserable face that Zizi, who had been watching her all this time, burst into fits of laughter. Titty turned round and perceived the mistake she had made, and she felt so angry that she made up her mind to be revenged at once. "What are you doing there, you lovely creature?" she said to Zizi. "I am waiting for my lover," Zizi replied, and then, with a simplicity quite natural in a girl who so lately had been a canary, she told all her story. The gypsy had often seen the young prince pass by, with his gun on his shoulder, when he was going after crows. She was too ugly and ragged for him ever to have noticed her, but Titty on her side had admired him, though she thought he might well have been a little fatter. "Dear, dear," she said to herself, "so he likes yellow women. Why, I am yellow too, and if I could only think of a way—" It was not long before she did think of it. "What?" cried the sly Twitty. "They are coming with great pomp to fetch you, and you are not afraid to show yourself to so many fine lords and ladies with your hair down like that? Get down at once, my poor child, and let me dress your hair for you." The innocent Zizi came down at once, and stood by Titty. The gypsy began to comb her long brown locks, when suddenly she drew a pin from her stays, and, just as the titmouse digs its beak into the heads of linnets and larks, Titty dug the pin into the head of Zizi. No sooner did Zizi feel the prick of the pin than she became a bird again, and, spreading her wings, she flew away. "That was neatly done," said the gypsy. "The prince will be clever if he finds his bride." And, arranging her dress, she seated herself on the grass to await Désirée. 12. Meanwhile, the prince was coming as fast as his horse could carry him. He was so impatient that he was always full 50 yards in front of the lords and ladies sent by Tubby to bring back Zizi. At the sight of the hideous gypsy, he was struck dumb with surprise and horror. "Ah, me," said Titty. "So you don't know your poor Zizi? While you were away, the wicked witch came and turned me into this. But if you only have the courage to marry me, I shall get back my beauty." And she began to cry bitterly. Now the good-natured Désirée was as soft-hearted as he was brave. "Poor girl," he thought to himself. "It is not her fault, after all, that she has grown so ugly. It is mine. Oh, why did I not follow the old man's advice? Why did I leave her alone? And besides, it depends on me to break the spell, and I love her too much to let her remain like this." So he presented the gypsy to the lords and ladies of the court, explaining to them the terrible misfortune which had befallen his beautiful bride. They all pretended to believe it, and the ladies at once put on the false princess the rich dresses they had brought for Zizi. She was then perched on the top of a magnificent ambling palfrey, and they set forth to the castle. But, unluckily, the rich dress and jewels only made Titty look uglier still, and Désirée could not help feeling hot and uncomfortable when he made his entry with her into the city. Bells were pealing, chimes ringing, and the people filling the streets and standing at their doors to watch the procession go by, and they could hardly believe their eyes as they saw what a strange bride their prince had chosen. In order to do her more honor, Tubby came to meet her at the foot of the great marble staircase. At the sight of the hideous creature, he almost fell backwards. "What?" he cried. "Is this the wonderful beauty?" "Yes, father, it is she," replied Désirée with a sheepish look. "But she has been bewitched by a wicked sorceress, and will not regain her beauty until she is my wife." "Does she say so? Well, if you believe that, you may drink cold water and think it bacon," the unhappy Tubby answered crossly. But all the same, as he adored his son, he gave the gypsy his hand and led her to the great hall, where the bridal feast was spread. 13. The feast was excellent, but Désirée hardly touched anything. However, to make up, the other guests ate greedily, and, as for Tubby, nothing ever took away his appetite. When the moment arrived to serve the roast goose, there was a pause, and Tubby took the opportunity to lay down his knife and fork for a little. But as the goose gave no sign of appearing, he sent his head carver to find out what was the matter in the kitchen. Now this was what had happened. While the goose was turning on the spit, a beautiful little canary hopped on the sill of the open window. "Good morning, my fine cook," she said in a silvery voice to the man who was watching the roast. "Good morning, lovely golden bird," replied the chief of the scullions, who had been well brought up. "I pray that heaven may send you to sleep, said the Golden Bird, "and that the goose may burn, so that there may be none left for Titty." And instantly the chief of the scullions fell fast asleep, and the goose was burnt to a cinder. When he awoke, he was horrified, and gave orders to pluck another goose, and to stuff it with chestnuts, and put it on the spit. While it was browning at the fire, Tubby inquired for his goose a second time. The master cook himself mounted to the hall to make his excuses, and to beg his lord to have a little patience. Tubby showed his patience by abusing his son. "As if it wasn't enough," he grumbled between his teeth, "that the boy should pick up a hag without a penny, but the goose must go and burn now. It isn't a wife that he has brought me, it is Famine herself." 15. While the master cook was upstairs, the Golden Bird came again to perch on the window-sill, and called in his clear voice to the head scullion who was watching the spit, "Good morning, my fine scullion." "Good morning, lovely Golden Bird," replied the scullion, whom the master cook had forgotten in his excitement to warn. "I pray heaven," went on the canary, "that it will send you to sleep, and that the goose may burn, so that there may be none left for Titty." And the scullion fell fast asleep, and when the master cook came back he found the goose as black as the chimney. In a fury he woke the scullion, who, in order to save himself from blame, told the whole story. "That accursed bird," said the cook. "It will end by getting me sent away. Come, some of you, and hide yourselves, and if it comes again, catch it and wring its neck." He spitted a third goose, lit a huge fire, and seated himself by it. The bird appeared a third time, and said, "Good morning, my fine cook." "Good morning, lovely Golden Bird," replied the cook, as if nothing had happened. And at the moment that the canary was beginning, "I pray heaven that it may send," a scullion who was hidden outside rushed out and shut the shutters. The bird flew into the kitchen. Then all the cooks and scullions sprang after it, knocking at it with their aprons. At length one of them caught it just at the very moment that Tubby entered the kitchen, waving his sceptre. He had come to see for himself why the goose had never made its appearance. The scullion stopped at once, just as he was about to wring the canary's neck. 15. "Will someone be kind enough to tell me the meaning of all this?" cried the Lord of Avesnes. "Your Excellency, it is the bird," replied the scullion, and he placed it in his hand. "Nonsense! What a lovely bird!" said Tubby, and in stroking its head he touched a pin that was sticking between its feathers. He pulled it out, and lo, the canary at once became a beautiful girl with a golden skin, who jumped lightly to the ground. "Gracious, what a pretty girl!" said Tubby. "Father, it is she! It is Zizi!" exclaimed Desiree, who entered at this moment. And he took her in his arms, crying, "My darling Zizi, how happy I am to see you once more." "Well, and the other one?" asked Tubby. The other one was stealing quietly to the door. "Stop her!" called Tubby. "We will judge her cause at once." And he seated himself solemnly on the oven, and condemned Titty to be burned alive. After which the lords and cooks formed themselves in lines, and Tubby betrothed Desiree to Zizi. 16. The marriage took place a few days later. All the boys in the countryside were there, armed with wooden swords, and decorated with epaulets made of gilt paper. Zizi obtained Titty's pardon, and she was sent back to the brick-fields, followed and hooted at by all the boys. And this is why today the country boys always throw stones at a titmouse. On the evening of the wedding day, all the larders, cellars, cupboards, and tables of the people, whether rich or poor, were loaded as if by enchantment with bread, wine, beer, cakes and tarts, roast larks, and even geese, so that Tubby could not complain any more that his son had married Famine. Since that time, there has always been plenty to eat in that country, and since that time, too, you see in the midst of the fair-haired, blue-eyed women of Flanders a few beautiful girls, whose eyes are black, and whose skins are the color of gold. They are the descendants of Zizi. End of chapter 25. The Enchanted Canary. Recording by Bill Rusum of TalkingTraffic.org.
Chapter 26 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robin on February 9th, 2009. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang, Chapter 26. The 12 Brothers. There were once upon a time a king and a queen who lived happily together, and they had 12 children, all of whom were boys. One day the king said to his wife, "If our 13th child is a girl, all her 12 brothers must die, so that she may be very rich, and the kingdom hers alone." Then he ordered 12 coffins to be made, and filled them with shavings, and placed a little pillow in each. These he put away in an empty room, and giving the key to his wife, he bade her to tell no one of it. The queen grieved over the sad fate of her sons, and refused to be comforted, so much that the youngest boy, who was always with her, and whom she had christened Benjamin, said to her one day, "Dear mother, why are you so sad?" "My child," she answered, "I may not tell you the reason." But he left her no peace till she went and unlocked the room and showed him the 12 coffins filled with shavings, and with a little pillow laid in each. Then she said, "My dearest Benjamin, your father has had these coffins made for you and your 11 brothers, because if I bring a girl into the world, you are all to be killed and buried in them." She wept bitterly as she spoke, but her son comforted her and said, "Don't cry, dear mother. We'll manage to escape somehow, and we'll fly for our lives." "Yes," replied his mother, "that is what you must do. Go with your 11 brothers out into the wood, and let one of you always sit on the highest tree you can find, keeping watch on the tower of the castle. If I give birth to a little son, I will wave a white flag, and then you may safely return. But if I give birth to a little daughter, I will wave a red flag, which will warn you to fly away as quickly as you can, and may the kind heaven have pity on you. Every night I will get up and pray for you, in winter that you may always have a fire to warm yourselves by, and in summer that you may not languish in the heat." Then she blessed her sons, and they set out onto the road. They found a very high oak tree, and there they sat, turn about, keeping their eyes always fixed on the castle tower. On the 12th day, when the turn came to Benjamin, he noticed a flag waving in the air, but alas, it was not white, but blood red, the sign which told them they must all die. When the brothers heard this, they were very angry, and said, "Shall we forsooth suffer death for the sake of a wretched girl? Let us swear vengeance, and vow that wherever and whenever we shall meet one of her sex, she shall die at our hands." Then they went their way deeper into the wood, and in the middle of it, where it was thickest and darkest, they came upon a little enchanted cottage which stood empty. "Here," they said, "let us take up our abode, and you, Benjamin, you are the youngest and weakest, you shall stay at home and keep house for us." So they went forth into the woods, and shot hares and roe deer, birds and wood pigeons, and any other game they came across. They always brought their spoils home to Benjamin, who soon learnt to make them into dainty dishes. So they lived for 10 years in this little house, and the time slipped merrily away. In the meantime their little sister at home was growing up very quickly. She was kind-hearted and of fair countenance, and she had a gold star right in the middle of her forehead. One day a big washing was going on at the palace, and the girl, looking down from her window, saw 12 men's shirts hanging up to dry, and asked her mother, "Who in the world do these shirts belong to? Surely they are far too small for my father." And the queen answered sadly, "Dear child, they belong to your 12 brothers." "But where are my 12 brothers?" said the girl. "I've never even heard of them." "Heaven alone knows in what part of the wide world they are wandering," replied her mother. Then she took the girl and opened the locked-up room. She showed her the 12 coffins filled with shavings, and with a little pillow laid in each. "These coffins," she said, "were intended for your brothers, but they stole secretly away before you were born." Then she to tell her all that had happened. And when she had finished, her daughter said, "Do not cry, dearest mother. I will go and seek my brothers till I find them." So she took the 12 shirts and went on straight into the middle of the big wood. She walked all day long, and came into the evening to the little enchanted house. She stepped in and found a youth, who, marvelling at her beauty, at the royal robe she wore, and at the golden star on her forehead, asked her where she had come from and whither she was going. "I am a princess," she answered, "and am seeking for my 12 brothers. I mean to wander as far as the blue sky stretches over the earth till I find them." When she showed him the 12 shirts which she had taken with her, and Benjamin saw that it must be his sister, and said, "I am Benjamin, your youngest brother." So they wept for joy, and kissed and hugged each other, and again and again. After a time Benjamin said, "Dear sister, there's still a little difficulty, for we had all agreed that any girl we meet should die at our hands, because it was for the sake of a girl that we had to leave our kingdom." But she replied, "I will gladly die, if by that means I can restore my 12 brothers to their own." "No," he answered, "there is no need for that. Only go and hide under that tub till our 11 brothers come in, and I'll soon make matters right with them." She did as she was bid, and soon the others came home from the chase and sat down to supper. "Well, Benjamin, what's the news?" they asked, but he replied, "I like that. Have you nothing to tell me?" "No," they answered. Then he said, "Well, now, you've been out in the wood all the day, and I stayed quietly at home, and all the same I know more than you do." "Then tell us," they cried. But he answered, "Only on one condition, that you promise faithfully that the first girl we meet shall not be killed." "She shall be spared," they promised. "Only tell us the news." Then Benjamin said, "Our sister is here." And he lifted up the tub, and the Princess stepped forward with her royal robes and with the golden star on her forehead, looking so lovely and sweet and charming that they all fell in love with her on the spot. They arranged that she should stay at home with Benjamin and help him in the housework, while the rest of the brothers went out into the wood and shot hares and roe deer, birds and wood pigeons. And Benjamin and his sister cooked their meals for them. She gathered herbs to cook the vegetables in, fetched the wood, and watched the pots on the fire, and always when her 11 brothers returned, she had their supper ready for them. Besides this, she kept the house in order, tidied all the rooms, and made herself so generally useful that her brothers were delighted, and they all lived happily together. One day the two at home prepared a fine feast, and when they were all assembled they sat down and ate and drank and made merry. Now there was a little garden round the enchanted house, in which grew 12 tall lilies. The girl, wishing to please her brothers, plucked the 12 flowers, meaning to present one to each of them as they sat at supper. But hardly had she plucked the flowers when her brothers were turned into 12 ravens, who flew croaking over the wood, and the house and garden vanished also. So the poor girl found herself left all alone in the wood, and as she looked around her she noticed an old woman standing close beside her, who said, "My child, what have you done? Why didn't you leave the flowers alone? They were your 12 brothers, now they are changed forever into ravens." The girl asked, sobbing, "Is there no means of setting them free?" "No," said the old woman. "There was only one way in the world, and that is so difficult that you wouldn't free them by it, for you would have to be dumb and not laugh for 7 years, and if you spoke a single word, though but an hour were wanting to the time, your silence would have all been in vain, and that one word would slay your brothers." Then the girl said to herself, "If that is all, I am quite sure I can free my brothers." So she searched for a high tree, and when she had found one, she climbed up it and spun all day long, never laughing or speaking one word. Now it happened one day that a king, who was hunting in the wood, had a large greyhound who ran sniffing to the tree on which the girl sat, and jumped round it, yelping and barking furiously. The king's attention was attracted, and when he looked up and beheld the beautiful princess with the golden star on her forehead, he was so enchanted by her beauty that he asked her on the spot to be his wife. She gave no answer, but nodded slightly with her head. Then he climbed up the tree himself, lifted her down, put her on his horse, and bore her home to his palace. The marriage was celebrated with much pomp and ceremony, but the bride neither spoke nor laughed. When they had lived a few years happily together, the king's mother, who was a wicked old woman, began to slander the young queen, and said to the king, "She is only a low-born beggar maid that you have married. Who knows what mischief she is up to? If she's deaf and can't speak, she might at least laugh. Depend upon it, those who don't laugh have a bad conscience." At first the king paid no heed to her words, but the old woman harped so long on the subject, and accused the young queen of so many bad things, that at last he let himself be talked over, and condemned his beautiful wife to death. So a great fire was lit in the courtyard of the palace, where she was to be burnt, and the king watched the proceedings from an upper window, crying bitterly the while, for he still loved his wife dearly. But just as she had been bound to the stake, and the flames were licking her garments with their red tongues, the very last moment of the 7 years had come. Then a sudden rushing sound was heard in the air, and 12 ravens were seen flying overhead. They swooped downward, and as soon as they touched the ground they turned into her 12 brothers, and she knew that she had freed them. They quenched the flames and put out the fire, and unbinding their dear sister from the stake, they kissed and hugged her again and again. And now that she was able to open her mouth and speak, she told the king why she had been dumb and not able to laugh. The king rejoiced greatly when he heard she was innocent, and they all lived happily ever afterwards. Grimm. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Rapunzel. Once upon a time there lived a man and his wife who were very unhappy because they had no children. These good people had a little window at the back of their house, which looked into the most lovely garden, full of all manner of beautiful flowers and vegetables. But the garden was surrounded by a high wall, and no one dared to enter it, for it belonged to a witch of great power, who was feared by the whole world. One day the woman stood at the window overlooking the garden, and saw there a bed full of the finest rampion. The leaves looked so fresh and green that she longed to eat them. The desire grew day by day, and just because she knew she couldn't possibly get any, she pined away and became quite pale and wretched. Then her husband grew alarmed and said, "What ails you, dear wife?" "Oh," she answered, "if I don't get some rampion to eat out of the garden behind the house, I know I shall die." The man, who loved her dearly, thought to himself, "Come, rather than let your wife die, you shall fetch her some rampion, no matter the cost." So at dusk he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden, and, hastily gathering a handful of rampion leaves, he returned with them to his wife. She made them into a salad, which tasted so good that her longing for the forbidden food was greater than ever. If she were to know any peace of mind, there was nothing for it but that her husband should climb over the garden wall again and fetch her some more. So at dusk over he got, but when he reached the other side he drew back in terror, for there, standing before him, was the old witch. "How dare you," she said, with a wrathful glance, "climb into my garden and steal my rampion like a common thief? You shall suffer for your foolhardiness." "Oh," he implored, "pardon my presumption. Necessity alone drove me to the deed. My wife saw your rampion from her window, and conceived such a desire for it that she would certainly have died if her wish had not been gratified." Then the witch's anger was a little appeased, and she said, "If it's as you say, you may take as much rampion away with you as you like, but on one condition only, that you give me the child your wife will shortly bring into the world. All shall go well with it, and I will look after it like a mother." The man, in his terror, agreed to everything she asked, and as soon as the child was born the witch appeared, and having given it the name of Rapunzel, which is the same as rampion, she carried it off with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old the witch shut her up in a tower in the middle of a great wood, and the tower had neither stairs nor doors, only high up at the very top a small window. When the old witch wanted to get in, she stood underneath and called out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair." For Rapunzel had wonderful long hair, and it was as fine as spun gold. Whenever she heard the witch's voice, she unloosed her plaits, and let her hair fall down out of the window about 20 yards below, and the old witch climbed up by it. After they had lived like this for a few years, it happened one day that a prince was riding through the wood, and passed by the tower. As he drew near it, he heard someone singing so sweetly that he stood still, spellbound, and listened. It was Rapunzel in her loneliness, trying to while away the time by letting her sweet voice ring out into the wood. The prince longed to see the owner of the voice, but he sought in vain for a door in the tower. He rode home, but he was so haunted by the song he had heard that he returned every day to the wood and listened. One day, when he was standing thus behind a tree, he saw the old witch approach, and heard her call out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair." Then Rapunzel let down her plaits, and the witch climbed up by them. "So that's the staircase, is it?" said the prince. "Then I too will climb it and try my luck." So on the following day at dusk he went to the foot of the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair." And as soon as she had let it down, the prince climbed up. At first Rapunzel was terribly frightened when a man came in, for she had never seen one before. But the Prince spoke to her so kindly, and told her at once that his heart had been so touched by her singing, that he felt he should know no peace of mind till he had seen her. Very soon Rapunzel forgot her fear, and when he asked her to marry him she consented at once. For, she thought, he is young and handsome, and I will certainly be happier with him than with the old witch. So she put her hand in his and said, "Yes, I will gladly go with you, only how am I to get out of the tower? Every time you come to see me you must bring a skein of silk with you, and I will make a ladder of them, and when it is finished I will climb down by it, and you will take me away on your horse." They arranged that till the ladder was ready he was to come to her every evening, because the old woman was with her during the day. The old witch, of course, knew nothing of what was going on, till one day Rapunzel, not thinking of what she was about, turned to the witch and said, "How is it, good mother, that you are so much harder to pull up than the young prince? He is always with me in a moment." "Oh, you wicked child!" cried the witch. "What is this I hear? I thought I had hidden you safely from the whole world, and in spite of it you have managed to deceive me." In her wrath she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, wound it round and round her left hand, and then, grasping a pair of scissors in her right, snip snap, off it came, and the beautiful plaits lay on the ground. And, worse than this, she was so hard-hearted that she took Rapunzel to a lonely desert place, and there left her to live in loneliness and misery. But on the evening of the day in which she had driven the poor Rapunzel away, the witch fastened the plaits onto a hook in the window, and when the Prince came and called out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your golden hair," she let them down, and the Prince climbed up as usual. But instead of his beloved Rapunzel, he found the old witch, who fixed her evil, glittering eyes on him, and cried mockingly, "Aha! You thought to find your lady love, but the pretty bird has flown, and its song is dumb. The cat caught it, and will scratch out your eyes too. Rapunzel is lost to you forever. You will never see her more." The Prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair he jumped right down from the tower, and, though he escaped with his life, the thorns among which he fell pierced his eyes out. Then he wandered, blind and miserable, through the wood, eating nothing but roots and berries, and weeping and lamenting the loss of his lovely bride. So he wandered about for some years, as wretched and unhappy as he could well be, and at last he came to the desert place where Rapunzel was living. Of a sudden he heard a voice which seemed strangely familiar to him. He walked eagerly in the direction of the sound, and when he was quite close, Rapunzel recognized him and fell on his neck and wept. But two of her tears touched his eyes, and in a moment they became quite clear again, and he saw as well as he ever had done. Then he led her to his kingdom, where they were received and welcomed with great joy, and they lived happily ever after. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Azalea C.C. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang, Chapter 28. Part 1. Once upon a time there lived at Quesnoy in Flanders a great lord whose name was Burchard, but whom the country people called Burchard the Wolf. Now Burchard had such a wicked, cruel heart that it was whispered how he used to harness his peasants to the plough and force them by blows from his whip to till his land with naked feet. His wife, on the other hand, was always tender and pitiful to the poor and miserable. Every time that she heard of another misdeed of her husband's, she secretly went to repair the evil, which caused her name to be blessed throughout the whole countryside. This countess was adored as much as the count was hated. Part 2. One day when he was out hunting, the count passed through the forest, and at the door of a lonely cottage he saw a beautiful girl spinning hemp. "What's her name?" he asked her. "Renelde, my lord." "You must get tired of staying in such a lonely place." "I am accustomed to it, my lord. I never get tired of it. "That may be so, but come to the castle, and I will make you a lady's maid to the Countess." "I cannot do that, my lord. I have to look after my grandfather, who is very helpless." "Come to the castle, I tell you. I shall expect you this evening," and he went on his way. But Renelde, who was betrothed to a young woodcutter called Gilbert, had no intention of obeying the Count, and she had, besides, to take care of her grandfather. 3 days later the Count again passed by. "Why didn't you come?" he asked the pretty spinner. "I told you, my lord, that I have to look after my grandfather. Come tomorrow, and I will make you lady-in-waiting to the Countess," and he went on his way. This offer produced no more effect than the other, and Renelde did not go to the castle. "If you will only come," said the Count to her when he next rode by, "I will send away the Countess, and will marry you." But 2 years before, when Renelde's mother was dying of a long illness, the Countess had not forgotten them, but had given help when they sorely needed it. So even if the Count had really wished to marry Renelde, she would always have refused. Part 3. Some weeks passed before Burchard appeared again. Renelde hoped she had got rid of him, when one day he stopped at the door, his duck gun under his arm and his game bag on his shoulder. This time Renelde was spinning not hemp, but flax. "What are you spinning?" he asked in a rough voice. "My wedding shift, my lord." "You are going to be married, then?" "Yes, my lord, by your leave." For at that time no peasant could marry without the leave of his master. "I will give you leave on one condition. Do you see those tall nettles that grow on the tombs of the churchyard? Go and gather them, and spin them into 2 fine shifts. One shall be your bridal shift, and the other shall be my shroud. For you shall be married the day I am laid in my grave." And the Count turned away with a mocking laugh. Renelde trembled. Never in all of Lecanol had such a thing been heard of as the spinning of nettles. And besides, the Count seemed made of iron and was very proud of his strength, often boasting that he should live to be 100. Every evening, when his work was done, Gilbert came to visit his future bride. This time he came as usual, and Renelde told him what Burchard had said. "Would you like me to watch for the wolf, and split his skull with a blow from my axe?" "No," replied Renelde. "There must be no blood on my bridal bouquet. And then we must not hurt the Count. Remember how good the Countess was to my mother." An old, old woman now spoke. She was the mother of Renelde's grandmother, and was more than 90 years old. All day long she sat in her chair nodding her head and never saying a word. "My children," she said, "all the years that I have lived in the world, I have never heard of a shift spun from needles. But what God commands man can do. Why should not Renelde try it?" Part 4. Renelde did try, and to her great surprise, the nettles when crushed and prepared gave a good thread, soft and light and firm. Very soon she had spun the first shift, which was for her own wedding. She wove and cut it out at once, hoping that the Count would not force her to begin the other. Just as she had finished sewing it, Burchard the wolf passed by. "Well," said he, "how are the shifts getting on?" "Here, my lord, is my wedding garment," answered Renelde, showing him the shift, which was the finest and whitest ever seen. The Count grew pale, but he replied roughly, "Very good, now begin the other." The spinner set to work. As the Count returned to the castle, a cold shiver passed over him, and he felt, as the saying is, that someone was walking over his grave. He tried to eat his supper, but could not. He went to bed shaking with fever, but he did not sleep, and in the morning could not manage to rise. This sudden illness, which every instant became worse, made him very uneasy. No doubt Renelde's spinning wheel knew all about it. Was it not necessary that his body, as well as his shroud, should be ready for the burial? The first thing Burchard did was to send to Renelde and to stop her wheel. Renelde obeyed, and that evening Gilbert asked her, "Has the Count given his consent to our marriage?" "No," said Renelde. "Continue your work, sweetheart. It's the only way of gaining it. You know he told you so himself." Part 5. The following morning, as soon as she had put the house in order, the girl sat down to spin. 2 hours after, there arrived some soldiers, and when they saw her spinning, they seized her, tied her arms and legs, and carried her to the bank of the river, which was swollen by late rains. When they reached the bank, they flung her in, and watched her sink, after which they left her, but Renelde rose to the surface, and though she could not swim, she struggled to land. Directly she got home, she sat down and began to spin. Again came 2 soldiers to the cottage and seized the girl, carried her to the river bank, tied a stone to her neck and flung her into the water. The moment their backs were turned, the stone untied itself. Renelde waded the ford, returned to the hut, and sat down to spin. This time the Count resolved to go to Lochinvar himself, but as he was very weak and unable to walk, he had himself borne in a litter, and still the spinner spun. When he saw her, he fired a shot at her, as he would have fired at a wild beast. The bullet rebounded without harming the spinner, who still spun on. Burchard fell into such a violent rage that it nearly killed him. He broke the wheel into 1,000 pieces, and then fell fainting on the ground. He was carried back to the castle unconscious. The next day the wheel was mended, and the spinner sat down to spin. Feeling that while she was spinning she was dying, the Count ordered that her hands should be tied, and that they should not lose sight of her for 1 instant. But the guards fell asleep, the bounds loosed themselves, and the spinner spun on. Burchard had every nettle rooted up for 3 leagues round. Scarcely had they been torn from the soil that they sowed themselves afresh and grew as you were looking at them. They sprung up even in the well-trodden floor of the cottage, and as fast as they were uprooted the distaff gathered to itself a supply of nettles, crushed, prepared, and ready for spinning. Every day Burchard grew worse, and watched as his end approached. Part 6. Moved by pity for her husband, the Countess at last found out the cause of his illness, and entreated him to allow himself to be cured. But the Count in his pride refused more than ever to give his consent to the marriage. So the lady resolved to go without his knowledge to pray for mercy from the spinner, and in the name of Renelde's dead mother she besought her to spin no more. Renelde gave her promise, but in the evening Gilbert arrived at the cottage. Seeing that the cloth was no further advanced than it had been the evening before, he inquired the reason. Renelde confessed that the Countess had prayed her not to let her husband die. "Will he consent to our marriage?" "No." "Let him die, then." "But what will the Countess say?" "The Countess will understand that it is not your fault. The Count alone is guilty of his own death. Let us wait a little. Perhaps his heart may be softened." So they waited for 1 month, for 2, for 6, for a year. The spinner spun no more. The Count had ceased to persecute her, but he still refused to consent to the marriage. Gilbert became impatient. The poor girl loved him with her whole soul, and she was more unhappy than she had ever been before when Burchard was only tormenting her body. "Let us have it done with," said Gilbert. "Wait a little still," pleaded Renelde. But the young man grew weary. He came more rarely to Lochinvar, and very soon he did not come at all. Renelde felt as if her heart would break, but she held firm. One day she met the Count. She clasped her hands as if in prayer, and cried, "My lord, have mercy!" Burchard the wolf turned away his head and passed on. She might have humbled his pride had she gone to her spinning-wheel again, but she did nothing of the sort. Not long after she learned that Gilbert had left the country. He did not even come to say good-bye to her, but all the same she knew the day and hour of his departure and hid herself on the road to see him once more. When she came in she put her silent wheel into a corner, and cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 7. So another year went by. Then the Count fell ill, and the Countess supposed that Renelde, weary of waiting, had begun her spinning anew. But when she came to the cottage to see, she found the wheel silent. However, the Count grew worse and worse, till he was given up by the doctors. The passing bell was rung, and he lay expecting death to come for him. But death was not so near as the doctors thought, and still he lingered. He seemed in a desperate condition, but he got neither better nor worse. He could neither live nor die. He suffered horribly, and called loudly on death to put an end to his pains. In this extremity he remembered what he had told the little spinner long ago. If death was so slow in coming, it was because he was not ready to follow him, having no shroud for his burial. He sent to fetch Renelde, placed her by his bedside, and ordered her at once to go on spinning his shroud. Hardly had the spinner begun to work, when the Count began to feel his pains grow less. Then at last his heart melted, He was sorry for all the evil he had done out of pride, and implored Renelde to forgive him. So Renelde forgave him, and went on spinning night and day. When the thread of the nettles was spun, she wove it with her shuttle, and cut the shroud and began to sew it. And as before when she sewed, the Count felt his pains grow less, and the life sinking within him, and when the needle made the last stitch he gave a last sigh. C. H. Denlin. End of Chapter 28. The Nettle Spinner.
Chapter 29 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alana Jordan. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 29. Farmer Weatherbeard. There was once upon a time a man and a woman who had an only son, and he was called Jack. The woman thought that it was his duty to go out to service, and told her husband that he was to take him somewhere. "You must get him such a good place that he will become master of all masters," she said, and then she put some food and a roll of tobacco into a bag for them. Well, they went to a great many masters, but all said that they could make the lad as good as they were themselves, but better than that they could not make him. When the man came home to the old woman with this answer, she said, "I shall be equally well pleased whatever you do with him, but this I do say, that you are to have him made a master over all masters." Then she once more put some food and a roll of tobacco into the bag, and the man and his son had to set out again. When they had walked some distance, they got upon the ice, and there they met a man in a carriage who was driving a black horse. "Where you going?" he said. "I have to go and get my son apprenticed to someone who will be able to teach him a trade, for my old woman comes of such well-to-do folk that she insists on his being taught to be master of all masters," said the man. "We are not ill met then," said the man who was driving, "for I am the kind of man who can do that, and I am just looking out for such an apprentice. Get it behind with you," he said to the boy, and off the horse went with them straight up into the air. "No, no, wait a little," screamed the father of the boy. "I ought to know what your name is and where you live." "Oh, I am at home both in the north and the south and the east and the west. I am called Farmer Weatherbeard," said the master. "You may come here again in a year's time, and then I will tell you if the lad suits me." And then they set off again and were gone. When the man got home, the old woman inquired what had become of the son. "Ah, heaven only knows what has become of him," said the man. "They went up aloft." And then he told her what had happened. But when the woman heard that, and found that the man did not at all know either when their son would be out of his apprenticeship, or where he had gone, she packed him off again to find out, and gave him a bag of food and a roll of tobacco to take away with him. When he had walked for some time, he came to a great wood, and it stretched before him all day long as he went on. And when night began to fall, he saw a great light, and went towards it. After a long, long time, he came to a small hut at the foot of a rock, outside which an old woman was standing, drawing water up from a well with her nose, it was so long. "Good evening, mother," said the man. "Good evening to you too," said the old woman. "No one has called me mother this 100 years." "Can I lodge here tonight?" said the man. "No," said the woman. But the man took out his roll of tobacco, lighted a little of it, and then gave her a whiff. Then she was so delighted that she began to dance, and thus the man got leave to stay the night there. It was not long before he asked about Farmer Weatherbeard. She said that she knew nothing about him, but that she ruled over all the four-footed beasts, and some of them might know him. So she gathered them all together by blowing a whistle which she had, and questioned them, but there was not one of them which knew anything about Farmer Weatherbeard. "Well," said the old woman, "there are 3 of us sisters. It may be that one of the other 2 knows where he is to be found. You shall have the loan of my horse and carriage, and then you will get there by night. But her house is 300 miles off. Go the nearest way you will." The man set out, and got there at night. When he arrived, this old woman also was standing, drawing water out of the well with her nose. "Good evening, mother," said the man. "Good evening to you," said the old woman. "No one has called me mother this 100 years." "Can I lodge here tonight?" said the man. "No," said the old woman. Then he took out the roll of tobacco, took a whiff, and gave the old woman some snuff on the back of her hand. Then she was so delighted that she began to dance, and the man got leave to stay all night. It was not long before he begun to ask about Farmer Weatherbeard. She knew nothing about him, but she ruled over all the fishes, she said, and perhaps some of them might know something. So she gathered them all together, and blowing a whistle which she had, and questioned them. But there was not one of them which knew anything about Farmer Weatherbeard. "Well," said the old woman, "I have another sister, perhaps she may know something about him. She lives 600 miles off, but you shall have my horse and carriage, and then you will get there by nightfall." So the man set off, and he got there by nightfall. The old woman was standing raking the fire, and she was doing it with her nose, so long it was. "Good evening, mother," said the man. "Good evening to you," said the woman. "No one has called me mother this 100 years." "Can I lodge here tonight?" said the man. "No," said the old woman. But the man pulled out his roll of tobacco again, and filled his pipe with some of it, and gave the old woman enough snuff to cover the back of her hand. Then she was so delighted that she began to dance, and the man got leave to stay in her house. It was not long before he asked about Farmer Weatherbeard. She knew nothing at all about him, she said, but she governed all the birds, and she gathered them together with her whistle. When she questioned them all, the eagle was not there, but it came soon afterwards, and when asked it said that it had just come from Farmer Weatherbeard's. Then the old woman said that it was to guide the man to him. But the eagle would have something to eat first, and then it wanted to wait until the next day, for it was so tired with the long journey that it was scarcely able to rise from the earth. When the eagle had had plenty of food and rest, the old woman plucked a feather out of its tail and set the man in the feather's place, and then the bird flew away with him, but they did not get to Farmer Weatherbeard's before midnight. When they got there, the eagle said, "There are a great many dead bodies lying outside the door, but you must not concern yourself about them. The people who are inside the house are all so sound asleep that it will not be easy to awake them, but you must go straight to the table drawer and take out 3 bits of bread, and if you hear anyone snoring, pluck 3 feathers from his head. He will not waken for that." The man did this. When he got the bits of bread, he first plucked out 1 feather. "Oof!" screamed Farmer Weatherbeard. So the man plucked out another, and then Farmer Weatherbeard shrieked "Oof!" again. But when the man had plucked the 3rd, Farmer Weatherbeard screamed so loudly that the man thought that the brick and mortar would be rent in twain. But for all that he went on sleeping. And now the eagle told the man what he was to do next, and he did it. He went to the stable door, and there he stumbled upon a hard stone which he picked up, and beneath it lay 3 splinters of wood, which he also picked up. He knocked at the stable door, and it opened at once. He threw down the 3 little bits of bread, and a hare came out and ate them. He caught the hare. Then the eagle told him to pluck 3 feathers out of its tail, and put in the hare, the stone, the splinters of wood, and himself instead of them, and then he would be able to carry them all home. When the eagle had flown a long way, it alighted upon a stone. "Do you see anything?" it asked. "Yes, I see a flock of crows coming flying after us," said the man. "Then we shall do well to fly on a little farther," said the eagle, and off it set. In a short time it asked again, "Do you see anything now?" "Yes, now the crows are close behind us," said the man. "Then throw down the 3 feathers which you plucked out of his head," said the eagle. So the man did this, and no sooner than he had flung them down than the feathers became a flock of ravens, which chased the crows home again. Then the eagle flew on much farther with the man, but at length it alighted on a stone for a while. "Do you see anything?" it said. "I am not quite certain," said the man, "but I think I see something coming in the far distance." "Then we shall do well to fly on a little farther," said the eagle, and away it went. "Do you see anything now?" it said, after some time had gone by. "Yes, they are close behind us," said the man. "Then throw down the splinters of wood which you took from beneath the grey stone by the stable door," said the Eagle. The man did this, and no sooner had he flung them down than they grew into a great thick wood, and Farmer Weatherbeard had to go home for an axe to cut his way through it. So the Eagle flew on a long, long way, but then it grew tired and sat down on a fir tree. "Do you see anything?" it asked. "Yes, I am not quite certain," said the man, "but I think I can catch a glimpse of something far, far away." "Then we shall do well to fly on a little farther," said the Eagle, and it set off again. "Do you see anything now?" it said after some time had gone by. "Yes, he is close behind us now," said the man. "Then you must fling down the great stone which you took away from the stable door," said the Eagle. The man did so, and it turned into a great high mountain of stone, which Farmer Weatherbeard had to break his way through before he could follow them. But when he had got to the middle of the mountain he broke one of his legs and had to go home to get it put right. While he was doing this the Eagle flew off to the man's home with him, and with the hare. And when they had got home the man went to the churchyard and had some Christian earth laid upon the hare, and then it turned into his son Jack. When the time came for the fair, the youth turned himself into a light-coloured horse, and bade his father go to the market with him. "If anyone should come who wants to buy me," said he, "you are to tell him that you want $100 for me, but you must not forget to take off the halter, for if you do I shall never be able to get away from Farmer Weatherbeard, for he is the man who will come and bargain for me." And thus it happened. A horse dealer came who had a great fancy to bargain for the horse, and the man got $100 for it. But when the bargain was made, and Jack's father had got the money, the horse dealer wanted to have the halter. "That was no part of our bargain," said the man, "and the halter you shall not have, for I have other horses which I have to sell." So each of them went his way, but the horse dealer had not got very far with Jack before he resumed his own form again, and when the man got home he was sitting on the bench by the stove. The next day he changed himself into a brown horse, and told his father that he was to set off to market with him. "If a man should come who wants to buy me," said Jack, "you are to tell him that you want $200, for that he will give, and treat you besides. But whatsoever you drink, and whatsoever you do, don't forget to take the halter off me, or you will never see me more." And thus it happened. The man got his $200 for the horse, and was treated as well, and when they parted from each other it was just as much as he could do to remember to take off the halter. But the buyer had not got far on his way before the youth took his own form again, and when the man reached home Jack was already sitting on the bench by the stove. On the third day all happened the same way. The youth changed himself into a great black horse, and told his father that if a man came by and offered him $300, and treated him well and handsomely into the bargain, he was to sell him, but whatsoever he did, or how much soever he drank, he must not forget to take off the halter, or else he himself would never get away from Farmer Weatherbeard as long as he lived. "No," said the man, "I will not forget." When he got to the market he received the $300, but Farmer Weatherbeard treated him so handsomely that he quite forgot to take off the halter, so Farmer Weatherbeard went away with the horse. When he had got some distance he had to go into an inn to get some more brandy, so he set a barrel full of red-hot nails under his horse's nose, and a trough filled with oats beneath its tail, and then he tied the halter fast to a hook and went away into the inn. So the horse stood there stamping and kicking and snorting and rearing, and out came a girl who thought it a sin and a shame to treat a horse so ill. "Ah, poor creature, what a master you must have to treat you thus," she said, and pushed the halter off the hook so that the horse might turn around and eat the oats. "I am here," shrieked Farmer Weatherbeard, rushing out of doors, but the horse had already shaken off the halter and flung himself into a goose pond, where he changed himself into a little fish. Farmer Weatherbeard went after him, and changed himself into a great pike. So Jack turned himself into a dove, and Farmer Weatherbeard turned himself into a hawk, and flew after the dove and struck it. But a princess was standing at a window in the king's palace watching the struggle. If thou didst but know as much as I know, thou wouldst fly in to me through the window, said the princess to the dove. So the dove came flying in through the window and changed itself into Jack again, and told her all as it had happened. Change thyself into a gold ring, and set thyself on my finger, said the princess. No, that will not do, said Jack, for then Farmer Weatherbeard will make the king fall sick, and there will be no one who can make him well again before Farmer Weatherbeard comes and cures him, and for that he will demand the gold ring. I will say that it was my mother's, and that I will not part with it, said the princess. So Jack changed himself into a gold ring and set himself on the princess's finger, and Farmer Weatherbeard could not get at him there. But then all that the youth had foretold came to pass. The king became ill, and there was no doctor who could cure him till Farmer Weatherbeard arrived, and he demanded the ring which was on the princess's finger as a reward. So the king sent a messenger to the princess for the ring. She, however, refused to part with it, because she had inherited it from her mother. When the king was informed of this, he fell into a rage, and said that he would have the ring, let her have inherited it from whom she might. Well, it is no use to be angry about it, said the princess, for I can't get it off. If you want the ring, you will have to take the finger too. I will try, and then the ring will very soon come off, said Farmer Weatherbeard. No, thank you, I will try myself, said the princess, and she went away to the fireplace and put some ashes on the ring. So the ring came off, and was lost among the ashes. Farmer Weatherbeard changed himself into a hare, which scratched and scraped about in the fireplace after the ring, until the ashes were up to its ears. But Jack changed himself into a fox, and bit the hare's head off, and if Farmer Weatherbeard was possessed by the evil one, all was now over with him. End of chapter 29. Recording by Alana Jordan, St. Louis, Missouri.
Chapter 30 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 30. Mother Holle. Once upon a time there was a widow who had 2 daughters. One of them was pretty and clever, and the other one ugly and lazy. But as the ugly one was her own daughter, she liked her far the best of the 2, and the pretty one had to do all the work of the house, and was in fact the regular maid of all work. Every day she had to sit by a well on the high road and spin till her fingers were so sore that they often bled. One day some drops of blood fell on her spindle, so she dipped it into the well, meaning to wash it. But as luck would have it, it dropped from her hand and fell right in. She ran weeping to her stepmother and told her what had happened, but she scolded her harshly and was so merciless in her anger that she said, "Well, since you've dropped the spindle down, you must just go after it yourself, and don't let me see your face again until you bring it with you." Then the poor girl returned to the well, and not knowing what she was about, in the despair and misery of her heart, she sprang into the well and sank to the bottom. For a time she lost all consciousness, and when she came to herself again, she was lying in a lovely meadow, with the sun shining brightly overhead, and 1,000 flowers blooming at her feet. She rose up and wandered through this enchanted place, till she came to a baker's oven full of bread, and the bread called out to her as she passed, "Oh, take me out, or I shall be burnt to a cinder. I am quite done enough." So she stepped up quickly to the oven and took out all the loaves, one after the other. Then she went on a little farther, and came to a tree laden with beautiful rosy-cheeked apples, and as she passed by, it called out, "Oh, shake me, my apples are all quite ripe." She did as she was asked, and shook the tree till the apples fell like rain, and none were left hanging. When she had gathered them all up into a heap, she went on her way again, and came at length to a little house, at the door of which sat an old woman. The old dame had such large teeth that the girl felt frightened and wanted to run away, but the old woman called after her,
"What are you afraid of, dear child? Stay with me and be my little maid, and if you do your work well, I will reward you handsomely. But you must be very careful how you make my bed. You must shake it well till the feathers fly. Then people in the world below say it snows, for I am Mother Holle."
She spoke so kindly that the girl took heart and agreed readily to enter her service. She did her best to please the old woman, and shook her bed with such a will that the feathers flew about like snowflakes. So she led a very easy life, was never scolded, and lived on the fat of the land. But after she had been some time with Mother Holle, she grew sad and depressed, and at first she hardly knew herself what was the matter. At last she discovered that she was homesick, so she went to Mother Holle and said, "I know I am 1,000 times better off here than I ever was in my life before, but notwithstanding I have a great longing to go home, in spite of all your kindness to me. I can remain with you no longer, but must return to my own people." "Your desire to go home pleases me," said Mother Holle, "and because you have served me so faithfully, I will show you the way back into the world myself." So she took her by the hand, and led her to an open door, and as the girl passed through it, there fell a heavy shower of gold all over her, till she was covered with it from top to toe. "That's a reward for being such a good little maid," said Mother Holle, and she gave her the spindle too that had fallen into the well. Then she shut the door, and the girl found herself back in the world again, not far from her own house, and when she came to the courtyard, the old hen, who sat on the top of the wall, called out,
"Click, clock, clock, our golden maids come back."
Then she went in to her stepmother, and as she had returned covered with gold, she was welcomed home. She proceeded to tell all that had happened to her, and when the mother heard how she had come by her riches, she was most anxious to secure the same luck for her own idle, ugly daughter. So she told her to sit at the well and spin. In order to make her spindle bloody, she stuck her hand into a hedge of thorns and pricked her finger. Then she threw the spindle into the well and jumped in herself after it. Like her sister, she came to the beautiful meadow, and followed the same path. When she reached the baker's oven, the bread called out as before, "Oh, take me out, or I shall be burned to a cinder. I am quite done enough." But the good-for-nothing girl answered, "A pretty joke indeed, just as if I should dirty my hands for you." And on she went. Soon she came to the apple tree, which cried, "Oh, shake me, my apples are all quite ripe." "I'll see myself farther," she replied, "one of them might fall on my head." And so she pursued her way. When she came to Mother Holle's house, she wasn't the least afraid, for she had been warned about her big teeth, and she readily agreed to become her maid. The first day she worked very hard,
and did all her mistress told her, for she thought of the gold she would give her. But on the second day she began to be lazy, and on the third she wouldn't even get up in the morning. She didn't make Mother Holle's bed as she ought to have done, and never shook it enough to make the feathers fly. So her mistress soon grew weary of her, and dismissed her, much to the lazy creature's delight. For now, she thought, the shower of golden rain will come. Mother Holle led her to the same door as she had done her sister, but when she passed through it, instead of the gold rain, a kettle full of pitch came showering over her. "That's a reward for your service," said Mother Holle, and she closed the door behind her. So the lazy girl came home all covered with pitch, and when the old hen on the top of the wall saw her, it called out,
"Click, clock, clock! Our dirty sluts come back!"
But the pitch remained sticking to her, and never, as long as she lived, could it be got off. Note: Grimm. End of chapter 30. Mother Holle. Recording by Iswa in Belgium in January 2009.
Chapter 31 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alana Jordan. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 31. Minnikin. There was, once upon a time, a couple of needy folk who lived in a wretched hut, in which there was nothing but black want. So they had neither food to eat nor wood to burn. But if they had next to nothing, of all else they had the blessing of God, so far as children were concerned, and every year brought them one more. The man was not overpleased at this. He was always going about grumbling and growling, and saying that it seemed to him that there might be such a thing as having too many of these good gifts. So shortly before another baby was born, he went away into the wood for some firewood, saying that he did not want to see the new child. He would hear him quite soon enough when he began to squall for some food. As soon as this baby was born, it began to look about the room. "Ah, my dear mother," said he, "give me some of my brother's old clothes, and food enough for a few days, and I will go out into the world and seek my fortune, for, so far as I can see, you have children enough." "Heaven help thee, my son," said the mother, "that will never do. Thou art still far too little." But the little creature was determined to do it, and begged and prayed so long that the mother was forced to let him have some old rags, and tie up a little food for him, and then gaily and happily he went out into the world. But almost before he was out of the house another boy was born, and he too looked about him and said, "Ah, my dear mother, give me some of my brother's old clothes, and food for some days, and then I will go out into the world and find my twin brother, for you have children enough." "Heaven help thee, little creature, thou art far too little for that," said the woman. "It would never do." But she spoke to no purpose, for the boy begged and prayed until he had got some old rags and a bundle of provisions, and then he set out manfully into the world to find his twin brother. When the younger had walked for some time, he caught sight of his brother a short distance in front of him, and called to him and bade him to stop. "Wait a minute," he said. "You are walking as if for a wager, but you ought to have stayed to see your younger brother before you hurried off into the world." So the elder stood still and looked back, and when the younger had got up to him and had told him that he was his brother, he said, "But now let us sit down and see what kind of food our mother has given us." And that they did. When they had walked on a little farther they came to a brook which ran through a green meadow, and there the younger said that they ought to christen each other. As we had to make such haste, and had no time to do it at home, we may as well do it here, said he. What will you be called? asked the elder. I will be called Minnikin, answered the second. And you, what will you be called? I will be called King Pippin, answered the elder. They christened each other, and then went onwards. When they had walked for some time, they came to a crossway, and there they agreed to part, and each take his own road. This they did, but no sooner had they walked a short distance than they met again. So they parted once more, and each took his own road, but in a very short time the same thing happened again. They met each other before they were at all aware, and so it happened the third time also. Then they arranged with each other that each should choose his own quarter, and one should go east and the other west. But if you ever fall into any need or trouble, said the elder, call me thrice, and I will come and help you. Only you must not call me until you are in the utmost need. In that case we shall not see each other for some time, said Minnikin. So they bade farewell to each other, and Minnikin went east, and King Pippin went west. When Minnikin had walked a long way alone, he met an old, crook-backed hag, who had only one eye. Minnikin stole it. "Oh, oh!" cried the hag, "what has become of my eye?" "What will you give me to get your eye back?" said Minnikin. "I will give thee a sword, which is such a sword that it can conquer a whole army, let it be ever so great," replied the woman. "Let me have it then," said Minnikin. The old hag gave him the sword, so she got her eye back. Then Minnikin went onwards, and when he had wandered on for some time, he again met an old, crook-backed hag, who had only one eye. Minnikin stole it before she was aware. "Oh, oh! What has become of my eye?" cried the old hag. "What will you give me to get your eye back?" said Minnikin. "I will give thee a ship which can sail over fresh water and salt water, over high hills and deep dales," answered the old woman. "Let me have it then," said Minnikin. So the old woman gave him a little bit of a ship, which was no bigger than he could put in his pocket, and then she got her eye back, and she went her way and Minnikin his. When he had walked on for a long time, he met for the third time an old, crook-backed hag, who had only one eye. This eye also Minnikin stole, and when the woman screamed and lamented, and asked what had become of her eye, Minnikin said, "What will you give me to get your eye back?" "I will give thee the art to brew 100 lasts of malt in one brewing." So, for teaching that art, the old hag got her eye back, and they both went away by different roads. But when Minnikin had walked a short distance, it seemed to him that it might be worth while to see what his ship could do. So he took it out of his pocket, and first he put one foot into it, and then the other, and no sooner had he put one foot into the ship than it became much larger, and when he set the other foot into it, it grew as large as ships that sail on the sea. Then Minnikin said, "Now go over fresh water and salt water, over high hills and deep dales, and do not stop until thou comest to the king's palace." And in an instant the ship went away as swiftly as any bird in the air, till it got just below the king's palace, and there it stood still. From the windows of the king's palace many persons had seen Minnikin come sailing thither, and had stood to watch him, and they were all so astounded that they ran down to see what manner of man this could be who came sailing in a ship through the air. But when they were running down from the king's palace, Minnikin had got out of the ship and had put it in his pocket again, for the moment he got out of it, it once more became as small as it had been when he got it from the old woman, and those who came from the king's palace could see nothing but a ragged little boy who was standing down by the seashore. The King asked where had he come from, but the boy said he did not know, nor yet could he tell them how he had got there. But he begged very earnestly and prettily for a place in the King's palace. If there was nothing else for him to do, he said he would fetch wood and water for the kitchen maid, and that he obtained leave to do. When Minnikin went up to the King's palace, he saw that everything there was hung with black, both outside and inside, from the bottom to the top, so he asked the kitchen maid what that meant. "Oh, I will tell you that," answered the kitchen maid. "The King's daughter was long ago promised away to 3 Trolls, and next Thursday evening one of them is come to fetch her. Ritter Red has said that he will be able to set her free, but who knows whether he will be able to do it. So you may easily imagine what grief and distress we are in here." So when Thursday evening came, Ritter Red accompanied the Princess to the seashore, for there she was to meet the Troll, and Ritter Red was to stay with her and protect her. He, however, was very unlikely to do the Troll much injury, for no sooner had the Princess seated herself by the seashore than Ritter Red climbed up into a great tree which was standing there, and hid himself as well as he could among the branches. The Princess wept and begged him most earnestly not to go and leave her, but Ritter Red did not concern himself about that. "It is better that one should die than 2," said he. In the meantime Minnikin begged the kitchen maid very prettily to give him leave to go down to the strand for a short time. "Oh, what could you do down at the strand?" said the kitchen maid. "You have nothing to do there." "Oh yes, my dear, just let me go," said Minnikin. "I should so like to go and amuse myself with the other children." "Well, well, go then," said the kitchen maid, "but don't let me find you staying there over the time when the pan has to be set on the fire for supper, and the roast put on the spit, and mind you bring back a good big armful of wood for the kitchen." Minnikin promised this, and ran down to the seashore. Just as he got to the place where the King's daughter was sitting, the Troll came rushing up with a great whistling and whirring, and he was so big and stout that he was terrible to see, and he had 5 heads. "Fire!" screeched the Troll. "Fire yourself!" said Minnikin. "Can you fight?" roared the Troll. "If not, I can learn," said Minnikin. So the Troll struck at him with a great thick iron bar which he had in his fist, till the sods flew 5 yards up into the air. "Fie!" said Minnikin. "That was not much of a blow. Now you shall see one of mine." So he grasped the sword which he had got from the old crook-backed woman, and slashed at the Troll, so that all 5 heads went flying away over the sands. When the Princess saw that she was delivered, she was so delighted that she did not know what she was doing, and skipped and danced. "Come and sleep a bit with your head in my lap," she said to Minnikin, and as he slept she put a golden dress on him. But when Ritter Red saw that there was no longer any danger afoot, he lost no time in creeping down from the tree. He then threatened the Princess, until at length she was forced to promise to say that it was he who had rescued her, for he had told her that if she did not he would kill her. Then he took the Troll's lungs and tongue and put them in his pocket handkerchief, and led the Princess back to the King's palace, and whatsoever had been lacking to him in the way of honor before was lacking no longer, for the King did not know how to exalt him enough, and always set him on his own right hand at table. As for Minnikin, first he went out on the Troll's ship, and took a great quantity of gold and silver hoops away with him, and then he trotted back to the King's palace. When the kitchen maid caught sight of all this gold and silver, she was quite amazed, and said, "My dear friend Minnikin, where have you got all that from?" For she was half afraid that he had not come by it honestly. "Oh," answered Minnikin, "I have been home a while, and these hoops had fallen off some of our buckets, so I brought them away with me for you." So when the kitchen maid heard that they were for her, she asked no more questions about the matter. She thanked Minnikin, and everything was right again at once. Next Thursday evening all went just the same, and everyone was full of grief and affliction, but Ritter Red said that he had been able to deliver the king's daughter from one troll, so that he could very easily deliver her from another, and he led her down to the seashore. But he did not do much harm to this troll either, for when the time came when the troll might be expected, he said as he had said before, "It is better that one should die than two," and he climbed up into the tree again. Minnikin once more begged the cook's leave to go down to the seashore for a short time. "Oh, what can you do there?" said the cook. "My dear, do let me go," said Minnikin. "I should like to go down there and amuse myself a little with the other children." So this time also she said that he should have leave to go, but he must first promise that he would be back by the time the joint was turned, and that he would bring a great armful of wood with him. No sooner had Minnikin got down to the strand than the troll came rushing along with a great whistling and roaring, and he was thrice as big as the first troll, and he had 10 heads. "Fire!" shrieked the troll. "Fire yourself!" said Minnikin. "Can you fight?" roared the troll. "If not, I can learn," said Minnikin. So the troll struck at him with his iron club, which was bigger than that which the first troll had had, so that the earth flew 10 yards up in the air. "Fie!" said Minnikin. "That was not much of a blow. Now you shall see one of my blows." Then he grasped his sword and struck at the troll so that all his 10 heads danced away over the sands. And again the king's daughter said to him, "Sleep a while on my lap." And while Minnikin lay there, she drew some silver raiment over him. As soon as Ritter Red saw that there was no longer any danger afoot, he crept down from the tree and threatened the princess until at last she was again forced to promise to say that it was he who had rescued her, after which he took the tongue and the lungs of the troll and put them in his pocket handkerchief, and then he conducted the princess back to the palace. There was joy and gladness in the palace, as it may be imagined, and the king did not know how to show enough honor and respect to Ritter Red. Minnikin, however, took home with him an armful of gold and silver hoops from the troll's ship. When he came back to the king's palace, the kitchen maid clapped her hands and wondered where he could have got all that gold and silver, but Minnikin answered that he had been home for a short time, and that it was only the hoops which had fallen off some pails, and that he had brought them away for the kitchen maid. When the third Thursday evening came, everything happened exactly as it had happened on the 2 former occasions. Everything in the king's palace was hung with black, and everyone was sorrowful and distressed. But Ritter Red said that he did not think that they had much reason to be afraid. He had delivered the king's daughter from 2 trolls, so he could easily deliver her from the third as well. He led her down to the strand, but when the time drew near for the troll to come, he climbed up into the tree again and hid himself. The princess wept and entreated him to stay, but all to no purpose. He stuck to his old speech, "It is better that 1 life should be lost than 2. This evening also Minnikin begged for leave to go down to the seashore. "Oh, what can you do there?" answered the kitchen maid. However, he begged until at last he got leave to go, but he was forced to promise that he would be back again in the kitchen when the roast had to be turned. And almost immediately after he had got down to the seashore, the troll came with a great whizzing and whirring, and he was much, much bigger than either of the 2 former ones, and he had 15 heads. "Fire!" roared the troll. "Fire yourself!" said Minnikin. "Can you fight?" screamed the troll. "If not, I can learn," said Minnikin. "I will teach you," yelled the troll, and struck at him with his iron club, so that the earth flew up 15 yards high into the air. "Fie," said Minnikin, "that was not much of a blow. Now I will let you see one of my blows." So saying, he grasped the sword and cut at the Troll in such a way that all his 15 heads danced away over the sands. Then the Princess was delivered, and she thanked Minnikin and blessed him for saving her. "Sleep a while now on my lap," said she, and while he lay there, she put a garment of brass upon him. "But now how shall we have made it known that it was you who saved me?" said the King's daughter. "That I will tell you," answered Minnikin. "When Ritter Red has taken you home again, and given out that it was he who rescued you, he will, as you know, have you to wife, and half the kingdom. But when they ask you on your wedding day whom you will have to be your cupbearer, you must say, 'I will have the ragged boy who is in the kitchen and carries wood and water for the kitchen maid. And when I am filling your cups for you, I will spill a drop upon his plate, but none upon yours, and then he will be angry and strike me, and this will take place thrice. But the third time you must say, Shame on you thus to spite the beloved of mine heart. It is he who delivered me from the Troll, and he is the one whom I will have." Then Minnikin ran back to the King's palace as he had done before, but first he went on board the Troll's ship and took a great quantity of gold and silver and other precious things, and out of these he once more gave to the kitchen maid a whole armful of gold and silver hoops. No sooner did Ritter Red see that all danger was over than he crept down from the tree, and threatened the King's daughter till he made her promise to say that he had rescued her. Then he conducted her back to the King's palace, and if honor enough had not been done to him before, it was certainly done now, for the King had no other thought than how to make much of the man who had saved his daughter from the 3 Trolls, and it was settled then that Ritter Red should marry her and receive half the kingdom. On the wedding day, however, the Princess begged that she might have the little boy who was in the kitchen and carried wood and water for the kitchen maid to fill the wine cups at the wedding feast. "Oh, what can you want with that dirty, ragged boy in here?" said Ritter Red. But the Princess said that she insisted on having him as cupbearer and would have no one else. And at last she got leave, and then everything was done as had been agreed upon between the Princess and Minnikin. He spilt a drop on Ritter Red's plate, but none upon hers, and each time that he did it, Ritter Red fell into a rage and struck him. At the first blow all the ragged garments which he had worn in the kitchen fell off Minnikin, and at the second blow the brass garments fell off, and at the third the silver raiment, and there he stood in the golden raiment, which was so bright and splendid that light flashed from it. Then the King's daughter said, "Shame on you thus to spite the beloved of my heart. It is he who delivered me from the Troll, and he is the one whom I will have." Ritter Red swore that he was the man who had saved her, but the King said, "He who delivered my daughter must have some token in proof of it." So Ritter Red ran off at once for his handkerchief with the lungs and tongue, and Minnikin went and brought all the gold and silver and precious things which he had taken out of the Troll's ships, and they each of them laid these tokens before the King. "He who has such precious things in gold and silver and diamonds," said the King, "must be the one who killed the Troll, for such things are not to be had anywhere else." So Ritter Red was thrown into the snake pit, and Minnikin was to have the Princess and half the kingdom. One day the King went out walking with Minnikin, and Minnikin asked him if he had never had any other children. "Yes," said the King, "I had another daughter, but the Troll carried her away, because there was no one who could deliver her. You are going to have one daughter of mine, but if you can set free the other, who has been taken by the Troll, you shall willingly have her too, and the other half of the kingdom as well." "I may as well make the attempt," said Minnikin, "but I must have an iron rope, which is 500 ells long, and then I must have 500 men with me, and provisions for 5 weeks, for I have a long voyage before me." So the king said he should have these things, but the king was afraid that he had no ship large enough to carry them all. "But I have a ship of my own," said Minnikin, and he took the one which the old woman had given him out of his pocket. The king laughed at him and thought it was only one of his jokes, but Minnikin begged him just to give him what he had asked for, and then he should see something. Then all that Minnikin had asked for was brought. At first he ordered them to lay the cable in the ship, but there was no one who was able to lift it, and there was only room for 1 or 2 men at a time in the little bit of a ship. Then Minnikin himself took hold of the cable and laid 1 or 2 links of it into the ship, and as he threw the links into it the ship grew bigger and bigger, and at last it was so large that the cable and the 500 men and provisions and Minnikin himself had room enough. "Now go over fresh water and salt water, over hill and dale, and do not stop until thou comest to where the king's daughter is," said Minnikin to the ship, and off it went in a moment over land and water, till the wind whistled and moaned all round about it. When they sailed thus a long, long way, the ship stopped short in the middle of the sea. "Ah, now we have got there," said Minnikin, "but how we are to get back again is a very different thing." Then he took the cable and tied one end of it round his body. "Now I must go to the bottom," he said, "but when I give a good jerk to the cable and want to come up again, you must all pull like one man, or there will be an end of all life both for you and for me." So saying, he sprang into the water, and yellow bubbles rose up all around him. He sank lower and lower, and at last he came to the bottom. There he saw a large hill with a door in it, and in he went. When he had got inside, he found the other princess sitting sewing. But when she saw Minnikin, she clapped her hands. "Ah, heaven be praised!" she cried. "I have not seen a Christian man since I came here." "I have come for you," said Minnikin. "Alas, you will not be able to get me," said the king's daughter. "It is no use even to think that. If the Troll catches sight of you, he will take your life." "You had better tell me about him," said Minnikin. "Where is he gone? It would be amusing to see him." So the king's daughter told Minnikin that the Troll was out, trying to get hold of someone who could brew 100 lasts of malt at one brewing, for there was to be a feast at the Troll's, at which less than that would not be drunk. "I can do that," said Minnikin. "Ah, if only the Troll were not so quick-tempered I might have told him that," answered the princess, "but he is so ill-natured that he will tear you to pieces, I fear, as soon as he comes in. But I will try to find some way of doing it. Can you hide yourself here in the cupboard, and then we will see what happens." Minnikin did this, and almost before he had crept into the cupboard and hidden himself, came the Troll. "Huff! What a smell of Christian man's blood!" said the Troll. "Yes, a bird flew over the roof with a Christian man's bone in his bill, and let it fall down our chimney," answered the princess. "I made haste enough to get it away again, but it must be that which smells so, notwithstanding." "Yes, it must be that," said the Troll. Then the princess asked if he had got hold of anyone who could brew 100 lasts of malt at one brewing. "No, there is no one who can do it," said the Troll. "A short time since there was a man here who said he could do it," said the king's daughter. "How clever you always are," said the Troll. "How could you let him get away? You must have known that I was just wanting a man of that kind." "Well, but I did not let him go after all," said the princess. But father is so quick-tempered, so I hid him in the cupboard. But if father has not found anyone then, the man is still here. Let him come in," said the Troll. When Minnikin came, the Troll asked if it were true that he could brew 100 lasts of malt at one brewing. "Yes," said Minnikin, "it is." "It is well then that I have lighted on thee," said the Troll. "Fall to work this very minute, but heaven help thee if thou dost not brew the ale strong." "Oh, it shall taste well," said Minnikin, and at once set himself to work to brew. "But I must have more Trolls to help carry what is wanted," said Minnikin. "These that I have are good for nothing." So he got more, and so many that there was a swarm of them, and the brewing went on. When the sweet wort was ready they were all, as a matter of course, anxious to taste it. First the Troll himself, and then the others. But Minnikin had brewed the wort so strong that they all fell down dead like so many flies as soon as they had drunk any of it. At last there was no one but one wretched old hag who was lying behind the stove. "Oh, poor old creature," said Minnikin, "you shall have a taste of the old wort too, like the rest." So he went away and scooped up a little from the bottom of the brewing vat in a milk pan, and gave it to her, and then he was quit of the whole of them. While Minnikin was now standing there looking about him, he cast his eye on a large chest. This he took and filled it with gold and silver, and then he tied the cable round himself and the Princess and the chest, and tugged at the rope with all his might, whereupon his men drew them up safe and sound. As soon as Minnikin had got safely on his ship again, he said, "Now go over salt water and fresh water, over hill and dale, and do not stop until thou comest unto the King's palace." And in a moment the ship went off so fast that the yellow foam rose up all round about it. When those who were in the King's palace saw the ship, they lost no time in going to meet him with song and music, and thus they marched up towards Minnikin with great rejoicings. But the gladdest of all was the King, for now he had got his other daughter back again. But now Minnikin was not happy, for both the princesses wanted to have him, and he wanted to have none other than the one whom he had first saved, and she was the younger. For this cause he was continually walking backwards and forwards, thinking how he could contrive to get her, and yet do nothing that was unkind to her sister. One day when he was walking about and thinking of this, it came into his mind that if he only had his brother King Pippin with him, who was so like himself that no one could distinguish the one from the other, he could let him have the elder princess and half the kingdom. As for himself, he thought, the other half was quite enough. And soon as this thought occurred to him, he went outside the palace and called for King Pippin, but no one came. So he called a second time, and a little louder, but no, still no one came. So Minnikin called for the third time, and with all his might, and there stood his brother by his side. "I had told you you were not to call me unless you were in the utmost need," he said to Minnikin, "and there is not even so much as a midge here who can do you any harm." And with that he gave Minnikin such a blow that he rolled over in the grass. "Shame on you to strike me," said Minnikin. "First I have won one princess and half the kingdom, and then the other princess and the other half of the kingdom, and now, when I was just thinking that I would give you one of the princesses and one of the halves of the kingdom, do you think you have any reason to give me such a blow?" When King Pippin heard that, he begged his brother's pardon, and they were reconciled at once and became good friends. "Now, as you know," said Minnikin, "we are so like each other that no one can tell us from the other. So just change clothes with me and go up to the palace, and then the princesses will think that I am coming in, and the one who kisses you first shall be yours, and I will have the other." For he knew that the elder princess was the stronger, and he could very well guess how things would go. King Pippin at once agreed to this. He changed clothes with his brother and went into the palace. When he entered the princess's apartments, they believed that he was Minnikin, and both of them ran up to him at once, but the elder, who was bigger and stronger, pushed her sister aside and threw her arms around King Pippin's neck and kissed him. So he got her to wife. And Minnikin, the younger sister. It will be easy to understand that 2 weddings took place, and they were so magnificent that they were heard of and talked about all over 7 kingdoms. End of 31. Recording by Alana Jordan in St. Louis, Missouri.
Chapter 32 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendelin. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 32. Bushy Bride. There was once on a time a widower who had a son and a daughter by his first wife. They were both good children and loved each other with all their hearts. After some time had gone by, the man married again, and he chose a widow with one daughter who was ugly and wicked. And her mother was ugly and wicked too. From the very day that the new wife came into the house, there was no peace for the man's children, and not a corner to be found where they could get any rest. So the boy thought that the best thing he could do was to go out into the world and try to earn his own bread. When he had roamed about for some time, he came to the king's palace, where he obtained a place under the coachman, and very brisk and active he was, and the horses that he looked after were so fat and sleek that they shone again. But his sister, who was still at home, fared worse and worse. Both her stepmother and her stepsister were always finding fault with her, whatsoever she did and whithersoever she went. And they scolded her and abused her so that she never had an hour's peace. They made her do all the hard work, and hard words fell to her lot early and late, but little enough food accompanied them. One day they sent her to the brook to fetch some water home, and an ugly and horrible head rose up out of the water, and said, "Wash me, girl." "Oh, yes, I will wash you with pleasure," said the girl, and began to wash and scrub the ugly face, but she couldn't help thinking that it was a very unpleasant piece of work. And when she had done it, and done it well, another head rose up out of the water, this one uglier still. "Brush me, girl," said the head. "Yes, I will brush you with pleasure," said the girl, and set to work with the tangled hair, and, as may be easily imagined, this too was by no means pleasant work. When she had got it done, another and much more ugly and horrible-looking head rose up out of the water. "Kiss me, girl," said the head. "Oh, yes, I will kiss you," said the man's daughter, and she did it, but she thought it was the worst bit of work that she had ever had to do in her life. So the heads all began to talk to each other, and to ask what they should do for this girl who was so full of kindliness. "She shall be the prettiest girl that ever was, and fair and bright as the day," said the first head. "Gold shall drop from her hair wherever she brushes," said the second. "Gold shall drop from her mouth whenever she speaks," said the third. So when the man's daughter went home, looking as beautiful and bright as day, the stepmother and her daughter grew much more ill-tempered, and it was worse still when she began to talk, and they saw that gold coins dropped from her mouth. The stepmother fell into such a towering passion that she drove the man's daughter into the pigsty. She might stay there with her fine shoe of gold, the stepmother said, but she should not be permitted to step foot in the house. It was not long before the mother wanted her own daughter to go to the stream to fetch water. When she got there with her pails, the first head rose up out of the water close to the bank. "Wash me, girl," it said. "Wash yourself," answered the woman's daughter. Then the second head appeared. "Brush me, girl." "Brush yourself," said the woman's daughter. And so it went to the bottom, and the third head came up. "Kiss me, girl," said the head. "As if I would kiss your ugly mouth," said the girl. So again the heads talked together about what they should do for this girl, who was so ill-tempered and full of her own importance.
and they agreed that she should have a nose that was 4 ells long, and a jaw that was 3 ells, and a fur brush in the middle of her forehead, and every time she spoke, ashes should fall from her mouth. And when she came back to the cottage door with her pails, she called to her mother, who was inside, "Open the door! Open the door yourself, my own dear child," said the mother. "I can't get near because of my nose," said the daughter. When the mother came and saw her, you may imagine what a state of mind she was in, and how she screamed and lamented, but neither the nose nor the jaw grew any less for that. Now, the brother, who was in service in the king's palace, had taken a portrait of his sister, and he had carried the picture away with him, and every morning and evening he knelt down before it and prayed for his sister, so dearly did he love her. The other stable boys had heard him doing this, so they peeped through the keyhole in his room, and they saw that he was kneeling there before a picture. So they told everyone that every morning and evening the youth knelt down and prayed to an idol which he had, and at last they went to the king himself, and begged that he too would peep through the keyhole, and see for himself what the youth did. At first the king would not believe this, but after a long, long time they prevailed with him, and he crept on tiptoe to the door, peeped through, and saw the youth on his knees, with his hands clasped together before a picture which was hanging on the wall. "Open the door!" cried the king, but the youth did not hear. So the king called to him again, but the youth was praying so fervently that he did not hear him this time either. "Open the door, I say!" cried the king. "It is I want to come in." So the youth sprang to the door and unlocked it, but in his haste he forgot to hide the picture. And when the king entered and saw it, he stood still as if he were in fetters, and could not stir from the spot, for the picture seemed to him so beautiful. "There is nowhere on earth so beautiful a woman as this," said the king. But the youth told him that she was his sister, and that he had painted her, and that if she was not prettier than the picture, she was, at all events, not uglier. "Well, if she's as beautiful as that, I will have her for my queen," said the king, and he commanded the youth to go home and fetch her without a moment's delay, and to lose no time in coming back. The youth promised to make all the haste he could, and set forth from the king's palace. When the brother arrived at home to fetch his sister, her stepmother and stepsister would go too. So they all set out together, and the man's daughter took with her a casket in which she kept her gold, and a dog which was called Little Snow. And these two things were all that she had inherited from her mother. When they had travelled for some time, they had to cross the sea, and the brother sat down at the helm, and the mother and the 2 half-sisters went to the forepart of the vessel, and they sailed a long, long way. At last they came in sight of land. "Look at that white strand there. That is where we shall land," said the brother, pointing across the sea. "What is my brother saying?" inquired the daughter. "He says that you are to throw your casket out into the sea," answered the stepmother. "Well, if my brother says so, I must do it," said the man's daughter, and she flung her casket into the sea. When they sailed for some time longer, the brother once more pointed over the sea. "There you may see the palace to which we are bound," he said. "What is my brother saying?" asked the man's daughter. "Now he says that you are to throw your dog into the sea," answered the stepmother. The man's daughter wept and was sorely troubled, for Little Snow was the dearest thing she had on earth. But at last she threw him overboard. "My brother says that I must do it, but heaven knows how unwilling I am to throw thee out, Little Snow," she said. So they sailed onwards a long way farther. "There thou mayst see the king coming out to meet thee," said the brother, pointing to the seashore. "What is my brother saying?" asked his sister again. "Now he says that you are to make haste and throw yourself overboard," answered the stepmother. She wept and she wailed, but as her brother had said that, she thought she must do it, so she leaped into the sea. When they arrived at the palace, and the king beheld the ugly bride, with a nose that was 4 ells long, a jaw that was 3 ells, and a forehead that had a bush in the middle of it, he was quite terrified. But the wedding feast was all prepared, as regarding brewing and baking, and all the wedding guests were sitting waiting, so, ugly as she was, the king was forced to take her. But he was very wroth, and none can blame him for that, so he caused the brother to be thrown into a pit full of snakes. On the first Thursday night after this, a beautiful maiden came into the kitchen of the palace, and begged the kitchen maid, who slept there, to lend her a brush. She begged very prettily, and got it, and then she brushed her hair, and the gold dropped from it. A little dog was with her, and she said to it, "Go out, little Snow, and see if it will soon be day." This she said thrice, and the third time that she sent out the dog to see, it was very near dawn. And then she was forced to depart, but as she went she said, "Out on thee, ugly Bushy Bride, sleeping so soft by the young king's side. On sand and stones my bed I make, and my brother sleeps with the cold snake, unpitied and unwept." "I shall come twice more, and then never again," said she. In the morning the kitchen maid related what she had seen and heard, and the king said that next Thursday night he himself would watch in the kitchen and see if it was true. And when it had begun to grow dark, he went out into the kitchen to the girl. But though he rubbed his eyes and did everything he could to keep himself awake, it was all in vain, for the Bushy Bride crooned and sang till his eyes were fast closed, and when the beautiful young maiden came, he was sound asleep and snoring. This time also, as before, she borrowed a brush and brushed her hair with it, and the gold dropped down as she did it, and again she sent the dog out 3 times. And when day dawned, she departed, but as she was going, she said as she had said before, "I shall come once more, and then never again." On the third night the king once more insisted on keeping watch. Then he set 2 men to hold him. Each of them was to take an arm, and shake him and jerk him by the arm whenever he seemed to be falling asleep, and he set 2 men to watch his Bushy Bride. But as the night wore on, the Bushy Bride again began to sing and croon, so that his eyes began to close and his head to droop to one side. Then came the lovely maiden, and got the brush and brushed her hair till the gold dropped from it, and then she sent her little Snow out to see if it would soon be day, and this she did 3 times. The third time it was just beginning to grow light, and then she said, "Out on thee, ugly Bushy Bride, sleeping so soft by the young king's side. On sand and stones my bed I make, and my brother sleeps with the cold snake, unpitied and unwept." "Now I shall never come again," she said, and then she turned to go. But the 2 men who were holding the king by the arm seized his hands and forced a knife into his grasp, and then made him cut her little finger just enough to make it bleed. Thus the true bride was freed. Then the king awoke, and she told him all that had taken place, and how her stepmother and stepsister had betrayed her. Then the brother was at once taken up out of the snake pit. The snakes had never touched him, and the stepmother and stepsister were flung down into it instead of him. No one can tell how delighted the king was to get rid of that hideous Bushy Bride, and get a queen who was bright and beautiful as day itself. And now the real wedding was held, and held in such a way that it was heard of and spoken about all over 7 kingdoms. The king and his bride drove to church, and little Snow was in the carriage too. When the blessing was given they went home again, and after that I saw no more of them. End of chapter 32 of The Bushy Bride. Recording by Wendelin, January 26th, 2009.
Chapter 33 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kayla Bernhard. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 33. Snowdrop. Once upon a time, in the middle of winter, when the snowflakes were falling like feathers on the earth, a queen sat on a window framed in black ebony and sewed. And as she sewed and gazed out to the white landscape, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell on the snow outside. And because the red showed out so well against the white, she thought to herself, "Oh, what I wouldn't give to have a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as ebony." And her wish was granted, for not long after a little daughter was born to her, with skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony. They called her Snowdrop, and not long after her birth the queen died. After a year, the king married again. His new wife was a beautiful woman, but so proud and overbearing that she couldn't stand any rival to her beauty. She possessed a magic mirror, and when she used to stand before it gazing at her own reflection and ask, "Mirror, mirror, hanging there, who in all the land's most fair?" it always replied, "You are most fair, my lady queen. None fairer in the land, I ween." Then she was quite happy, for she knew the mirror always spoke the truth. But Snowdrop was growing prettier and prettier every day, and when she was 7 years old she was as beautiful as she could be, and fairer even than the queen herself. One day when the latter asked her mirror the usual question, it replied, "My lady queen, you are fair, 'tis true, but Snowdrop is fairer far than you." Then the queen flew into the most awful passion, and turned every shade of green in her jealousy. From this hour she hated poor Snowdrop like poison, and every day her envy, hatred, and malice grew, for envy and jealousy are like evil weeds which spring up and choke the heart. At last she could endure Snowdrop's presence no longer, and calling a huntsman to her she said, "Take the child out into the wood, and never let me see her face again. You must kill her, and bring me back her lungs and liver, that I may know for certain she is dead." The huntsman did as he was told, and led Snowdrop out into the wood. But as he was in the act of drawing out his knife to slay her, she began to cry and said, "Oh, dear huntsman, spare my life, and I will promise to fly forth into the wide wood, and never to return home again." And because she was so young and pretty, the huntsman had pity on her, and said, "Well, run along, poor child," for he thought to himself, "The wild beasts will soon eat her up." And his heart felt lighter because he hadn't had to do the deed himself. And as he turned away, a young boar came running past, so he shot it, and brought its lungs and liver home to the queen as proof that Snowdrop was really dead. And the wicked woman had them stewed in salt and ate them up, thinking she had made an end of Snowdrop for ever. Now when the poor child found herself alone in the big wood, the very trees around her seemed to assume strange shapes, and she felt so frightened she didn't know what to do. Then she began to run over the sharp stones and through the bramble bushes, and the wild beasts ran past her, but they did her no harm. She ran as far as her legs would carry her, and as evening approached she saw a little house, and she stepped inside to rest. Everything was very small in the little house, but cleaner and neater than anything you can imagine. In the middle of the room there stood a little table covered with a white tablecloth, and 7 little plates and forks and spoons and knives and tumblers. Side by side against the wall there were 7 little beds covered with snow-white counterpanes. Snowdrop felt so hungry and so thirsty that she ate a bit of bread and a little porridge from each plate, and drank a drop of wine out of each tumbler. Then, feeling tired and sleepy, she lay down on one of her beds, but it wasn't comfortable. Then she tried all the others in turn, but one was too long, and another too short, and it was only when she got to the 7th that she found one to suit her exactly. So she lay down upon it, said her prayers like a good child, and fell fast asleep. When it got quite dark, the masters of the little house returned. They were 7 dwarfs who worked in the mines, right down deep in the heart of the mountain. They lighted their 7 little lamps, and as soon as their eyes got accustomed to the glare, they saw that someone had been in the room, for all was not in the same order as they had left it. The first one said, "Who's been sitting on my little chair?" The second one said, "Who's been eating my little loaf?" The third one said, "Who's been tasting my porridge?" The fourth said, "Who's been eating out of my little plate?" The fifth said, "Who's been using my little fork?" The sixth said, "Who's been cutting with my little knife?" The seventh said, "Who's been drinking out of my little tumbler?" Then the first dwarf looked around and saw a little hollow in his bed, and he asked again, "Who's been lying on my bed?" And the others came running around, and cried when they saw their bed, "Someone has lain in ours too!" But when the 7th came to his bed he started back in amazement, for there he beheld Snowdrop fast asleep. Then he called the others, who turned their little lamps full on the bed, and when they saw Snowdrop lying there they nearly fell down with surprise. "Goodness gracious!" they cried, "what a beautiful child!" And they were so enchanted by her beauty that they did not wake her, but let her sleep in the little bed. But the seventh dwarf slept with his companions 1 hour in each bed, and in this way he managed to pass the night. In the morning Snowdrop awoke, but when she saw the 7 little dwarfs she felt very frightened. But they were so friendly and asked her what her name was in such a kind way that she replied, "I am Snowdrop." "Why do you come to our house?" continued the dwarfs. Then she told them how her stepmother had wished her put to death, and how the huntsman had spared her life, and how she had run the whole day till she had come to their little house. The dwarfs, when they had heard her sad story, asked her, "Will you stay and keep house for us, cook, make the beds, the washing, sew and knit? And if you give satisfaction and keep everything neat and clean, you shall want for nothing." "Yes," answered Snowdrop, "I will gladly do all you ask." And so she took up her abode with them. Every morning the dwarfs went to the mountain to dig for gold, and in the evening, when they returned home, Snowdrop always had their supper ready for them. But during the day the girl was left quite alone, so the good dwarfs warned her, saying, "Beware of your stepmother, she will soon find you are here, and whatever you do, don't let anyone into the house." Now the queen, after she thought she had eaten Snowdrop's lungs and liver, never dreamed but that she was once more the most beautiful woman in the world. So stepping before her mirror one day she said, "Mirror, mirror, hanging there, who in all the land's most fair?" And the mirror replied, "My lady queen, you are fair, 'tis true, but Snowdrop is fairer far than you. Snowdrop, who dwells with the 7 little men, is as fair as you, as fair again." When the queen heard these words she was nearly struck dumb with horror, for the mirror always spoke the truth, and she knew now that the huntsman must have deceived her, and that Snowdrop was still alive. She pondered day and night how she might destroy her, for as long as she felt she had a rival in the land, her jealous heart left her no rest. At last she hit upon a plan. She stained her face and dressed herself up as an old peddler wife, so that she was quite unrecognizable. In her guise she went over the 7 hills till she came to the house of the 7 dwarfs. Then she knocked at the door, calling out at the same time, "Fine wares to sell, fine wares to sell." Snowdrop peeped out the window and called out, "Good day, mother, what have you to sell?" "Good wares, fine wares," she answered, "laces of every shade and description." And she held one up that was made of some gay-colored silk. "Surely I can let the honest woman in," thought Snowdrop, so she unbarred the door and bought the pretty lace. "Good gracious, child," said the old woman, "what a figure you've got! Come, I'll lace you up properly for once." Snowdrop, suspecting no evil, stood before her and let her lace her bodice up, but the old woman laced her so quickly and so tightly that it took Snowdrop's breath away, and she fell down dead. "Now you are no longer the fairest," said the wicked old woman, and then she hastened away. In the evening the 7 dwarfs came home, and you may think what a fright they got when they saw their dear Snowdrop lying on the floor, as still and motionless as a dead person. They lifted her up tenderly, and when they saw how tightly laced she was, they cut the lace in 2, and she began to breathe a little, and gradually came back to life. When the dwarfs heard what had happened, they said, "Depend upon it, the old peddler wife was none other than the old queen. In the future you must be sure to let no one in, if we are not at home." As soon as the wicked old queen got home, she went straight to the mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror, hanging there, who in all the land's most fair?" And the mirror answered as before, "My lady queen, you are fair, 'tis true, but Snowdrop is fairer far than you. Snowdrop, who dwells with the 7 little men, is as fair as you, as fair again." When she heard this she became as pale as death, because she saw at once that Snowdrop must be alive again. "This time," she said to herself, "I will think of something that will make an end of her once and for all." And by the witchcraft which she understood so well, she made a poisonous comb. Then she dressed herself up and assumed the form of another old woman. So she went over the 7 hills till she reached the house of the 7 dwarfs, and knocking at the door she called out, "Fine wares for sale." Snowdrop looked out of the window and said, "You must go away, for I may not let anyone in." "But surely you are not forbidden to look out," said the old woman, and she held up the poisonous comb for her to see. It pleased the girl so much that she let herself be taken in and opened the door. When they had settled their bargain, the old woman said, "Now I'll comb your hair properly for you for once in the way." Poor Snowdrop thought no evil, but hardly had the comb touched her hair than the poison worked and she fell down unconscious. "Now, my fine lady, you're really done for this time," said the wicked woman, and she made her way home as fast as she could. Fortunately it was now near evening, and the 7 dwarfs returned home. When they saw Snowdrop lying dead on the ground, they at once suspected that her wicked stepmother had been at work again, so they searched till they found the poisonous comb, and the moment they pulled it out of her head, Snowdrop came to herself again, and told them what had happened. Then they warned her once more to be on her guard, and to open the door to no one. As soon as the queen got home, she went straight to her mirror and asked, "Mirror, mirror, hanging there, who in all the land's most fair?" And it replied as before, "My lady queen, you are fair, 'tis true, but Snowdrop is fairer far than you. Snowdrop, who dwells with the 7 little men, is as fair as you, as fair again." When she heard these words she literally trembled and shook with rage. "Snowdrop shall die!" she cried. "Yes, though it cost me my own life." Then she went to a little secret chamber which no one knew of but herself, and there she made a poisonous apple. Outwardly it looked beautiful, white with red cheeks, so that everyone who saw it longed to eat it, but anyone who might do so would certainly die on the spot. When the apple was quite finished, she stained her face and dressed herself up as a peasant, and so she went over the 7 hills to the 7 dwarfs. She knocked at the door, as usual, but Snowdrop put her head out of the window and called out, "I may not let anyone in. The 7 dwarfs have forbidden me to do so." "Are you afraid of being poisoned?" asked the old woman. "See, I will cut this apple in half. I'll eat the white cheek, and you can eat the red." But the apple was so cunningly made that only the red cheek was poisonous. Snowdrop longed to eat the tempting fruit, and when she saw that the peasant woman was eating it herself, she couldn't resist the temptation any longer, and stretching out her hand, she took the poisonous half. But hardly had the first bite passed her lips than she fell down dead on the ground. Then the eyes of the cruel queen sparkled with glee, and laughing aloud she said, "As white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as ebony. This time the dwarfs won't be able to bring you back to life." When she got home she asked the mirror, "Mirror, mirror, hanging there, who in all the land's most fair?" And this time it replied, "You are most fair, my lady queen, none fairer in the land, I ween." Then her jealous heart was at rest at last, as much at rest as a jealous heart can ever be. When the little dwarfs came home in the evening they found Snowdrop lying on the ground, and she neither breathed nor stirred. They lifted her up and looked round everywhere to see if they could find anything poisonous about. They unlaced her bodice, combed her hair, washed her with water and wine, but all in vain. The child was dead and remained dead. Then they placed her on a bier, and all the 7 dwarfs sat round it, weeping and sobbing for 3 whole days. At last they made up their minds to bury her, but she looked as blooming as a living being, and her cheeks were still such a lovely color that they said, "We can't hide her away in the background." So they had a coffin made of transparent glass, and they laid her in it, and wrote on the lid in golden letters that she was a royal princess. Then they put the coffin on top of a mountain, and one of the dwarfs always remained beside it and kept watch over it. And the very birds of the air came and bewailed Snowdrop's death, first an owl, and then a raven, and last of all a little dove. Snowdrop lay a long time in the coffin, and she always looked the same, just as if she were fast asleep, and she remained as white as snow, as red as blood, and her hair as black as ebony. Now it happened one day that a prince came to the wood, and passed by the dwarf's house. He saw the coffin on the hill with the beautiful Snowdrop inside it, and when he had read what was written on it in golden letters, he said to the dwarf, "Give me the coffin, I'll give you whatever you like for it." But the dwarf said, "No, we wouldn't part with it for all the gold in the world." "Well then," he replied, "give it to me, because I can't live without Snowdrop. I will cherish and love it as my dearest possession." He spoke so sadly that the good dwarfs had pity on him, and the prince made his servants bear it away on their shoulders. Now it happened that as they were going down the hill they stumbled over a bush, and jolted the coffin so violently that the poisonous bit of apple Snowdrop had swallowed fell out of her throat. She gradually opened her eyes, lifted up the lid of the coffin, and sat up alive and well. "Oh, dear me, where am I?" she cried. The Prince answered joyfully, "You are with me," and he told her all that had happened, adding, "I love you better than anyone in the whole wide world. Will you come with me to my father's palace and be my wife?" Snowdrop consented and went with him, and the marriage was celebrated with great pomp and splendor. Now Snowdrop's wicked stepmother was one of the guests invited to the wedding feast. When she had dressed herself very gorgeously for the occasion, she went to the mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror, hanging there, who in all the land's most fair?" And the mirror answered, "My lady queen, you are fair, 'tis true, but Snowdrop is fairer far than you." When the wicked woman heard these words, she uttered a curse, and was beside herself with rage and mortification. At first she didn't want to go to the wedding at all, but at the same time she felt she would never be happy till she had seen the young queen. As she entered, Snowdrop recognized her and nearly fainted with fear, but red-hot iron shoes had been prepared for the wicked old queen, and she was made to get into them and dance till she fell down dead. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 34. The Golden Goose. There was once a man who had 3 sons. The youngest of them was called Dullhead, and was sneered and jeered at and snubbed on every possible opportunity. One day it happened that the eldest son wished to go into the forest to cut wood, and before he started his mother gave him a fine rich cake and a bottle of wine, so that he might be sure not to suffer from hunger or thirst. When he reached the forest, he met a little old grey man, who wished him good morning, and said, "Do give me a piece of that cake you have got in your pocket, and let me have a draught of your wine. I am so hungry and thirsty." But this clever son replied, "If I give you my cake and wine, I shall have none left for myself. You just go your own way." And he left the little man standing there, and went further on into the forest. There he began to cut down a tree, but before long he made a false stroke with his axe, and cut his own arm so badly that he was obliged to go home and have it bound up. Then the second son went to the forest, and his mother gave him a good cake and a bottle of wine as she had to his elder brother. He too met the little old grey man, who begged him for a morsel of cake and a draught of wine. But the second son spoke most sensibly too, and said, "Whatever I give to you I deprive myself of. Just go your own way, will you?" Not long after his punishment overtook him, for no sooner had he struck a couple of blows on a tree with his axe than he cut his leg so badly that he had to be carried home. So then Dullhead said, "Father, let me go out and cut wood." But his father answered, "Both your brothers have injured themselves. You had better leave it alone. You know nothing about it." But Dullhead begged so hard to be allowed to go that at last his father said, "Very well, then go. Perhaps when you have hurt yourself you may learn to know better." His mother only gave him a very plain cake made with water and baked in the cinders, and a bottle of sour beer. When he got to the forest, he too met the little grey old man, who greeted him and said, "Give me a piece of your cake and a draught from your bottle. I am so hungry and thirsty." And Dullhead replied, "I've only got a cinder cake and some sour beer, but if you care to have that, let us sit down and eat." So they sat down, and when Dullhead brought out his cake he found it had turned into a fine rich cake, and the sour beer into excellent wine. Then they ate and drank, and when they had finished the little man said, "Now I will bring you luck, because you have a kind heart and are willing to share what you have with others. There stands an old tree, cut it down, and amongst its roots you'll find something." With that the little man took leave. Then Dullhead fell to at once to hew down the tree, and when it fell he found amongst its roots a goose, whose feathers were all of pure gold. He lifted it out, carried it off, and took it with him to an inn where he meant to spend the night. Now the landlord of the inn had 3 daughters, and when they saw the goose they were filled with curiosity as to what this wonderful bird could be, and each longed to have one of its golden feathers. The eldest thought to herself, "No doubt I shall soon find a good opportunity to pluck out one of its feathers," and the first time Dullhead happened to leave the room she caught hold of the goose by its wing. But lo and behold, her fingers seemed to stick fast to the goose, and she could not take her hand away. Soon after the second daughter came in, and thought to pluck a golden feather for herself too, but hardly had she touched her sister than she stuck fast as well. At last the third sister came with the same intentions, but the other 2 cried out, "Keep off! For heaven's sake, keep off!" The younger sister could not imagine why she was to keep off, and thought to herself, "If they are both there, why should not I be there too?" So she sprang to them, but no sooner had she touched one of them than she stuck fast to her. So they all 3 had to spend the night with the goose. Next morning Dullhead tucked the goose under his arm and went off, without in the least troubling himself about the 3 girls who were hanging on to it. They just had to run after him right or left as best they could. In the middle of a field they met the parson, and when he saw this procession he cried, "For shame, you bold girls! What do you mean by running after a young fellow through the fields like that? Do you call that proper behaviour?" And with that he caught the youngest girl by the hand to try and draw her away. But directly he touched her he hung on himself, and had to run along with the rest of them. Not long after the clerk came that way, and was much surprised to see the parson following the footsteps of 3 girls. "Why, where is your reverence going so fast?" cried he. "Don't forget there is to be a christening to-day," and he ran after him, caught him by the sleeve, and hung on to it himself. As the 5 of them trotted along in this fashion one after the other, 2 peasants were coming from their work with their hoes. On seeing them the parson called out and begged them to come and rescue him and the clerk. But no sooner did they touch the clerk than they stuck on too, and so there were 7 of them running after Dullhead and his goose. After a time they all came to a town where a king reigned whose daughter was so serious and solemn that no one could ever manage to make her laugh. So the king had decreed that whoever should succeed in making her laugh should marry her. When Dullhead heard this he marched before the princess with his goose and his appendages, and as soon as she saw these 7 people continually running after each other she burst out laughing, and could not stop herself. Then Dullhead claimed her as his bride, but the king, who did not much fancy him as a son-in-law, made all sorts of objections, and told him he must first find a man who could drink up a whole cellarful of wine. Dullhead bethought him of the little grey man, who could, he felt sure, help him, so he went off to the forest, and on the very spot where he had cut down the tree he saw a man sitting with a most dismal expression of face. Dullhead asked him what he was taking so much to heart, and the man answered, "I don't know how I am ever to quench this terrible thirst I am suffering from. Cold water doesn't suit me at all. To be sure, I've emptied a whole barrel of wine, but what is one drop on a hot stone?" "I think I can help you," said Dullhead. "Come with me, and you shall drink to your heart's content." So he took him to the king's cellar, and the man sat down before the huge casks and drank, till he drank up the whole contents of the cellar before the day closed. Then Dullhead asked once more for his bride, but the king felt vexed at the idea of a stupid fellow whom people called Dullhead carrying off his daughter, and he began to make fresh conditions. He required Dullhead to find a man who could eat a mountain of bread. Dullhead did not wait to consider long, but went straight off to the forest, and there on the same spot sat a man who was drawing in a strap as tight as he could round his body, and making a most woeful face the while. Said he, "I've eaten up a whole ovenful of loaves, but what's the good of that to anyone who is as hungry as I am? I declare, my stomach feels quite empty, and I must draw my belt tight if I'm not to die of starvation." Dullhead was delighted, and said, "Get up and come with me, and you shall have plenty to eat," and he brought him to the king's court. Now the king had given orders to have all the flour in his kingdom brought together, and to have a huge mountain baked of it, but the man from the wood just took up his stand before the mountain and began to eat, and in one day it had all vanished. For the third time Dullhead asked for his bride, but again the king tried to make some evasion, and demanded a ship which could sail on land or water. "When you come sailing in such a ship," said he, "you shall have my daughter without further delay." Again Dullhead started off to the forest, and there he found the little old grey man with whom he had shared his cake, and who said, "I have eaten and I have drunk for you, and now I will give you the ship. I have done all this for you because you were kind and merciful to me." Then he gave Dullhead a ship which could sail on land or water, and when the king saw it he felt he could no longer refuse him his daughter. So they celebrated the wedding with great rejoicings, and after the king's death Dullhead succeeded to the kingdom, and lived happily with his wife for many years after. Grimm. End of Chapter 34 of the Red Fairy Book.
Chapter 35 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gwendolyn. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 35. The Seven Foals. There was once upon a time a couple of poor folks who lived in a wretched hut, far away from everyone else, in a wood. They only just managed to live from hand to mouth, and had great difficulty in doing even so much as that. But they had 3 sons, and the youngest of them was called Cinderlad, for he did nothing else but lie and poke about among the ashes. One day the eldest lad said that he would go out to earn his living, He soon got leave to do that, and set out on his way into the world. He walked on and on for the whole day, and when night was beginning to fall, he came to a royal palace. The king was standing outside on the steps, and asked where he was going. "Oh, I am going to seek a place, my father," said the youth. "Wilt thou serve me and watch my 7 foals?" asked the king. "If thou canst watch them for a whole day, and tell me at night what they eat and drink, thou shalt have the princess and half my kingdom. But if thou canst not, I will cut 3 red stripes on thy back." The youth thought that it was very easy work to watch the foals, and that he could do it well enough. Next morning, when day was beginning to dawn, the king's master of the horse let out the 7 foals, and they ran away, and the youth after them, just as it chanced, over hill and dale, through woods and bogs. When the youth had run thus for a long time, he began to be tired, and when he had held on a little longer, he was heartily weary of watching it all. And at the same moment he came to a cleft in a rock where an old woman was sitting, spinning with her distaff in her hand. As soon as she caught sight of the youth, who was running after the foals, till the perspiration streamed down his face, she cried, come hither, my handsome son, and let me comb your hair for you." The lad was willing enough, so he sat down in the cleft of the rock beside the old hag, and he laid his head on her knees, and she combed his hair all day while he lay there and gave himself up to idleness. When evening was drawing near, the youth wanted to go. "I may as well just go straight home again," said he, "for it is no use to go to the king's palace." "Wait till it is dusk," said the old hag, "and then the king's foals will pass by this place again, and you can run home with them, and no one will ever know that you have been lying here all day instead of watching the foals." So when they came back, she gave the lad a bottle of water and a bit of moss, and told him to show these to the king, and say that this was what his 7 foals ate and drank. "Hast thou watched faithfully and well the whole day long?" said the king, when the lad came into his presence in the evening. "Yes, that I have," said the youth. "Then you are able to tell me what it is my 7 foals eat and drink," said the king. So the youth produced the bottle of water and a bit of moss which he had got from the old woman, saying, "Here you see their meat, and here you see their drink." Then the king knew how his watching had been done, and fell into such a rage that he ordered his people to chase the youth back into his own home at once. But first they were to cut 3 red stripes in his back, and rub salt into them. When the youth reached home again, anyone can imagine what a state of mind he was in. He had gone out once to seek a place, he said, but never would he do such a thing again. Next day the second son that he would now go out into the world to seek his fortune. His father and mother said no, and bade him look at his brother's back. But the youth would not give up his design, and stuck to it, and after a long, long time he got leave to go, and set forth on his way. When he had walked all day, he too came to the king's palace, and the king was standing outside on the steps, and asking where he was going. And when the youth replied that he was out in search of a place, the king said that he might enter into his service and watch his 7 foals. Then the king promised him the same punishment and the same reward that he had promised his brother. The youth at once consented to this, and entered into the king's service, for he thought he could easily watch the foals and inform the king what they ate and drank. In the grey light of dawn the master of the horse led out the 7 foals, and off they went again over hill and dale, and off went the lad after them. But all went with him as it had gone with his brother. When he had run after the foals for a long, long time, and was hot and tired, he passed by a cleft in the rock where an old woman was sitting spinning with a distaff, and she called to him, come hither, my handsome son, and let me comb your hair." The youth liked the thought of this, let the foals run where they chose, and seated himself in the cleft of the rock by the side of the old hag. So there he sat with his head on her lap, taking his ease the livelong day. The foals came back in the evening, and then he too got a bit of moss and a bottle of water from the old hag, which things he was to show the king. But when the king asked the youth, "Canst thou tell me what my 7 foals eat and drink?" the youth showed him the bit of moss and the bottle of water, and said, "Yes, here may you behold their food, and here their drink." The king once more became wroth, and he commanded that 3 red stripes should be cut on the lad's back, that salt should be strewn upon them, and that he should then be instantly chased back to his own home. So when the youth got home again, he too related all that had happened to him, and he too said that he had gone out in search of a place once, but never would he do it again. On the 3rd day, Cinderlad wanted to set out. He had a fancy to try to watch the 7 foals himself, he said. The 2 others laughed at him and mocked him. What when all went so ill with us, do you suppose that you are going to succeed? You look like succeeding, you who have never done anything but lie and poke about among the ashes, said they. Yes, I will go too, said Cinderlad, for I have taken it into my head. The two brothers laughed at him, and his father and mother begged him not to go, but all to no purpose, and Cinderlad set out on his way. So when he had walked the whole day, he too came to the king's palace as darkness began to fall. There stood the king outside on the steps, and he asked whither he was bound. I am walking about in search of a place, said Cinderlad. From whence do you come, then? Inquired the king, for by this time he wanted to know a little more about the men before he took any of them into his service. So Cinderlad told him whence he came, and that he was brother to the two who had watched the 7 foals for the king, and then he inquired if he might be allowed to try to watch them on the following day. Oh, shame on them, said the king, for it enraged him to even think of them. If thou art brother to those two, thou art not good for much. I have had enough of such fellows. But, as I have come here, you might just give me leave to make the attempt, said Cinderlad. Oh, very well. If thou art absolutely determined to have thy back flayed, thou mayst have thine own way if thou wilt, said the king. I would much rather have the princess, said Cinderlad. Next morning, in the grey light of dawn, the master of the horse led out the 7 foals again, and off they set over hill and dale, through woods and bogs, and off went Cinderlad after them. When he had run thus for a long time, he too came to the cleft in the rock. There the old hag was once more sitting, spinning from her distaff, and she cried to Cinderlad, come hither, my handsome son, and let me comb your hair for you." "Come to me, then, come to me," said Cinderlad, as he passed by, jumping and running, and keeping tight hold on one of the foals' tails. When he had got safely past the cleft in the rock, the youngest foal said, "Get on my back, for we still have a long way to go." So the lad did this, and thus they journeyed onwards a long, long way. "Dost thou see anything now?" asked the foal. "No," said Cinderlad. So they journeyed onwards a good bit further. "Dost thou see anything now?" asked the foal. "Oh, no," said the lad. When they had gone thus for a long, long way, the foal again asked, "Dost thou see anything now?" "Yes, now I see something that is white," said Cinderlad. "It looks like the trunk of a great, thick birch tree." "Yes, that is where we are to go in," said the foal. When they got to the trunk, the eldest foal broke it down on one side, and then they saw a door where the trunk had been standing, and inside this there was a small room, and in the room there was scarcely anything but a small fireplace and a couple of benches. But behind the door hung a great rusty sword and a small pitcher. "Canst thou wield that sword?" asked the foal. Cinderlad tried but could not do it, so he had to take a draught from the pitcher, and then one more, and after that still another, and then he was able to wield the sword with perfect ease. "Good," said the foal, "and now thou must take the sword away with thee, and with it thou shalt cut off the heads of all 7 of us on thy wedding day. Then we shall become princes again as we were before, for we are brothers of the princess whom thou art to have when thou canst tell the king what we eat and drink. But there is a mighty troll who has cast a spell over us. When thou hast cut off our heads, thou must take greatest care to lay each head at the tail of the body to which it belonged before, and then the spell which the troll has cast upon us will lose all its power." Cinderlad promised to do this, and then they went on farther. When they had travelled a long, long way, the foal said, "Dost thou see anything?" "No," said Cinderlad. So they went on a great distance further. "And now?" inquired the foal. "Seest thou nothing now?" "Alas, no," said Cinderlad. So they travelled onward again, for many and many a mile, over hill and dale. "Now then," said the foal, "dost thou not see anything now?" "Yes," said Cinderlad, "I see something like a bluish streak, far, far away." "That is a river," said the foal, "and we have to cross it." There was a long, handsome bridge over the river, and when they had got to the other side of it they again travelled on a long, long way, and then once more the foal inquired if Cinderlad saw anything. Yes, this time he saw something that looked black, far, far away, and it was rather like a church tower. "Yes," said the foal, "we shall go in that." When the foals got into the churchyard they turned into men, and looked like the sons of a king, and their clothes were so magnificent that they shone with splendor, and they went into the church and received bread and wine from the priest, who was standing before the altar, and Cinderlad went in too. But when the priest laid his hands on the princes and read the blessing, they went out of the church again. And Cinderlad went out too, but he took with him a flask of wine and some consecrated bread. No sooner had the 7 princes come out into the churchyard than they became foals again, and Cinderlad got up on the back of the youngest, and they returned by the way they had gone, only they went much, much faster. First they went over the bridge, and then past the trunk of the birch tree, and then past the old hag who sat in the cleft of the rock spinning. And they went by so fast that Cinderlad could not hear what the old hag screeched after him, but heard just enough to understand that she was terribly enraged. It was all but dark when they got back to the king at nightfall, and he himself was standing in the courtyard waiting for them. "Hast thou watched well and faithfully the whole day?" said the king to Cinderlad. "I have done my best," replied Cinderlad. "Then thou canst tell me what my 7 foals eat and drink?" asked the king. So Cinderlad pulled out the consecrated bread and a flask of wine, and showed them to the king. "Here you may behold their meat, and here their drink," said he. "Yes, diligently and faithfully hast thou watched," said the king, "and thou shalt have the princess and half the kingdom." So all was made ready for the wedding, and the king said that it would be so stately and magnificent that every one should hear of it, and every one inquire about it. But when they sat down to the marriage feast, the bridegroom arose and went to the stable, for he said that he had forgotten something which he must go and look to. When he got there, he did what the 7 foals had bidden him, and cut off the heads of all the 7, first the eldest, then the second, and so on, according to their age. And he was extremely careful to lay each head at the tail of the foal to which it had belonged. And when that was all done, all the foals became princes again. When he returned to the marriage feast with the 7 princes, the king was so joyful that he both kissed Cinderlad and clapped him on his back. And his bride was still more delighted with him than she had been before. "Half my kingdom is thine already," said the king, "and the other half shall be thine after my death. For my sons can get countries and kingdoms for themselves now that they have become princes again." Therefore, as all may well believe, there was joy and merriment at that wedding. End of chapter 35. The 7 Foals. Recording by Wendelin. January 26th, 2009.
Chapter 36 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 36. The Marvelous Musician. There was once upon a time a marvelous musician. One day he was wandering through a wood all by himself, thinking now of one thing, now of another, till there was nothing else left to think about. Then he said to himself, "Time hangs very heavily on my hands when I am all alone in the wood. I must try and find a pleasant companion." So he took his fiddle out and fiddled till he woke the echoes round. After a time a wolf came through the thicket and trotted up to the musician. "Oh, it's a wolf, is it?" said he. "I've not the smallest wish for his society." But the wolf approached him and said, "Oh, my dear musician, how beautifully you play! I wish you'd teach me how it's done." "That's easily learned," answered the fiddler. "You must only do exactly as I tell you." "Of course I will," replied the wolf. "I can promise that you will find me a most apt pupil." So they joined company and went on their way together, and after a time they came to an old oak tree, which was hollow and had a crack in the middle of the trunk. "Now," said the musician, "if you want to learn to fiddle, here's your chance. Lay your front paws in this crack." The wolf did as he was told, and the musician quickly seized a stone and wedged both his forepaws so firmly into the crack that he was held there, a fast prisoner. "Wait there till I return," said the fiddler, and he went on his way. After a time he said to himself again, "Time hangs very heavily on my hands when I'm all alone in the wood. I must try and find a companion." So he drew out his fiddle and fiddled away lustily. Presently a fox slunk through the trees. "Ah, and what have we here?" said the musician. "A fox! Well, I haven't the smallest desire for his company." The fox came straight up to him and said, "My dear friend, how beautifully you play the fiddle! I would like to learn how you do it." "Nothing easier," said the musician, "if you'll promise to do exactly as I tell you." "Certainly," answered the fox. "You have only to say the word." "Well, then, follow me," replied the fiddler. When they had gone a bit of the way, they came to a path with high trees on each side. Here the musician halted, bent a stout hazel bough down to the ground from one side of the path, and put his foot on the end of it to keep it down. Then he bent a branch down from the other side and said, "Give me your left front paw, my little fox, if you really wish to learn how it's done." The fox did as he was told, and the musician tied his front paw to the end of one of the branches. "Now, my friend," he said, "give me your right paw." This he bound to the other branch, and having carefully seen that his knots were all secure, he stepped off the ends of the branches, and they sprang back, leaving the poor fox suspended in mid-air. "Just you wait where you are till I return," said the musician, and he went on his way again. Once more he said to himself, "Time hangs heavily on my hands when I'm all alone in the wood. I must try and find another companion." So he took out his fiddle and played as merrily as before. This time a little hare came running up at the sound. "Oh, here comes a hare," said the musician. "I've not the smallest desire for his company."
"How beautifully you play, dear Mr. Fiddler," said the little hare. "I wish I could learn how you do it."
"It's easily learnt," answered the musician. "Just do exactly as I tell you."
"That I will," said the hare. "You will find me a most attentive pupil."
They went on a bit together, till they came to a thin part of the wood, where they found an aspen tree growing. The musician bound a long cord round the little hare's neck, the other end of which he fastened to the tree. "Now, my merry little friend," said the musician, "run 20 times round the tree." The little hare obeyed, and when it had run 20 times round the tree, the cord had twisted itself 20 times round the trunk, so that the poor little beast was held a fast prisoner, and it might bite and tear as much as it liked, it couldn't free itself, and the cord only cut its tender neck. "Wait there till I return," said the musician, and went on his way. In the meantime the wolf had pulled and bitten and scratched at the stone, till at last he succeeded in getting his paws out. Full of anger, he hurried after the musician, determined, when he met him, to tear him to pieces. When the fox saw him running by, he called out as loud as he could, "Brother Wolf, come to my rescue! The musician has deceived me too." The wolf pulled the branches down, bit the cord in two, and set the fox free. So they went on their way together, both vowing vengeance on the musician. They found the poor imprisoned little hare, and having set him free also, they all set out to look for their enemy. During this time the musician had once more played his fiddle, and had been more fortunate in the result. The sounds pierced to the ears of a poor woodman, who instantly left his work, and with his hatchet under his arm came to listen to the music. "At last I've got a proper sort of companion," said the musician, "for it was a human being I wanted all along, and not a wild animal." And he began playing so enchantingly that the poor man stood there as if bewitched, and his heart leaped for joy as he listened. And as he stood thus, the wolf and fox and little hare came up, and the woodman saw at once that they meant mischief. He lifted his glittering axe and placed himself in front of the musician, as much as to say, "If you touch a hair of his head, beware, for you will have to answer for it to me." Then the beasts were frightened, and they all three ran back into the wood, and the musician played the woodman one of his best tunes, by way of thanks, and then continued his way. Grimm. End of chapter 36. The Marvelous Musician. Recording by Iswa in Belgium in January 2009.
Chapter 37 of the Red Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendelin. The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 37. The Story of Sigurd. This is a very old story. The Danes who used to fight with the English in King Alfred's time knew this story. They have carved on the rocks pictures of some of the things that happen in the tale, and those carvings may still be seen. Because it is so old and so beautiful, the story is told here again, but it has a sad ending. Indeed, it is all sad, and all about fighting and killing, as might be expected from the Danes. Once upon a time there was a king in the north who had won many wars, but now he was old. Yet he took a new wife, and then another prince, who wanted to have married her, came up against him with a great army. The old king went out and fought bravely, but at last his sword broke, and he was wounded, and his men fled. But in the night, when the battle was over, his young wife came out and searched for him among the slain, and at last she found him and asked whether he might be healed. But he said no, his luck was gone, his sword was broken, and he must die. And he told her that she would have a son, and that son would be a great warrior, and he would avenge him on the other king, his enemy. And he bade her keep the broken pieces of the sword to make a new sword for his son, and that blade should be called Gram. Then he died, and his wife called her maid to her and said, "Let us change clothes, and you shall be called by my name, and I by yours, lest the enemy finds us." So this was done, and they hid in a wood, but there some strangers met them and carried them off in a ship to Denmark. And when they were brought before the king, he thought the maid looked like a queen, and the queen like a maid. So he asked the queen, "How do you know in the dark of night whether the hours are wearing to the morning?" And she said, "I know, because when I was younger I used to have to rise and light the fires, and I still waken at the same time." A strange queen to light the fires, thought the king. Then he asked the queen, who was dressed like a maid, "How do you know in the dark of night whether the hours are wearing near dawn?" "My father gave me a gold ring," said she, "and always, ere the dawning, it grows cold on my finger." "A rich house where the maids wore gold," said the king. "Truly you are no maid, but a king's daughter." And so he treated her royally, and as time went on she had a son called Sigurd, a beautiful boy and very strong. He had a tutor to be with him, and once the tutor bade him go to the king and ask for a horse. "Choose a horse for yourself," said the king, and Sigurd went to the wood, and there he met an old man with a white beard and said, "Come, help me in horse choosing." Then the old man said, "Drive all the horses into the river, and choose the one that swims across." So Sigurd drove them, and only one swam across. Sigurd chose him. His name was Grani, and he came of Sleipnir's breed, and was the best horse in the world, for Sleipnir was the horse of Odin, the god of the north, and was as swift as the wind. But a day or two later his tutor said to Sigurd, "There is a great treasure of gold hidden not far from here, and it would become you to win it." But Sigurd answered, "I have heard stories of that treasure, and I know that the dragon Fafnir guards it, and he is so huge and wicked that no man dares go near him." "He is no bigger than other dragons," said the tutor,
and if you were as brave as your father, you would not fear him." "I am no coward," said Sigurd. "Why do you want me to fight with this dragon?" Then his tutor, whose name was Regan, told him that all this great hoard of red gold had once belonged to his own father, and his father had 3 sons. The first was Fafnir, the dragon. The second was Otter, who could put on the shape of an otter when he liked, and then next was himself, Regan, and he was a great smith and maker of swords. Now there was at that time a dwarf called Andvari, who lived in a pool beneath a waterfall, and there he had hidden a great hoard of gold. And one day Otter had been fishing there and had killed a salmon and eaten it, and was sleeping like an otter on a stone. Then someone came by and threw a stone at the otter and killed it, flayed off the skin, and took it to the house of Otter's father. Then he knew his son was dead, and to punish the person who had killed him, he said he must have the otter's skin filled with gold, and covered all over with red gold, or it should go worse for him. Then the person who had killed Otter went down and caught the dwarf who owned all the treasure and took it from him. Only one ring was left which the dwarf wore, and even that was taken from him. Then the poor dwarf was very angry, and he prayed that the gold might never bring any but bad luck to all men who might own it, forever. Then the otter's skin was filled with gold and covered with gold, all but one hair, and that was covered with the poor dwarf's last ring. But it brought good luck to nobody. First Fafnir the dragon killed his own father, and then he went and wallowed on the gold, and would let his brother have none, and no man dared go near it. When Sigurd heard the story, he said to Regan, "Make me a good sword that I may kill this dragon." So Regan made a sword, and Sigurd tried it with a blow on a lump of iron, and the sword broke. Another sword he made, and Sigurd broke that too. Then Sigurd went to his mother, and asked for the broken pieces of his father's blade, and gave them to Regan. And he hammered and wrought them into a new sword, so sharp that fire seemed to burn along its edges. Sigurd tried this blade on the lump of iron, and it did not break, but split the iron in two. Then he threw a lock of wool into the river, and when it floated down against the sword it was cut into 2 pieces. So Sigurd said that sword would do. But before he went against the dragon, he led an army to fight the men who had killed his father, and he slew their king, and took all their wealth, and went home. When he had been at home a few days, he rode out with Regan one morning to the heath where the dragon used to lie. Then he saw the track which the dragon had made when he went to a cliff to drink, and the track was as if a great river had rolled along and left a deep valley. Then Sigurd went down into that deep place, and dug many pits in it, and in one of the pits he lay hidden with his sword drawn. There he waited, and presently the earth began to shake with the weight of the dragon as he crawled to the water, and a cloud of venom flew before him as he snorted and roared so it would have been death to stand before him. But Sigurd waited till half of him had crawled over the pit, and then he thrust the sword Graham right into his very heart. Then the dragon lashed with his tail till stones broke and trees crashed about him. Then he spoke as he died, and said, "Whoever thou art hast slain me, this gold shall be thy ruin, and the ruin of all who own it." Sigurd said, "I would touch none of it if by losing it I should never die. But all men die, and no brave man lets death frighten him from his desire. Die, thou Fafnir." And then Fafnir died. And after that Sigurd was called Fafnir's Bane and Dragon Slayer. Then Sigurd rode back and met Regan, and Regan asked him to roast Fafnir's heart and let him taste of it. So Sigurd put the heart of Fafnir on a stake and roasted it, but it chanced that he touched it with his finger, and it burned him. Then he put his finger in his mouth, and so tasted the heart of Fafnir. Then immediately he understood the languages of birds, and he heard the woodpeckers say, "There is Sigurd roasting Fafnir's heart for another, when he should taste of it himself and learn all wisdom." The next bird said, "There lies Regan, ready to betray Sigurd, who trusts him." The third bird said, "Let him cut off Regan's head, and keep all the gold to himself." The fourth bird said, "That let him do, then ride over Hinfeld to the place where Brunhild sleeps." When Sigurd heard all this, and how Regan was plotting to betray him, he cut off Regan's head with one blow of the sword Graham. Then all the birds broke out singing, "We know a fair maiden sleeping. Sigurd, be not afraid. Sigurd, win thou the maid fortune is keeping. High over Hinfeld red fire is flaming. There doth the maiden dwell, she that should love thee well, meet for thy taming. There must she sleep till thou comest for her waking. Rise up and ride, for now sure she will swear the vow, fearless of breaking." Then Sigurd remembered how the story went that somewhere far away there was a beautiful lady enchanted. She was under a spell so that she must always sleep in a castle surrounded by flaming fire, and there she must sleep forever till there came a knight who would ride through the fire and waken her. There he determined to go, but first he rode right down the horrible trail of Fafner, and Fafner had lived in a cave with iron doors, a cave dug deep down in the earth, and full of gold bracelets and crowns and rings, and there, too, Sigurd found the Helm of Dread, a golden helmet, and whoever wears it is invisible. All these he piled on the back of a good horse Granny, and then he rode south to Hinfeld. Now it was night, and on the crest of the hill Sigurd saw a red fire blazing up into the sky, and within the flame a castle, and a banner on the topmost tower. Then he set the horse Granny at the fire, and he leapt through it lightly, as if it had been through the heather. So Sigurd went within the castle door, and there he saw someone sleeping, clad all in armour. Then he took the helmet off the head of the sleeper, and behold, she was a most beautiful lady. And she wakened and said, "Ah, it is Sigurd, Sigmund's son, who has broken the curse, and comes here to waken me at last." This curse came upon her when the thorn of the tree of sleep ran into her hand long ago as a punishment because she had displeased Odin the god. Long ago, too, she had vowed never to marry a man who knew fear, and dared not ride through the fence of flaming fire, for she was a warrior maid herself, and went armed into battle like a man. But now she and Sigurd loved each other, and promised to be true to each other, and he gave her a ring, and it was the last ring taken from the dwarf Andvari. Then Sigurd rode away, and he came to the house of a king who had a fair daughter. Her name was Gudrun, and her mother was a witch. Now Gudrun fell in love with Sigurd, but he always was talking of Brunhild, and how beautiful she was, and how dear. So one day Gudrun's witch mother put poppy and forgetful drugs in a magical cup, and bade Sigurd drink to her health. And he drank, and instantly he forgot poor Brunhild, and he loved Gudrun, and they were married with great rejoicings. Now the witch, the mother of Gudrun, wanted her son Gunnar to marry Brunhild, and she bade him ride out with Sigurd and go and woo her. So forth they rode to her father's house, for Brunhild had quite gone out of Sigurd's mind by reason of the witch's wine, but she remembered him and loved him still. Then Brunhild's father told Gunnar that she would marry none but him who could ride the flame in front of her enchanted tower, and thither they rode, and Gunnar set his horse at the flame, but he would not face it. Then Gunnar tried Sigurd's horse Granny, but he would not move with Gunnar on his back. Then Gunnar remembered witchcraft that his mother had taught him, and by his magic he made Sigurd look exactly like himself, and he looked exactly like Gunnar. Then Sigurd, in the shape of Gunnar and in his mail, mounted on Granny, and Granny leapt the fence of fire, and Sigurd went in and found Brunhild, but he did not remember her yet, because of the forgetful medicine in the cup of the witch's wine. Now Brunhild had no help but to promise she would be his wife, the wife of Gunnar as she supposed, for Sigurd wore Gunnar's shape, and she had sworn to wed whoever should ride the flames, and he gave her a ring, and she gave him back the ring that he had given her before in his own shape as Sigurd, and it was the last ring of that poor dwarf Andvari. Then he rode out again, and he and Gunnar changed shapes, and each was himself again, and they went home to the witch queens, and Sigurd gave the dwarf's ring to his wife Gudrun. And Brunhild went to her father and said that a king had come called Gunnar, and he had ridden the fire, and she must marry him. Yet I thought, she said, that no man could have done this deed but Sigurd, Fafnir's bane, who was my true love, but he has forgotten me, and my promise I must keep. So Gunnar and Brunhild were married, though it was not Gunnar but Sigurd in Gunnar's shape that had ridden the fire. And when the wedding was over, and all the feast, then the magic of the witch's wine went out of Sigurd's brain, and he remembered all. He remembered how he had freed Brunhild from the spell, and how she was his own true love, and how he had forgotten and had married another woman, and won Brunhild to be the wife of another man. But he was brave, and he spoke not a word of it to the others to make them unhappy. Still, he could not keep away the curse which is to come on everyone who had owned the treasure of the dwarf Andvari and his fatal golden ring. And the curse soon came upon them all, for one day, when Brunhild and Gudrun were bathing, Brunhild waded farthest out into the river, and said she did that to show she was Gudrun's superior. For her husband, she said, had ridden through the flame when no other man dared face it. Then Gudrun was angry, and said that it was Sigurd, not Gunnar, who had ridden the flame, and had received from Brunhild that fatal ring, the ring of the dwarf Andvari. Then Brunhild saw the ring which Sigurd had given to Gudrun, and she knew it and knew all, and she turned as pale as a dead woman and went home. All that evening she never spoke. Next day she told Gunnar, her husband, that he was a coward and a liar, for he had never ridden the flame, but had sent Sigurd to do it for him, and pretended that he had done it himself. And she said he would never see her glad in his hall, never drinking wine, never playing chess, never embroidering with the golden thread, never speaking words of kindness. Then she rent all her needlework asunder and wept aloud, so that every one in the house heard her, for her heart was broken, and her pride was broken in the same hour. She had lost her true love, Sigurd, the slayer of Fafnir, and she was married to a man who was a liar. Then Sigurd came and tried to comfort her, but she would not listen, and she said she wished the sword stood fast in his heart. Not long to wait, he said, till the bitter sword stands fast in my heart, and thou wilt not live long when I am dead. But, dear Brunhild, live and be comforted, and love Gunnar thy husband, and I will give thee all the gold, the treasure of the dragon Fafnir. Brunhild said, It is too late. Then Sigurd was so grieved, and his heart so swelled in his breast, that it burst the steel rings of his shirt of mail. Sigurd went out, and Brunhild determined to slay him. She mixed serpent's venom and wolf's flesh, and gave them in one dish to her husband's younger brother. And when he had tasted of them, he was mad, and he went into Sigurd's chamber while he slept, and pinned him to the bed with a sword. But Sigurd woke, caught the sword Graham into his hand, and threw it at the man as he fled, and the sword cut him in twain. Thus died Sigurd, Fafnir's bane, whom no 10 men could have slain in fair fight. Then Gudrun wakened and saw him dead, and she moaned aloud, and Brunhild heard her, and laughed. But the kind horse Granny lay down and died of very grief, and then Brunhild fell a-weeping till her heart broke. So they attired Sigurd in all his golden armour, and built a great pile of wood on board his ship, and at night laid on it the dead Sigurd and the dead Brunhild and the good horse Granny, and set fire to it, and launched the ship, and the wind bore it blazing out to sea, flaming into the dark. So there were Sigurd and Brunhild burned together, and the curse of the dwarf Andvari was fulfilled. End of chapter 37. The Story of Sigurd. Recording by Wendelin. February 1st, 2009. End of the Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang.